Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area, and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you, as I read the prayer, to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that Thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of Thy servants to the advancement of Thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
Yes, President. I table documents pursuant to statute as listed on the dynamic red.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
Yes, President. Committees have lodged proposals as shown at item 4 of today's order of business. An additional proposal has been lodged by the Community Affairs Legislation Committee for a private meeting today.
If there is no objection, the meetings are authorised. Senator Steele-John?
Thank you very much, President. Could I seek leave to move a motion?
Sorry, Senator Steele-John, there's just a bit of noise here, so perhaps if you're meeting you could move away a little. Senator Steele-John, please start again.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to move a motion relating to the government's NDIS bill as circulated.
Is leave granted? Leave is not granted, Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, President. Then, in accordance with the standing orders standing in the name of Senator Waters, I move that so much of Senate standing orders be suspended as would prevent me from moving a motion, namely a motion relating to the government's NDIS bill.
So the question is, did you want to speak to that, Senator
Yes,
Steele-John?
I do, President.
Please continue.
Thank you.
5 minutes.
Labor's NDIS bill is just cruel. It should be scrapped. It should be withdrawn. It should be removed. It should be sent back. It should be torn up, quite frankly, loaded into a cannon, and if I had my way, fired into the sun. It is a horrific, inhuman piece of legislation that would see 241,000 disabled people kicked off the NDIS. Fellow Australians, doing it tough, struggling, stressed, trying to make things work, trying to navigate a bureaucracy that is always apparently against them, always apparently on the side of the government, trying to find ways to get out of providing the basic supports. To these people, for these community members, this government plans to cut their lifelines, to remove the programs, the therapies, the supports that are the source of hope for so many. Just when things were starting to potentially get better, just when the therapy was helping the child succeed at school, just when a disabled person had finally been able to keep a job, just when a new skill was within somebody's grasp, just when a new friend had been made, a new connection built, a new safeguard against loneliness and isolation, this government would tear it away. Shame on you all. Shame on you all. This bill is a disgrace. The fact that the disability community have had to work and expend our time and effort and energy trying to explain to this Labor government why cutting nearly $40 billion out of the NDIS is a bad idea. That's a joke. It's a joke. $185 billion over the decade. That is the largest cut to a Commonwealth programme in the history of this nation. and to my crossbench colleagues, and to the members of the National and Liberal Party. Whatever you may think of the NDIS, these cuts go too far. They go too fast. They will cost too many jobs. They put at risk too many lives. Our responsibility as members of Parliament is to listen to the community. And in the brief window that the government deigned to give disabled people and our families to have our say, to speak about this bill that would shape and reshape their lives, we have spoken with a united voice. The verdict was unanimous. Evidence was taken from disabled people and our families, from healthcare professionals, from union members, from allied health professionals, doctors, service providers. And they sent a clear message. This bill must not pass. This bill must be withdrawn. This bill poses a threat to the lives and safety of disabled people. And so we call on the government today to listen. Withdraw this bill. Withdraw this bill. No parliament, no government should ever have the powers to shape the lives and livelihoods of people that this bill grants this government. The ability with a stroke of a pen to strip away the basic supports needed, to have a shower a couple of times a week, to go out into the sun once or twice a month, to keep your job, to go to the doctor, whether or not you have enough support work to enable you to get out of bed safely, to be able to help your kids get to school. This is something that no government should have the ability to strike away, to strip from people. Withdraw this bill. The Greens oppose it. Now, and the next vote, and the next vote, and the one after that. We will not stop, we will not bend or bow or break.
Thank you, Senator Steele-John. Your time has expired. Minister Gallagher.
I move that the question be put.
So the question is that the question be put. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. So I'm now putting the question. So the question is the motion as moved by Senator Steele-John be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is the suspension motion is moved by Senator Steele. John be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 29 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Senator Steele, John.
Thank you very much. President. I move the motion.
The procedural motion?
Yes.
So the question is the...
Sorry. Sorry. Let me, in fact, read the script in front of me. I move that... I move a motion in relation to the government's NDIS bill that it may be removed immediately and that this motion may have precedence over all other business and be determined without amendment.
Thank you, Senator Steele, John. So the question is the motion is moved by Senator Steele, John be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is the procedural motion as moved by Senator Steele, John be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 29 ayes and 25 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, President. I move the motion.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Steele-John, be agreed to. Did you want to speak? Thank you,
President.
Senator Steele-John.
Thank you. Thank you, President. This bill represents one of the cruelest acts perpetrated on a community by the Australian government. It is unfair, it is unjust, it is inhumane. From the moment it was introduced into the Parliament, the Greens have opposed it. We will continue to oppose it. We will continue to work day in, day out to see this bill withdrawn, to see it scrapped. That is our goal. That is our purpose. That is the work we are engaged in, and proudly we engage with that work alongside the disability community across this country, who are unanimous, who are united in their view that this bill must not proceed. Now, this Labor government believed that by forcing disabled people to attempt to pull together evidence, by only giving us 8 to 11 days to make submissions to the inquiry into this bill, they believed that they would prevent us and our organisations speaking clearly about this bill. Well, they could not have been more wrong. And I want to congratulate every single one of the over 4,500 people who, amid everything else, putting pressure on them, took the time to make submissions to the inquiry, who spoke with such clarity and courage in the face of this awful law. We heard such powerful evidence from so many people across 3 days of hearings about the harms that this would do to disabled people, the pressure it would place on families, the jobs it will cost across the economy, the businesses that will go to the wall because of this. And we heard about the risk to life. Again and again, people spoke in the clearest terms. They told us, if this law passes, people will die. People will die. We must listen. For no apology after the fact, no public statement by a government inquiry, no response to a royal commission, decades in the future, no compensation scheme will ever wipe away or deliver moral forgiveness to those who would vote for a bill that so clearly will do harm, will so clearly put people at risk. This is a moral question. This is about who we are as a society. The Australian community believes still in a fair go in justice, in support for those who are struggling. The community backs disabled people and our families and expects the government to do the same, not to cut the vital supports that we need, that we rely on, to go to work, to go to the doctor, to have a shower. They back the disability community. They have heard our call over decades. Nothing about us without us. They do not accept that any government should have the power to prescribe, to require, to demand or to mandate that before you could access a basic support under the NDIS, you'd have to prove you've done everything you can to cure yourself, that you've undergone all appropriate treatments to get rid of your disability before you can get support. The community think that is disgusting, particularly given the fact that the legislation in its current form contains no adequate safeguard whatsoever against a future government requiring that a disabled person undergo a restrictive practice before getting access to the scheme. We heard from the Commissioner for Disability Discrimination, Rosemary Caius. We heard from Women with a Disability Australia that the legislation as written would allow the government to require children to undergo medical treatments, to take medication, have to be forced to take medication before they can then access the NDIS. Now, the government, I'm sure, the ministers and the backbenchers are about to launch to their feet and talk to us about their intention. Well, I've got a very firm response to that on behalf of every single person that gave evidence on that question. We do not care about your intention. What matters is what the law would allow you or any future government to do. We will not, now or ever, place our rights and safety and liberty upon the safeguard of your intentions. Because for generation after generation, we have suffered at the hands of governments who have abused, who have exploited, who have violated and neglected us while claiming to have the best of intentions. So no, the fact that you do not intend to do one thing or another, that does not allay our concern. If these are your intentions, amend your bill. Or better yet, shred it. Shred it. And apologise to the communities who you have caused so much distress and so much fear. The Greens want this bill revoked, withdrawn, removed. And only the Greens have this clear and steadfast commitment. $241,000 people. That is how many will be kicked off the NDIS because of this bill. That is a staggering number. So many that it is easy to lose connection with the reality that behind each number is a human life, is a family, is a community. During the course of this inquiry, we heard so clearly the harms that it will do to so many. But I want to tell you about a couple that have come to me that were shared in the evidence and from the community members that have attended rallies and events and forums to try to persuade their representatives to do the right thing. I had a mum come up to me in Albany and talk to me about how the cuts that have already been made to her plan mean that she is losing the little function that she has to stand up because the NDIS, this government, has cut the support hours that she receives. And so instead of the 2 people required to enable her to transfer safely in and out of bed, there's only 1 person now, and she has to weight bear. That is wearing out her knees. She said to me, I'm in my middle age. The NDIS was meant to make sure this didn't get worse. And in the last year, I'm in more pain than I ever have been. This person is a mum to wonderful kids. She uses what little funding that she currently has through social and community participation supports, the very area of funding that this government wants to cut by 50%. She uses those supports to help her kids go to school. She does not know what she will do if this bill passes, because she's a single mum. She's it. She's the thing that sits between her kids and a life beyond imagining. She's struggling to make it work, to keep her head above water. She took her time on a Saturday night to come out and use some of those support hours to talk to me about what the legislation would mean for her. It meant so much to me that she did, and it is so inappropriate and so cruel that she had to. The life of a disabled person in Australia today is complicated. There are joys and struggles. There is success and failure, just like any other human life. And because of the discrimination that exists, because of the ableism that exists, often life is tough. Tougher than it would be for other people. And it's quite frankly sick that any government, any person in a position of power would seek to make that life harder, would seek to put more barriers in place. I spoke to another woman who works for Food Bank. I kid you not, this person in a power chair, she works 2 days a week at Food Bank, right in WA. I was there as part of a celebration of that fantastic organisation. She came up to me and talked about what the cuts would mean for her and what the cuts she's already experienced have required her to do. This person can't go out beyond her front door without a support worker to help her. And she had had her plan reviewed by the government, and her support hours had been cut, and so she had to make a choice. Did she want to keep working 2 days a week at Food Bank, or go out on the weekends? So she decided to give up her weekends to keep her job. If her plan is cut, if those hours are cut, if they are slashed savagely as this government intends, I don't know how she will keep that job. The inquiry heard over and over again what this will mean for disabled people. We also heard really clearly from the allied health professions, the physios, the occupational therapists, who do so much hard work to support disabled people, to ensure we get the right technologies and supports, to make sure that the chairs we sit in, the software we might need to utilise to be able to read a document works well for us. And those people, those professionals, all across the country, have banded together, have put their life's work on the line, have built small businesses in communities to provide people, particularly in small regional towns, with access to these services and supports. And these cuts will close their businesses. I heard from a allied health worker in Mount Lawley. She's built a very successful practice. But if these cuts go ahead, she's not sure what the future is for all of her workers and for her business. These cuts go too far, they go too fast. They put too many lives at risk. They will cost too many jobs. They are cruel. They are wrong. This bill must be withdrawn.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Senator. I call Minister.
Thanks very much. I rise to speak on Senator Steele-John's motion, and I observe that there are other senators in the chamber who wish to do so also. Senators, this government believes that the NDIS is one of Australia's great human rights achievements, and that is an achievement that was built on a collaboration between disabled people who advocated for themselves in partnership with unions, with disability organisations, and ultimately with parliamentarians. And Labor is proud of the role that we played in establishing this scheme, and we're proud of the contribution that it makes. It is a scheme that is unparalleled internationally. It exceeds what is on offer in any other jurisdiction. And that is something that we are proud of on the Labor side, that I think the Parliament is proud of, and that I agree that the Australian public is proud of. Serious social policy involves looking at programs and understanding where their strengths are, but also where there are weaknesses. And I think more than a decade in, we should understand that the NDIS is in no measure perfect. There are very significant challenges that threaten the sustainability of this scheme and its social licence. The scheme is growing too fast, and it is already much larger than was ever anticipated when designed. It is distorting other parts of the care economy. It doesn't always provide high-quality supports to participants, and we hear stories about this over and over again. There is too much fraud in the system, too many people who think that they can take advantage of people with disability. And the way that the scheme is designed is making it harder for us to get spending under control. Current projections are that without an intervention, the scheme will cost $100 billion per year by the middle of the next decade. Senator Steele-John spoke about this being a moral question. He spoke about human rights. And I agree that almost all questions that come before us in this Parliament have a moral and an ethical dimension. And if we are serious about our ethical obligations to people with disability, we must always also be serious about the program design and whether or not it is likely to be sustainable in the future, and whether it is designed in a way that it will maintain support from the broader Australian community. Because a right that cannot be sustained is a right denied. And it's on this basis that the government is looking carefully at the scheme and looking at what would be required to sustain this scheme into the future. It's on this basis that we've proposed reforms to tackle fraud, to finally make clear who is eligible for the scheme, to reinvest in the social supports outside the scheme which have withered away and left the scheme the only lifeboat in the ocean, and to deal with runaway costs. Because the scheme must be sustainable in all of its dimensions, including its fiscal impacts. And I want to reassure people, because a lot of quite frightening things have been put by public figures in recent weeks. After our reforms, the NDIS will still be the second largest social program in Australia outside of the aged pension, larger than Medicare, larger than the PBS, larger than aged care. It will continue to be the most comprehensive suite of supports for people with disability anywhere in the OECD. It will continue to grow each year. It's projected that the NDIS will grow at an average of around 2% over the next 4 years and 5% over the medium term. Under our plan, and I reiterate this, the NDIS will grow. It will continue to grow, but instead of costing more than $70 billion in 2030, taxpayers will spend $55 billion. Now, it is incumbent on those who make the case for no change, for those who argue that the status quo is fine, to explain why they think this is fine, why they think this is sustainable, whether they think the Australian public will continue to support a scheme that is growing at this rate. When we came to government, it was growing at 22% per year. The changes that we made in 2024, which Senator Steele-John opposed in much the same terms as he opposes these changes, have reduced that rate of growth to somewhere between 10 and 11% per year. But that far outstrips the level of growth that we would ordinarily see in any mature social program. And the reason that we see this growth is because of some design features of the scheme that need to be addressed. Any social program needs clear boundaries about who it is intended to benefit. Any social program needs clear boundaries about the kinds of supports that will be available to beneficiaries. These are not presently features of this scheme. And as a consequence of that, we see the runaway costs that I've already described. And we don't believe this is sustainable. We want an NDIS that is here for the long term. In a decade's time, there will be a little boy born or a little girl born, and they will have a significant and permanent disability. And I want that child to access the NDIS. I want that child's family to access the NDIS. I want that child's community to know that they will be supported. But achieving that means dealing with the very real pressures and challenges on the scheme as it is. And the approach adopted by the Greens in the motion that they have before us is to not deny that any of these challenges exist. They propose no solutions, no alternatives, no way to render the scheme sustainable, no way to render it safe, no improvements to integrity. Simply opposition for its own sake. And I do not believe that that is an ethical way to approach a scheme with the significance of this scheme to the Australian public. I want to address specifically a couple of the reforms that Senator Steele-John referred to in his remarks. In particular, the decisions that we propose in relation to access. As I said, every social program needs clear guidelines for who the scheme is intended to benefit, and that hasn't been the case in the past, and it's seen the number of participants grow well beyond what was ever imagined in the original design. This scheme was always intended for people with permanent and significant disability. There are approximately 5.5 million Australians living with disability. Around 3.2 million of those Australians are under the age of 65. At the moment, 740,000 people are on the NDIS. It is already the case that not every person with disability participates in the NDIS. And what that implies is that we need a strong system of support outside of the scheme for all of those people who live with disability and need assistance, but who are not eligible to participate in the NDIS. And it's on that basis that the government, working with the states and territories, intends to invest $10 billion into supports outside the scheme. We've already agreed the profile for $4 billion of that expenditure, the Thriving Kids program, and states and territories, as we speak, are procuring the services, putting in place the arrangements to support families of children with low to moderate support needs who have developmental delay or autism. We can do more. Once upon a time, there was an ecosystem of supports outside of the NDIS, and since the introduction of the NDIS, those supports have been allowed to wither away. We don't think that that is right. We want all Australians living with disability to be able to access the supports that they need. This also means clarifying who the scheme is intended to support. What is the definition of significant and permanent disability? We know that this isn't an easy question to answer, what we propose is to establish a technical advisory group, a group of people with deep expertise in these areas who can consult and work with people with disability to provide advice to the government about how we would assess functional capacity and what threshold they would suggest to us for permanent and significant disability. And over time, people with high functional capacity, with treatable impairments, or people who are eligible to receive services from other systems may no longer be eligible for the scheme. We want to be upfront about this. These people will access more appropriate alternative support systems for their ongoing support. People will be required to engage in all appropriate treatment, medically appropriate treatment. Restrictive practices are not medically appropriate treatment. And the government will seek advice again from the Technical Advisory Group about the way that we approach this. No changes to access will occur until January 2028, giving us time to work through these questions with the disabled community, giving us time to seek advice, giving us time to test these proposals and giving us time to work with the states and territories to put in place additional supports outside the scheme. I want to speak to, in the time remaining, to the social and community participation budget. The current way that the NDIS funds and supports social and community participation has meant that programs that once afforded real opportunity for connection, real opportunity for engagement, real involvement with a local community have been scaled back, and a heavy reliance on individualised supports has seen the volume of community access and therapy supports grown considerably. Spending in just this area has tripled in 5 years. Spending on community access supports costs around $12 billion a year at the moment, the same as what we spend on the entire pharmaceutical benefits scheme. We know that the changes we propose will have an impact on people with disability, but we have thought carefully about the fairest and safest way to make changes to deal with these runaway costs. We will reset the total budget for social and community participation back to where it was last year and prevent further runaway growth. And the average spend by participants will go back to where it was in 2023. So the average planned spend this year is around $31,000. We anticipate under these changes it will go to $26,000 per year, back to where it was in 2023. Claims that these supports are being removed entirely are wrong. They are false. People should not repeat them because they put fear unnecessarily into the lives of people with disability and their families. We accept that the change will have an impact, but the suggestion that all supports are being removed is wrong. It is entirely wrong. Social and community participation will continue to be a feature of the NDIS. It will continue to be funded. It will continue to be. We will see people spend at around the same level as they were spending in 2023. I want to conclude by speaking about fraud, because another falsity that is being repeated over and over again by some people in this place and in the other place is that the reforms do not deal with fraud. Well, let me tell you, since coming to government, we have invested over $1.35 billion in tackling fraud and non-compliant claiming. There is $800 million in this budget to do the same. Schedule 2 of the bill is the longest schedule of all of the schedules in the bill, and it's the schedule titled Fraud Measures. At the same time, we are investing in mandatory registration for a far wider group of support providers than has ever been the case under the previous government. We expect that when our reforms are in place, around 90% of claiming will be through registered providers, giving people assurance and confidence about how those funds are being spent. These reforms are designed to improve participant safety and to improve the value for money for the community overall, because every dollar taken from a person with disability by a fraudster is money that is taken away from where it should be spent. We cannot tolerate this. It is a key focus for me, it is a key focus for the government. I say to senators that we should consider this bill carefully, of course we should. Reform requires careful thought, and it requires thought about the beneficiaries of these programs now and into the future. I am absolutely determined to deliver an NDIS that is sustainable now and for the long term.
Thank you, Minister. I call Senator Kavassi.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I thank Senator Steele-John for all of his work on the NDIS, particularly work we've done together both in committees on community affairs and in the last couple of weeks on this legislation. I challenge anybody that sat through any of those hearings to not be affected by that evidence. I challenge them to suggest that this legislation as it stands is acceptable to the community, to the people, to the participants, to the Australians that rely on it for their very lives, to ask them whether they think it's fit for purpose, to believe them when they say they are afraid of what this will mean for them, to actually believe them, which I do, when they say they are afraid they will die. It is not very easy to sit in a room, whether you're there in person or remotely, and hear somebody tell you, I am afraid that I will die if this legislation passes. Why am I here if not to listen to those people? Why are we here if we are not going to hear the voices of Australians who are directly impacted, and we are going to go ahead and do what we've designed because we think we know best? That's why people in this country are angry with us. That's why we have politics of grievance in this country, because we are not listening to the voices of the people that are impacted by the things that we are doing. And it is time for that to change. Disabled Australians are paying the price for the failures of this government in relation to the NDIS. Disabled Australians are paying the price for the complexity of the scheme. Disabled Australians are paying the price for the inability of the NDIA to manage the behemoth of a scheme that it's become. They just can't do it. It's too hard, it's too big, there are too many moving parts. And disabled Australians are paying the price for the intentional fraud that targets them. So these are absolutely all problems that must be fixed. But why is it that disabled Australians are the ones that will be carrying the burden of this? That to me is unacceptable. The Minister has spoken about the fraud, and she has commented that there is too much fraud. I agree with that. Not only have I spent a couple of days on the inquiry in relation to this bill, I sit on the Joint Standing Committee into the NDIS, and we have heard from the Fraud Fusion Task Force, from the NDIA, from the Quality and Safeguards Commissioner, from the AFP, from the ATO, you name it. We've heard from them, and guess what they have told us? That they can't quantify the amount of fraud. They don't know how much it is. They call it integrity leakage because they actually can't segment how much of it is intentional fraud versus how much is operational or administrative error, which is people making mistakes. How much is system error? An example that somebody gave me was I had to upload my invoices and my claim. I uploaded them both. There was a system failure. Only one invoice was successfully received by the NDIS, even though they uploaded both. That is captured as fraud. That is captured as integrity leakage and counted in the whole bucket of fraud. That's not fraud. We need to know exactly how much of this is intentional and how much of it is to do with the fact that the system is so burdensome and difficult to manoeuvre for participants and for providers. The Fraud Fusion Task Force told me in multiple hearings that international organised crime has targeted the NDIS. That's a fact. That's not something that we're assuming. It's not something that we've concocted to frighten people. It is a reality. And we are having a great deal of trouble managing that. So surely we should put the resources into the appropriate mechanisms so that we can actually be clear about what that fraud is, so that we are not frightening disabled Australians if they make an error or if there is a system problem that they are then not pointed to as being part of this fraudulent cohort which is called integrity leakage. We need to be very, very careful about what we are doing here. And it concerns me that we haven't had the appropriate scrutiny of this legislation. Our shadow minister in this space, Melissa McIntosh, has repeatedly called for a 6-month inquiry. I don't understand why we can't have that. Why can't we actually properly listen to all of the stakeholders, the people that have the information that we need, and then make our decisions together? That is what Australians expect of us. I'm going to read to you from some additional comments from a report into the NDIS that we published in March. Coalition members are concerned that the government and the National Disability Insurance Agency have been unable to clearly quantify the scale of fraud within the scheme. Without a clearer understanding of the magnitude of fraud and non-compliance, it is difficult for policymakers and the public to assess whether current enforcement measures are adequate. If we are going to target something, we need to know how much of it there is. We need to know what to target and where. Robust integrity systems are critical not only to protecting taxpayer funds, but also to protecting NDIS participants from exploitation by unscrupulous providers and from other bad actors. This is a report that we tabled in March. These are the basic fundamentals that the government should have been looking at in developing this legislation, and they haven't. Instead, it's the packages of the disabled Australians that are being primarily impacted. And I noted the Minister also spoke about registration, and the Fraud Fusion Task Force spoke to me about the importance of registration in enabling them to identify the different providers in the market. And I do understand that. But one of the reasons that many providers don't register is because it is complex and costly. I've been told numbers between $10,000 and $15,000 for the paperwork to register. If you are a physiotherapist in a regional town that may have 2 clients on the NDIS, it's not feasible for you to do that. But you are a professional that has qualifications. You're an allied health professional, and you need to go through this process, the same process perhaps that someone that's doing some domestic duties for a participant goes through that doesn't have any credentials or qualifications. Why are we setting the same standard here? Why can't we have a fast-tracked, for example, enrolment process for people that have qualifications, whether they're a physiotherapist, a speech pathologist, or some other professional? Why haven't we looked at that? Why are we once again in this chamber looking at a one-size-fits-all approach to solve problems? It doesn't work. No 2 people living with disability in Australia have the same problem and the same need. Everyone's needs are different. And some of these changes particularly impact people in regional and remote communities where there are what we call thin markets. Markets where there are not enough providers already. And what does that mean if we drive them out with some of these changes? That means that a disabled person living in a regional community can't access services in that community. If they need to see a physiotherapist, they can't see that physiotherapist in their town because that physiotherapist just can't afford to operate under the NDIS. So they're going to have to travel an hour or an hour and a half to go see their physiotherapist. But guess what happens then? Then there are transport costs to get them to go see that physiotherapist, to go all that way and then to come back. Again, these are these unintended consequences of the impacts of some of these changes. And potentially there are ways to solve these, but we don't know because there hasn't been the adequate consultation, there hasn't been the adequate time in order to deal with these issues. And there should be. There absolutely should be. Another element that people have spoken to me about consistently in relation to this legislation is in regard to the ministerial powers. I fail to understand how a Minister of Government is going to be able to determine how any particular Australian living with disability is going to have their needs best met. I don't get that. And in particular, if I go back to fraud, the Minister today, currently, does not know how much actual intentional fraud there is in the NDIS. Yet that same Minister is going to make a determination about what someone's plan should look like, or they'll have the power to. Is that right? That doesn't sound right to me. I don't understand what we are doing here if we are not going to listen to the people who are experts in this space. There is a significant burden on all of us here to ensure that this legislation, if and when it passes, doesn't look like it does today. There need to be changes to this legislation, and those changes need to take into account the impacts, the devastating impacts on disabled people, their families, their carers, and their communities. And again, I talk to the fact that people are afraid. There was one moment in one of the hearings where someone made a comment that we shouldn't be, whipping up fear. This isn't about anybody whipping up fear. People are genuinely afraid. There were people in those hearings that wept in front of us because they were so afraid. I have received emails and messages from parents, from carers, from family members who are afraid. I've received messages from people who are good quality providers who are afraid they'll need to close down because they will not be able to afford to operate within the constraints of this system. And I'm going to read to you a message from one of those individuals. The Labor government's legislation before the Senate is the cornerstone of their proposed budget, a bill that diminishes the basic human rights of the most vulnerable people in our communities. Over the years, I've seen many people fight the NDIS for access, for basic supports, for a holistic approach to their disability needs. This government has allowed syndicated fraudsters to operate successfully, but have framed providers in the media operating in good faith as ripping off Australian taxpayers. It costs more to be compliant, yet anyone can offer services and get paid by the government with no accountability for what they are providing. This government closed down all state-funded programs, making the NDIS the only lifeboat in the ocean. They closed down important mental health programs, made us transition all of our clients to the NDIS, and now the very cohort they want to kick off the scheme, and will when the bill is passed. I'm not saying the NDIS doesn't need to change. Maria, look back at the Disability Royal Commission and the NDIS review recommendations. This bill completely ignores it all. It places vulnerable people in an untenable position. It places good faith providers and their amazing staff on their knees. I am disgusted that we are going to sell the rights of people with a disability to the Australian population. How can you not read that and be impacted? These are clearly people who know what is going to happen and know what the impacts of these changes are going to be. We need to listen to them, and we need to understand what is and isn't workable in this legislation, and we cannot ram it through without considering those elements, and we cannot ram it through without appropriate amendments to ensure that the very people that it was designed to protect are actually protected and not harmed in its implementation.
Thank you, Senator. I call Senator Waters.
Very much, Acting Deputy President. I am so proud that the first action the Greens have taken in this parliamentary fortnight before the winter break is to move to get rid of this cruel, inhumane bill that would cut over 240,000 people off life-giving support. I'd like to pay tribute to Senator Steele-John, who is such a staunch advocate for the disability community and who enriches our Greens team with his every contribution. Also want to thank the work that his team has done on this issue. This is an issue that touches Jordan and every single person with a disability in this community and their families. It touches them all, and in fact it goes to what is the Australian character. And it breaks my heart that this government has chosen in their most recent budget to punish and to cut support from 240,000 Australians because they don't have the courage to raise revenue from taxing export gas, or from cancelling AUKUS, or from properly cracking down on property investor tax perks that have turbocharged housing inequality. Instead, they make the active decision to punch down on the most vulnerable in our community as some kind of revenue source. It is disgusting that this government sees disabled people as a means of raising revenue when they're letting the gas export companies, the huge submarine builders and the wealthy property investors off scot-free. Shame on you. And we are moving this morning to get rid of this foul, cruel bill, and with everything we've got, we will resist you ramming it through this parliament. Now, I note the Liberal Party have spoken of their concerns about this bill. We'll follow through and vote against it. Don't team up with the government to ram these cuts through. Your rhetoric is sounding positive, so please do not vote for this cruel bill. And I call upon the government to withdraw this bill. That's what this motion is about. Stop punching down on Australians who need this life-giving support. Find other ways of raising revenue. You've got any number of them that you could use if you actually wanted to take on the 1% and the big corporations who are ripping us all off. Change tack. Now, we saw in the inquiry into this bill that Senator Steele-John and other colleagues in this place participated in just last week, the true inhumane impact of these cuts. And we heard gut-wrenching testimony of what this bill would do to over 240,000 people and their families and the people that love them. It would condemn people to effectively permanent lockdown in their homes with the removal of those supports to leave the house. Whether or not it's to go to work, whether or not it's to go to the doctor, or whether or not it's to have some valuable social connection. These cuts would mean that that support would be removed, condemning disabled people to be stuck in their homes. No other Australian is condemned to that now that we're out of COVID lockdown. Why should the disability community be condemned to that? Because this government doesn't have the guts to tax export gas. Now, some of the other changes this bill proposes were that people with a permanent disability need to prove that they've got a permanent disability. Well, newsflash, folks, permanent disabilities are permanent disabilities. I'm afraid cerebral palsy doesn't just go away. You wake up the next morning and you're not suffering from that. That is not how it works. And the fact that this bill would require people with a permanent disability to reprove that, to use their own time and resources and limited financial means and emotional bandwidth to go through that ridiculous process to prove they have a permanent disability is just an insult. It is a ridiculous waste of resources and it is an insult. Now, every single witness on this bill, and particularly those with lived experience, said that you cannot fix this bill. It should not pass in its current form. It is not fixable. Get rid of it. Stop punching down. And the Greens are right alongside every single person saying that. We hear the pleas from the disability community to not raise revenue off the back of them, to not use punishment and cruelty against them to try to shore up some budget issue that you've got because you're buying too many buying too many second-hand submarines from Donald Trump and don't want to take on wealthy property investors and definitely don't want to take on the 1 in 3 big corporations that pays no tax, including the wealthy gas export companies who are fleecing us all. This bill is an absolute dog and it cannot be fixed, and the Greens will use everything that we've got to get rid of it. It needs more inquiry, but really, fire the whole thing into the sun. Is this really the sort of nation that this government wants us to be? A nation where the 1% and the big corporations can continue to not pay their fair share of tax, where we continue to buy weapons of war from a madman that will not make us safer and that we probably won't get anyway, and where we bake in housing inequality by letting existing property investors keep all of their perks and instead choose to raise revenue from the most vulnerable and needy people in our community, who we said we would stand by as Australians when this NDIS framework was first introduced. Something that makes Australians proud, that we support each other and that we value humanity enough to invest in people in our communities, in disabled people in our communities. That's the kind of Australia that the Greens back in, a community where people are looked after and have their needs met, and where we raise revenue from the 1% and the big corporations who aren't paying their fair share, rather than raising it from ordinary people and from raising it off the back of disabled people. For shame, this Labor government is showing with every decision that it doesn't have the guts to take on the wealth inequality in this country, that it's not going to stand up to the billionaires and the big corporations. Instead, it's going to punch down on disabled people. It's not going to fix the housing crisis. It's not going to properly fund frontline domestic and family violence services. It is making all of the wrong moral choices. And the message that it's sending to Australians is, we don't care about you, we don't work for you, we work for our political donors, and we work for those big corporations that donate to our political parties, and we work for the same billionaires that are boosting the hatred and racism that we see from other quarters of this chamber. I'll note that the Labor Party and Pauline Hanson's party, or should I say Gina Rinehart's One Nation party, are the ones that opposed this motion. They sat together and wanted us to just crack on with other business. They didn't want us to be talking about the real impacts of this NDIS cut bill, because they support these cuts. So here we have the government sitting with Pauline Hanson / Gina Rinehart's One Nation, both happy to make savings off the back of the disability community, both taking money from the same billionaires and the same big corporations, I might add, both happy to boost for the existing system that sees wealth inequality get worse, now happy to punch down on disabled people and their families and people who love them. Well, let the record show that when you embolden that kind of rhetoric, then you're going to have to live with the consequences of that. The Greens are proud that every single day we will stand up and fight against these cuts, and we will always fight for a fairer economy that actually puts people first and that says that billionaires and big corporations and weapons of war and property investor tax perks, that's where we should be looking to raise revenue, not from ordinary people, not from Australians working hard, just trying to make ends meet, working harder than they ever had, and not even getting ahead We've got a huge homelessness problem. We've got a huge problem with housing inaffordability. We've got underfunded schools and hospitals. We've got fossil fuel subsidies going out to coal and gas and oil when we should be having solar and battery on every single roof to both tackle the climate crisis and keep people's bills down. We could actually have a system that works for ordinary Australians. That's what a representative democracy is meant to be delivering. Instead, we see the government wimping out on all of those important decisions, not raising revenue from those who can afford to pay, but instead choosing to make almost $40 billion of savings off the back of people with a disability. The government should be ashamed of themselves, and they should be withdrawing this bill at the earliest opportunity, and the Greens will not stop pushing for that outcome. With every day, we will keep fighting these cuts because we proudly stand and roll and hang alongside people with disabilities, and we think they are worth it. We think all Australians are worth it. We are worth investing in. Our communities matter. People matter. Billionaires and big corporations, they don't matter to us. People matter to us. So I urge the government to withdraw this foul bill that is so un-Australian, that punches down so cruelly on a community that deserves our love and our support, and who want to contribute strongly to the workplace where they're enabled to do so. This bill will stop disabled people being able to get to work, and yet you're going to blame them for not working, probably, in the same breath. What an irony. I urge the Liberal Party to follow through on some of the positive rhetoric that you've espoused around this bill and actually vote against these cuts. We could stop this bill. We just need you to vote against it. And if you won't vote against it, we need the government to withdraw it. But we're not going to stop shining a light on the cruelty of these cuts. And I'm so proud that we are doing so. And again, I want to commend Senator Steele-John for having the courage and the determination to never back down when it comes to fighting for his community. And we share that regard and that love for the disability community, and we've got your back.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. The NDIS has transformed so many lives. It's brought people out of their homes and into society. As the Minister said a little bit earlier, the NDIS is one of Australia's greatest human rights achievements. The government has brought forward a bill that has deeply distressed the disability community. Over 100 people with disability and their families and their carers and their clinicians attended a community town hall I hosted last month, and I heard overwhelmingly that people support reform. People want reform. We all share in the benefits of an NDIS that is sustainable, that is well governed, that is protecting against fraud and exploitation, and that gives people with disability autonomy in their own life and equality of opportunity. Ask anyone on the NDIS whether they think that the NDIS could be reformed and could save money, and they will likely tell you yes. And this came up time and time again at the town hall I hosted, where people said, if you want to see savings, I can show you where you can make savings. What the Senate has in front of us is a bill that represents the largest change to NDIS since it was introduced. These are difficult reforms. As Senator Kovacic said a little earlier, people are genuinely afraid. The Minister is right to say that the sustainability of the scheme is necessary to ensure that it can be available in the future, to ensure that it does maintain its social licence. And that significant work is needed to rebuild structures outside of the NDIS for people with disability, such as in our health system, which is rapidly becoming unaffordable for many people in communities we represent. And I think the Minister is also right in saying that we need to deal with fraud. That is a matter we should treat very seriously. Each dollar defrauded is a dollar from someone with a disability to obtain the services they need. But what this discussion papers over is the very serious cuts to social and community participation that the government is putting forward. The bill gives unprecedented power to the ministers to cut everyone's personal, social and community participation benefits by up to 99%. And they can start doing that the day after the bill is passed. Almost no safeguards. And it's actually not limited to social and community participation. It gives the ministers the power to cut people's funding for activities of daily living. That is the funding that helps people to have a shower, to prepare meals, to literally live and breathe. Now the government has said that they don't intend to cut activities of daily living, but that being the case, why do they want the power to do so? If you say that you're not going to do something, you don't need that power, then why give it to yourselves, and not just yourselves, but any future minister? It's important for us to consider the importance of social and community participation funding. This is funding that helps people leave the house, to go to work, to be part of the world. And that is what the NDIS was set up to do. It was never supposed to be a scheme to provide the bare minimum necessary to just keep people alive. It was a scheme that was supposed to allow people to be part of society, a society that we all enjoy here in this chamber. But importantly, and this is critical, social and community participation stops isolation, which we know can be deadly. The Royal Commission told us that when people with disability are isolated, they are vulnerable to abuse, to neglect, and to exploitation. And I want to read out a part of the submission by Women with Disability Australia to this inquiry, and the truly tragic case of Anne-Marie Smith, a woman who lived with cerebral palsy in South Australia who died from criminal neglect. Anne-Marie Smith's death shows why community participation is a safety issue. She had cerebral palsy, lived alone, received NDIS-funded care, and had very limited contact outside one closed support relationship. Police said she had been left in the same chair day and night, was malnourished, in septic shock, and died in circumstances described as likely preventable. Isolation was identified as a central risk factor, with advocates stating that safeguarding requires multiple eyes and multiple people in a person's life. The Disability Royal Commission examined what had been learnt since her death and stated that individual cases must identify the policy and regulatory issues needed to give practical effect to Australia's human rights obligations, reducing social, civic and community participation supports, risks cutting away the regular contact, visibility and informal safeguards that help people be seen, known and able to report harm. For women with disability who already experience high rates of violence, these cuts risk deepening isolation and worsening conditions where violence, abuse, neglect and exploitation are hidden. And this is what we have to grapple with in this bill that the government has brought forward. And every single person who came to the inquiry told us, if you cut social and community participation budgets indiscriminately without ever considering someone's personal circumstances, you will leave people in unsafe situations. It seems like from the committee process and what we've been able to get out of the government and the department, that the government has essentially sought to make savings and retrofitted some sort of policy around that. And clearly there wasn't an understanding of what a 50% cut to social and community participation would mean for participants on the NDIS. If you take, for example, people with Down syndrome, these cuts to social, civic and community participation will mean that many of them will lose their employment. It seems like the government and the department weren't actually aware that Australians with Down syndrome use a big chunk of that funding to get to work, to participate in society, to feel valued, to feel like they are contributing, that they're part of a team, something bigger than themselves. And yet we're told at the Senate inquiry, well, this won't have an impact on employment for people with Down syndrome. And yet you talk to people with Down syndrome, you talk to Down Syndrome Australia, Down Syndrome ACT, they say, of course it will. Of course it will. A big chunk of that bucket of money is used for the supports that enable people to get to work and to stay at work. Big reforms like this deserve considered scrutiny. I absolutely support calls for this inquiry to be extended. There is much for us to look at. We need to give people more time to provide feedback, and I think really critically, and what became almost farcical through the Senate inquiry, was the timing which states and territories presented their submission. On the morning of the final day of hearings, and they basically said, listen, we have no idea what supports we're going to have to provide to who and when. How can the Senate be considering a bill when we're told that, don't worry, there will be alternative supports provided by states and territories, most of whom have very serious budget issues, look no further than here in the ACT, and we're meant to just believe that somehow when there's very states and territories that will provide these supports are saying, hey, we don't even know what we're meant to be doing. This requires far more scrutiny, and I urge the Senate to ensure that we're doing our job and scrutinising this bill, looking at the intended and unintended consequences, and I really welcome this debate in the Senate. This will impact the lives of hundreds of Australians, hundreds of thousands of Australians, and it is very right that we take the time to debate it and to push the government to allow more scrutiny. There's been a very worrying trend lately where we're seeing bills being rammed through this place with little scrutiny and the Senate not actually able to do their job.
Senator Little.
Well, thank you for bringing this motion to the chamber, Senator Steele. John, I sat with you for 2 of the 3 days where we heard people talk about some of the flaws in this legislation, and it just clearly should not have come into this place in the shape that it is in right now. 2 days of inquiries that I heard of the 3, really sad testimony from people who are worried, concerned, bringing very, very valid examples of why this legislation needs a rethink, why it's so bad that they don't trust the government to get this right. They want to see the detail, they want to know how it's going to impact them, and they also want to say in exactly what is planned. You're right to say that it was completely friendless. Like you, I didn't hear many witnesses at all saying they would pass it in its current form, and encouraged senators in this place to not pass it. Those watching the hearing would be left in no doubt that participants in the scheme want the scheme to be sustainable. They want the support to go to those people who need it most. You know, I was asked on the weekend by someone who's going to be courageous enough to make the changes to the scheme that mean that it's sustainable. And I said, if you listened like I did to the testimony, the people who want this scheme to be successful, who want it to be sustainable, who want it to work, are the families and the participants of the scheme itself and those people that provide the services to them. What was missing from the commentary and the evidence was a commitment to go after the obvious fraud. I think over the couple of days of hearing I saw some items in local papers about significant charges being laid against people for fraud of the NDIS. And where there is fraud of the NDIS, the people impacted are the taxpayers, are the participants themselves, are the providers. This isn't about most providers are doing the right thing. They care about the participants they work with. They want them to live the best lives they can. But there are providers that are doing the wrong thing. We've heard in the inquiry into the integrity of the NDIS from the Australian Federal Police, from the Tax Office, from other agencies whose job it is to detect fraud, of organised crime, of people who are deliberately targeting vulnerable people to exploit them. And I didn't certainly see enough of that in this legislation to give me confidence that's what will make the greatest effect. The government's own modelling shows they want to remove 241,000 people from the NDIS by 2031, but they couldn't tell us who they are or where they are from. It's just an arbitrary number. We were asking, well, is that in regional remote areas where there are currently thin markets? Didn't get the answer to that question. Let me give you an example that I became aware of. And I wrote to Senator McAllister, I wrote to Minister Mark Butler about a devastating impact of recent changes to the NDIS related specifically to health impacts for residents living with Mercado-Joseph disease on Groote Island in the Northern Territory. In the NDIS annual pricing review schedule, what the Australian Physiotherapists Association told us was of the devastating impact of those changes on service provision for those people. They said services in that area are already limited, and now they couldn't provide services at all. Checking that, I spoke to the community itself, and they said they understand they live in a remote area and they live in thin markets, but this was having a significant impact on them. I haven't yet got a response to that letter. Groote Island has the highest known prevalence of MJD per capita globally, which causes progressive loss of mobility, speech and independence. They can't wait for a bureaucracy to find the answers. We heard from participants over and over again and their families that there was a void in information about these changes. Well, imagine what it's like for those people in thin markets where they're relying on people they've built a strong relationship with to provide services. I asked that the ministers give urgent attention to that matter and provide me with advice, provide the community administrators that run those communities and service providers with that advice. I can hold my breath, but sadly, others can't. And I still haven't got an answer to this one. The NDIS not just provides support, but also opportunity, independence, dignity. It is the chance to work, it's the chance to participate and to access support that people need without feeling like they're a burden on the people they love. It is meant to provide hope for the future. Now, I've been contacted directly by people in South Australia who talk about their real fear about this, what this will mean, not just for the participants, but for their families. And what they're saying is, not only we don't understand what's going on here, we need all the detail, but there hasn't been an appropriate level of consultation. It seems like there's just been an arbitrary pen that was struck to find a number the government needed to hit to reach its bottom line. It's laziness. It's policy laziness. That's what it is. It was writ large in the consultations. What they told us constantly throughout these consultations, and when I say they, I mean people with disabilities, they said they felt invisible, they felt unheard, and they felt like they were being reduced to a line item in the Albanese government's budget papers. Well, no wonder they felt like that. While this government shuffles Treasury spreadsheets to fill its near $1 trillion deficit and to make it look more manageable, it's the most vulnerable Australians who are left wondering why it is them that are paying the price for Labor's inability to control its spending. There is no denial that the NDIS has grown far beyond what was originally expected when it was established 13 years ago. It was a scheme designed to support around 410,000 Australians, but it's now supporting 760,000 people and growing at around 10% a year. It was originally expected to cost $13.6 billion and is now approaching $50 billion a year and projected to blow out to around $70 billion by the end of the decade. This is the NDIS that Labor built. This is their third attempt to rein in the scheme, to rein in that growth, and to protect participants from bad actors. On all of those measures, they have failed. In August 2023, Labor promised growth would be reduced to 8%. They failed on that measure. Then in January this year, despite growing that target, they pledged to reduce growth even further, 5 to 6%. Well, guess what? They failed again. Now, just a few months later, and with no achievements under their belt, there's a pledge to reduce it by just 2%. I want to be clear, the Coalition support for this scheme remains unwavering. We believe the scheme must be there for Australians with significant and permanent disability, exactly as it was intended, but the integrity of the very scheme that we're talking about here is weak. Criminals know the guardrails are weak and the fences meant to protect them are flimsy. With Australians hearing the stories daily, day in, day out, the NDIS has lost its social licence that it once had. This government is in charge. It's been in charge for more than 4 years. It's their job to find the answers. It's not their job to bring legislation like this into the Parliament that has not only failed to convince the people it is there to support, but fails to convince ordinary Australians who are quite happy to pay for it. But they're not happy to pay for the fraudsters, they're not happy to pay for the criminals, and they're the people that we need to go after. They're not happy to pay for the red tape, the bureaucracy. That means that money is not spent where it's intended. We heard of people needing to get reassessments for profound, lifelong, incurable disability. Well, what a waste of money. I don't even have to work in the sector to realise that. I mean, what's the saving if you actually reduce the potential to do, or the requirement rather, not the potential, to do that? It would make a huge difference. This bill is a substantial bill. It provides for significant change to the scheme. That's why it needs more consideration. That's why it needs more time. And I think from hearing all of the submissions and the witnesses' testimonies, I'm certainly convinced it could be much better. Much better in making the scheme more sustainable, much better in addressing the fraud that is plaguing it. You know, one of the most concerning parts of the witness testimonies that I heard was about the impact on community supports. You know, you could see the fear in people's voices, you could hear it, you could see it. They were concerned about becoming invisible, about not doing the things in life that we take for granted, not having the ability to participate in the things that we take for granted. That was the thing that caused the most anxiety for participants and their families. Community supports is critical. We heard earlier about the concern about the impact of removing community supports on jobs. If people can work, they should work. It might not be in the same way that I can work or that someone else can work, but if they want to be able to contribute, work, volunteer, do things out in our communities, then they should be able to do that. But to make an arbitrary cut across every single participant to the ability to do that, well, I was left scratching my head, thinking, how is that right? There's not even a suitable explanation to explain how this legislation got to that point. But meanwhile, dodgy operators, they continue slipping through those cracks, while legitimate providers are buried in paperwork, bureaucracy, compliance and red tape. Not just those providers, the participants are bogged down in this, their families are bogged down in this. What they want to focus on is improving the lives of the people they love. It's a simple request. You'd think it wouldn't be that hard. The scheme must be sustainable for the future to continue supporting those Australians with significant and permanent disability for generations to come. There were very few people that I heard that wouldn't agree with that sentiment. There is much opportunity to address its cost, to make it more sustainable, but the way Labor is presenting it is not the way to do that. The inquiry should be extended and this bill should not be presented.
Thank you. Senator Allman-Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President, and I rise to support the motion put forward by my colleague Senator Steele-John. And I want to associate myself with the colleagues with the statements made by Senator Steele-John and Senator Waters. Within less than a fortnight of this bill being introduced into the Parliament, people with a disability around the country mobilised to tell the government that this is not the way to be caring and supporting for people with a disability in our community. And it would appear that the government isn't listening, because if it was, it would have withdrawn this bill and engaged in a true process of co-design with people with a disability, their families, advocates and other stakeholders to come up with something that was not this. This is a bill that is designed to do one thing: to make budget savings now and to continue to make budget savings in the future off the back of people who need support. And this is a pattern that we are seeing from this Labor government. We've seen it in aged care, using the argument that they're implementing the recommendations of a Royal Commission to in fact make the system worse for older people, making them pay more so that many of them can't afford care, tying them up in assessments and bureaucracy that means they either wait years or they die before they ever receive it. Just at the weekend, I was talking to some older people in a workshop, and one of them said to me, "We feel like they just want us to die because then they won't have to pay for us." And it's hard not to wonder whether that is in fact the case, because the same thing is going to happen here with the changes to the National Disability Insurance Scheme. There are people who are going to die as a consequence of these changes. Removing social supports for people arbitrarily can have catastrophic consequences for people. Not that long ago we had COVID lockdowns, and so many people were saying that they were going stir-crazy locked in their houses, and when would they end? Well, this bill will consign some people with a disability to a lifetime of being locked down in their homes. Shame on you. We keep hearing these words, sustainability. Well, what's sustainable about chucking people off a scheme that supports them when we know that that's a false economy? Mental health is going to go, or poor mental health is going to go through the roof, and we already have a mental health crisis in this country that we are not addressing with adequate supports. We're going to see more hospital admissions from people because they haven't had the care and support that they need, just like we're seeing with aged care. Hospital beds filling up because people cannot get the care that they need in their homes. We're going to see that repeated here. $40 billion in savings. I can think of a whole bunch of other places where we could find $40 billion in savings. Let's not buy submarines that are just going to put us on a footing, an offensive war footing against a country that's one of our major trading partners. That's not going to make us safer. How about we have a gas tax? Stop letting big corporations off scot-free without paying their fair share. Let's tax the 1%, make them pay their fair share. Let's stop giving massive subsidies to fossil fuel companies. Let's not grandfather into the never-never capital gains tax and negative gearing. There is so much money out there. If the government had the courage to stand up to powerful vested interests and not do their bidding and actually do the job of government, which is to care for people. People on the NDIS have said the scheme is not perfect. There are aspects that need reform. There are people who are being negatively impacted by fraud in the system. Well, why don't you start by going after that first? Actually have a concerted effort to bring legislation into this place to seriously tackle the fraud that some providers are perpetuating, which is harming people on the scheme, and then reassess where you're at. But no, you want to start with cuts. And not only start with cuts, but give the minister virtually an unfettered power to make more cuts into the future. And who knows will be the government then. I find that pretty scary. There are some parties in this place that would love to decimate the NDIS. And you're basically giving them a blank cheque and a free pass to do whatever they want in the future to cut people's supports. There is a pattern with this government. Tying people up in bureaucracy and automated assessments. We're seeing algorithms creeping in to the way people are going to be assessed on the NDIS. We're already seeing what a disaster that is in the aged care space. Automation in social services, cutting people off their payments. Another group of people in our community who should be supported and looked after by governments, but this government refuses to do what needs to be done. Getting savings out of not raising the rate of income support. Just another example of going after savings by the people in our community who governments are supposed to be helping instead of standing up to vested and powerful interests. A government that came to this parliament with a massive majority. A government that has a pathway through the Senate to do good things for people in our communities. And what did we see with aged care? We saw them do a deal with the coalition behind closed doors about the financials, and now we've got a mess of a system where people can't afford to access care, they can't get care. And I guarantee that we're looking down the barrel of the same thing again. Working with those parties who are happy to help the government use the vulnerable people, the people who need our help in our community, as the cash cows to balance their budget because they don't have the courage, notwithstanding their massive majority, notwithstanding the fact that you have a clear pathway through this place to do good things that will help our community, to punch down on the people who need and deserve government support. And how shameful that one of the ways that you've tried to build up consent in the community for these cuts is to put fraud out there like it's this massive emergency. We're seeing people in the street with a disability getting spat on because the community has been led to believe that it's participants who are committing this fraud. And it's been quite convenient for the government to let people think that, because that will help manufacture consent for changes that are going to really harm people. Yeah. You know, we know the focus groups were there, the research is there. How do we get consent to chuck 241,000 people off the NDS? I know. We'll start telling everybody about fraud. Even though the prosecutions for fraud I can count on my two hands. Punching down on people who need support. People with a disability, older people, people who need income support. That's how this government rolls. And the public is noticing. I honestly don't know how you sleep at night. I don't know how you can have so much power, such a majority, and then not help people. Blows my mind. And what blows it even more is when I'm at rallies like the one I'm at for the NDIS, and I'll have someone who I know is a Labor volunteer or supporter who comes over and says, "Oh, thank you so much for speaking out." Well, who's speaking up in your party room? Who's speaking up in caucus? What's the point of having 94 of you in the lower house if you can't stop something as bad as this? Why even bother? And I say to those Labor backbenchers in the Senate and the lower house, where are you? Where are you standing up and speaking out about cuts that are going to devastate people with a disability? And they already know. They've had a taste of what this is going to look like because they've already had support start to be cut. And they know what that means for their lives. They know that it means some of them won't be able to get out of bed. They know that it means they're going to be disconnected from their communities. They know that it means they're going to be locked inside their houses. They know that it means they're not going to be able to get to work. Parents know that it means that the family that's just hanging on by a thread, as it is, because of the challenges that they are facing with their kids who need support, are going to go under. So knowing all that, what's the point of sitting on the Labor backbench if you can't speak up in your own party room? I am really proud of the work that the disability community, people with a disability, have done, despite the challenges, to stand together and to tell the government that this is not okay. I am proud of the work that the disability community has done to speak out and tell the public what this is going to mean for them, how devastating this is going to be for them and their families. And make no mistake, In addition to people with a disability paying for these cuts, women in our community are going to pay for these cuts. Because who's doing the bulk of the caring work when the government's not giving people the support they need? Women. They're the ones looking after our parents and grandparents because they can't get access to aged care. They're the ones looking after kids with a disability and other family members with a disability because they can't get the support they need. And this is a government that's supposed to be about women. We've heard that women are going to be, and other people with a disability are going to be more likely to experience violence, abuse and neglect if they get their supports taken away. And yet this is a government that tells the community we care about violence against women. We're doing everything we can to stop violence against women. And yet the things that you can do that will help, not taking away people's community supports in the NDIS, getting rid of the partner income test in social services, which we also know exposes women to violence, getting rid of gambling advertising, which we also know drives violence. You talk the talk, but you're not very good at walking the walk. And again I ask, what is the point of having a Labor government with a massive majority if you're not going to act on the issues that really impact people in our community? If you're not going to look after the most vulnerable, if you're just going to keep bowing down to vested interests and powerful interests and doing their bidding, because you've had over 4 years and that is the pattern that keeps repeating and repeating and repeating. This bill is a dog of a bill. It will harm people. There are people, if this bill passes, who will die. I urge the government to scrap this bill, to withdraw it from the notice paper and to go back and start again and have a genuine process of true co-design with people with a disability. To actually come back and tell us how you're going to tackle fraud from providers that are taking care away from people with a disability. And I urge the coalition, do not support a bill that is going to harm people and that will see people die.
Senator Barbara Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to join my voice with that of others in this chamber who are asking the government, imploring the government to throw this bill out and to provide the care and support that disabled people across our country deserve. And I associate myself with the remarks of my colleagues, Senator Jordan Steele-Johns, with Senator Allman-Payne, Senator Waters, and with Senator Kovacic and Senator Little, and the important evidence that you have brought forward and we share in discussing and asking the Senate to revisit this bill and asking Labor to change their mind. No one could have sat through those 3 days of evidence without feeling deep, deep concern about the losses that individuals, people, disabled people will suffer if Labor persists here. No one could be under any doubt about what this bill will mean for families. It will cause a cascade of loss of freedoms, loss of life, and certainly loss of control for the many, many millions of carers across our country who are looking after people, the complexity of issues they provide support to disabled people, and to the loss of freedom for disabled people themselves. This bill is an attack on disabled people. It is an attack on the care workforce. It is an attack on the economy of care, which provides such important services and freedom to people with disability. It is a cruel and inhumane act. It does not do justice to our standards as a community, as a parliament and as a society. 241,000 people, that is a huge number of disabled people, will simply lose their NDIS services. A cascade of consequences follow from that huge number, 241,000 241,000 people. If we listen to the evidence of the individuals who came before this parliament and asked us, implored us to understand their experience and what this meant for them, then we cannot persist. Labor cannot persist with this bill. The bill itself grants massive new powers to cut supports for those who are reliant on NDIS. It cuts support for people to get to work. For so many thousands of people who have disability, who make contributions to our labour market every day, and with great complexity in their lives, complexity in getting the transport to get to work, complexity in doing their jobs, but they do it. And they manage it, in many cases, because they have the kinds of support that this Labor bill will remove. It will remove people's ability to shower themselves and to look after their own personal hygiene with support. Can people imagine what that means for 241,000 households, that loss of that kind of basic amenity? It impacts on individuals, it impacts on households, it impacts on our labour market and our economy. And this bill also creates new access barriers which force people to undergo potentially expensive procedures not recommended, not required by their doctors. This is cruel, and it really will have a massive impact on those individuals, their family, their parents, their carers, and it pushes all of that care back onto those individuals. And we know what this means for the privacy of individuals, people with disability. We know what it means for the many, many carers. The Minister said, and has said here this morning, that there is no other way to do this. That is wrong. There are many other ways we can fund appropriate levels of care. There are many other ways we can end massive fraud where very big entities are practising aspects of providing disability support which are fraudulent. There are many things we could do. The Minister has closed them all off. I feel like I'm back in Thatcher's Britain. There is no alternative. There are many alternatives. I spent 3 days last week in hearings, 2 of them around housing. Many people coming forward and saying, if we didn't have the kind of grandfathering provisions that bake in massive benefits for very, very wealthy property investors, we would have a bunch, billions of dollars, added into our budget, which could do exactly what is being removed here, fund the services that disabled people need. I spent a whole day, Friday, listening to the cowboys and scoundrels in KPMG telling us about the kinds of activities they have been engaged in, misusing confidential information to generate huge buckets of revenue. KPMG's revenue last year was $2.3 billion. There are 680 partners in that firm who do not pay corporate tax, who don't pay payroll tax. We could change the way in which we tax the Big Four and generate very significant levels of revenue. We have a bill of $271 billion that Labor have committed to pay on the AUKUS submarine contract, a bill where we're very unlikely to get a significant usable product at the end. We're already sending billion-dollar cheques off to the UK and the US on this very implausible contract, which is very unlikely to deliver what we need, and billions of dollars wasted in our defence budget. We can tax gas corporations, 25% tax generating $17 billion in a single year. We could stop giving away masses of billions of dollars to fossil fuel companies in fuel subsidies. There are so many things we could do that are alternatives, and we sit here and hear the Labor government say there is no other way to do this than to punch down on people in our society that we know, in our streets, in our communities, in our households, depend on our support. For every $1 that we invest in the NDIS, per capita's research tells us, we get a $2.25 return to the Australian economy. We have a very significant care economy there which deserves support, which should be backed in rather than cut and treated in the way that Labor proposes. We had a select committee into work and care here a few years ago with very firm evidence about the role of carers in our economy, assisting so many thousands of Australians. Witnesses who came before us and told us what the care responsibilities meant for them and how NDIS support was critical to their participation in our economy, their participation in public life, all of the activities, voluntary and paid, that they contribute. And make no mistake, this bill is diabolical in its implications for women. This bill is an attack on women, the millions of women across our economy who provide care to Australians who desperately need it and rely on it for being able to participate in their lives. This is a bill which attacks women. It's an attack on carers, disproportionately women. It is wrong. It is an attack by a government that wears its credentials on its services and support for women every day out there in public. But this bill is clear demonstration of their failure to understand the implications of these massive cuts that will be there for women, for their participation in work, for their participation in their family life and in so many other activities. If I turn to the experience in South Australia, I have had so many South Australian constituents make contact with my office and ask for their voices to be represented here. They come forward with stories. For example, a 50-year-old woman who finally gained full independence not so long ago and confidence that he could act in this community with the help of a support worker. Their parent is now able to enjoy retirement knowing their adult child is supported. Parents who are able to work and pay tax because they have some physical and mental load taken by a support worker, now at risk of losing all of that. An incredible loss, both for the economy but especially for the individuals and for those they care for. We see their teenager having the chance to get involved in teenage activities following years of support by a parent and getting the independence so important for young kids. We see people able to walk without fear of falls due to equipment who've joined a gym with support from a support worker, now at real risk of losing that. And we see people with intellectual disabilities who have brought their stories to my office, now able to save up hours and travel out of town, and before the NDIS, unable to leave their small town, to have to overcome issues of isolation. So through the NDIS, people across the state of South Australia and our whole country have been able to gain confidence, to escape isolation, to work on goals, to get jobs, to aim for dreams like others do. And cutting back on all of this is a disaster for these individuals. And I can't talk about this evidence without mentioning the incredible example of the loss of life by Anne-Marie Smith in South Australia, a story of isolation, a failure to see enough people in the life of a disabled person, which resulted in the appalling circumstances of her loss of life, which shocked and horrified everyone in our own state, in South Australia and across our country. Key multiple support interactions are critical to saving the life of someone like Anne-Marie Smith. So people will suffer. We've heard people say over and over again in this chamber, people will die. We will be back at inquiries in the future that will look at the cost of this 241,000 person loss of services. So we really need to see this for what it is, a Labor bill that is cruel, a Labor bill that is not necessary, a Labor bill which cuts services which could be funded by a whole range of possible tax services and impacts that could have held off this massive cut. I think of the recent stats we've seen in this country of the growing number of billionaires. We're now at over 178 billionaires in this country, and their wealth grew by 25 billion last year. We do not tax those billionaires at anything like the rate we tax our nurses, our teachers, our retail workers. We have a whole range of tax levers available to us in this country that mean we can fund decent services for disabled people. We can fund a decent social net which supports people to live with dignity. So how dare a government who promised that they wouldn't cut the NDIS now balance their budget by selling disabled people's dignity? All wrong, all against our national values. And it's disgusting that Labor would strip a sense of hope away from disabled people and their families when the ultra-wealthy are doing so well. We are an increasingly unequal society. It shocks me how much our country has changed in the last 30 years. We have a massive pulling away of very wealthy people at the top, not taxed enough, and down the bottom, a growing number of people who are really struggling. And we wonder, as people in this place, why people are changing their vote, why people are moving their vote away from the big parties. And the reason is they don't feel listened to. They don't feel heard in a place like this, and they are bringing their experience to us in their many hundreds, saying, look at what this cut will do to me. Look what it will do to my child, my teenager, my aged parent. We need to listen to those voices if we want people to have any confidence in our democracy. If we want people to engage in a serious way with policy, we need to show we are listening. Labor is showing in this bill that it is cruel, it is not listening, and it is going to change the lives of hundreds of thousands of Australians for the worse.
There being no further, there being further. It's been a while since I've been in the chair, Senator McKim. I'm just struggled there for a second, but you have the call.
Well, thanks very much, Deputy President. Let's be very clear about what Labor is proposing to do to disabled people in Australia. They are attacking the NDIS, a great Labor reform, I might add, from the days when Julia Gillard was the Prime Minister. Labor is intending to attack the NDIS to the extent that somewhere around 240,000 disabled people are going to be booted off the NDIS scheme. That means they will lose access to critical supports, to life-saving supports in many cases, access to carers, access to services, access to desperately needed equipment. People will die as a result of Labor's attacks on the NDIS and, by extension, Labor's decision to attack disabled people. This is a diabolical proposal from Labor, the biggest single cut to a program in the history of the Commonwealth of Australia. And Labor will say they have no choice. They have to rein in costs. Well, we in the Greens say to Labor, there is always a choice. And the choice that you have taken is to fund, for example, the AUKUS nuclear submarines at a cost of heading rapidly towards $400 billion over the life of that program, and at the same time move to cut tens of billions of dollars of support from disabled people. The choice you have made is not to tax the 1% in this country, to make the billionaires and the ultra-wealthy pay their fair share of tax so we can do more to support people who desperately need it, including disabled people. The choice Labor has made is not to make big corporations pay their fair share of tax. The choice Labor has made is not to put in place a minimum 25% tax on gas exports and make the big polluting, profiteering, price gouging fossil fuel corporations pay their fair share of tax. And at the same time, Labor chooses to punch down on disabled people. Make no mistake, these NDIS cuts will force every single participant to be reassessed, placing massive stress on those people and their family networks that do so much to support them. even participants with lifelong conditions like cerebral palsy will have to be reassessed with the specific intention of either removing them from disability supports or lowering the level of support that they receive. These cuts will be the difference between a disabled person being able to leave their house or not being able to leave their house. These cuts will be the difference between a disabled person being able to have a shower or not being able to have a shower. These cuts will be the difference between a disabled person being able to improve their verbal communication skills or to remain non-verbal and unable to communicate verbally. These cuts will be the difference between a disabled person being able to remain in a mainstream classroom to learn and be educated or to not be able to remain in a mainstream classroom. These are disgraceful and diabolical cuts that Labor is proposing, and they are cuts that Labor is choosing to make. Labor's rhetoric about having no choice but to reduce costs to the NDIS system is absolute rubbish. It is a diabolical spin on a diabolical proposal, because there are always choices in politics. Every day, governments make choices. Budgets are all about choices. And Labor has the choice to walk away from this diabolical proposal, and the Liberals have a choice to stand with the Greens and prevent these cuts from happening. Because make no mistake, if the Liberals are genuine about wanting support for disabled people to continue at reasonable levels, they have an opportunity here to vote with the Greens in this Senate and stop Labor's NDIS cuts. But before we get to that, the real choice here is for the government. And the government could simply acknowledge that the stories that were told in the Senate inquiry hearings over the last few weeks, the horrendous stories about what people will face if these cuts go through, the harm that will be caused to disabled people, the death that will be caused to some disabled people. Those stories surely are enough now for Labor to admit the error of its ways and to withdraw this bill from the Parliament. No one who listened to that evidence that was given so bravely and courageously by so many disabled people could possibly argue that this bill should be supported by the Parliament. Witness after witness, day after day, heartrending stories of how much so many disabled people rely on the NDIS to lead dignified lives, how much they rely on the NDIS for the supports they so desperately need. Those stories were heartrending. Those stories were told from the heart and from the gut by people who came in because they wanted and demanded that they be heard by this Parliament. So the Greens are here to fight these cuts with every fibre of our being. We will do everything we can to ensure that these cuts do not go through this Parliament. These cuts should not receive support from this Senate. And even if the government, even if Labor, won't see the error of its ways and do what it should, which is withdraw this legislation, the numbers are still there if the opposition would join with the Greens to vote this friendless piece of legislation down. These kind of cuts have no place in a compassionate, contemporary society like Australia's. Now, I have no doubt that the inboxes and the phone messages and the letterboxes, the mailboxes of every single senator are being flooded, as mine are, from people with disabilities, from people who care for people with disabilities, who want to make sure that these cuts do not progress. And I want to relate one story, just one out of the countless stories that have been told to me by someone I know well, a friend of mine and a constituent of mine in Tasmania, who has a child with Down syndrome. And as he points out to me today, he's a very proud father of a son with Down syndrome. And he goes at lengths into the consequences for him and his son if the level of supports for his son are withdrawn. But he also makes the point that while it is great for people with disabilities, and in particular people with Down syndrome, to have support for social experiences, what is often lost in this debate is how the lives of everyone else are enriched by an interaction with someone with a disability like Down syndrome. As my friend says, it breaks moulds, it enlarges thinking, and it encourages special insights. His son has recently started work at a grocery, and his son, who is non-verbal, has brought the best out of the other staff at that grocery, bringing out their better selves as they find ways to interact with him and then subsequently to improve their interaction with each other. So this is not just a debate about how we can support disabled people. It is a debate about what disabled people bring to us, the gifts they give to us, the opportunities they bring to us to learn about ourselves, to improve ourselves as people and to improve ourselves as a society. Those are the opportunities that Labor wants us to spurn, and those are the opportunities that either Labor can ensure we continue to have by withdrawing this legislation, or the Liberals can ensure we continue to have by joining with the Greens to oppose this legislation. So let's be very clear about budget choices. In this budget, Labor chose not to impose a minimum 25% export tax on gas. Labor chose not to make the super wealthy pay a wealth tax in this country. Labor chose not to put in place genuine reform of our tax system, from negative gearing through to capital gains tax, to not only do something significant to fix the housing crisis, but also to make sure the super wealthy property speculators pay their fair share of tax. Labor chose to proceed with the AUKUS nuclear submarine proposal, which over the lifetime of that program is now heading up towards $400 billion, and I predict will end up even more than $400 billion. They chose to do and to not do those things, and at the same time they chose to punch down on disabled people and make a massive budget saving, the single biggest saving of a single program in this budget and in the history of the Australian Commonwealth, by slashing funding to the NDIS. So this is not just about inquiries, it's not just about reports, this is actually about people. People who need and deserve support so that they can have a dignified life and their families can have some much needed relief from the supports that all families with disabled people give and continue to give to their family members who are disabled. So this is a very stark choice. This is a moment in time for the major parties in this parliament, the Labor Party, the Liberal Party and the Nationals, and it is a moment in time where people need to stop. They need to think about the impact of the decisions that they make in this place on the so many millions of Australians who rely either directly or indirectly on the National Disability Insurance Scheme. And when folks do take a moment to think about the implications and to think about the impacts of the decision that this parliament will shortly have to make in regards to the NDIS legislation and Labor's proposed NDIS cuts, when people genuinely think about those impacts and those implications, any decent, compassionate, reasonable thinking human is going to come down on the side of protecting the NDIS from these cuts. There are savings to be made elsewhere. There is so much revenue that Labor has chosen to leave on the table through its budget choices that this choice to protect disabled people from Labor's NDIS cuts should be abundantly clear. This legislation should not and must not pass this parliament, and the Greens will do everything that we can to ensure that that is the case.
Senator Green, are you seeking to call on this issue?
I'm seeking to move that the question be put. I'm not sure if there were other senators.
We've probably run out of participants, but
we could probably. I move that the question be put.
The question is that the question be put. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the motion moved by Senators Steele, John be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. Thank you. Lock the doors. Question is the motion moved by Senator Steele John be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim, teller for the ayes, and Senator Darmanin, teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 10, noes 32. The question is resolved in the negative. We will now move to business. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the following bills for concurrence: Treasury Laws Amendment, Tax Reform No. 1 Bill 2026 and Income Tax Rates Amendment Tax Reform No. 1 Bill 2026. Minister.
Thank you, Deputy President. I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
The question is as put by the Minister. Those of that opinion say aye. Oh, sorry, Senator Chandler.
Deputy President, I ask that the question be divided so that the question that the bill proceed without formalities is put separately.
Okay, I'll just check with the clerks. That is in order. All right, so I will be putting those questions separately. Senator Chandler.
Deputy President, my understanding is that I can now speak on that motion. So I would like to do so. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy President. Just to explain what we are doing here today, I have sought that the question be divided so that the question on these bills can proceed without formalities, so that question can be put separately. Now, while it is a common occurrence in this chamber for bills to proceed without formalities, and indeed the motion that I currently have before the chair is one that is rarely debated, it's worth understanding why we are seeking this to occur. Usually, to put a question without formalities allows for expedited proceedings which provide for a simple, rational and flexible means of considering bills. But, Mr. Deputy President, nothing about these bills or the government's approach has been simple, rational or flexible. I want to be very clear about what is actually before the Senate here today. The bills that will be brought on shortly are bills that were rushed through a process and followed by a Senate inquiry that, frankly, I can only describe as a stitch-up. This is a bill that will bundle together higher taxes on housing, savings, small business, start-ups and family wealth. And this government has the audacity to call that a tax reform. Now, the Australian people and Australian businesses are angry and disappointed with Labor's toxic taxes. The government, like I say, is calling this tax reform, but it's not. They are very major changes to the tax system and they come with very real consequences. Because when you strip it all back, when you take away the branding, the label of tax reform number 1, what you are left with is a set of measures that will increase taxes, make the system more complicated and introduce new risks into the economy. So, like I say, nothing about these bills or the government's approach to these bills has been simple or rational or flexible, and that is why we do not think that these bills should proceed without formalities in the usual way. That is why I'm moving this motion here this afternoon. Now let's just step through exactly why and how these bills and the approach that has been taken to them by the government in ramming these bills through this chamber has been so, frankly, unorthodox. This package is a tax increase. It will increase the tax burden on Australians. And that means something very simple. It means that the government is taking more of Australians' money and Australians will be keeping less. This bill doesn't fix the underlying problems in the tax system. We already rely too heavily on income tax in this country, and if you were serious about reform, you would look at how to reduce pressure on income tax, but that is not what is happening here. Instead, we are leaving the overall structure of our income tax system largely as it is and layering new taxes and rules on top of it. So at the end of the day, it is in effect the same system. It's just applying a heavier tax burden on Australians. The third thing I wanted to touch on, Mr Deputy President, is that this bill makes the tax system more complicated, not less. Because what the Albanese government has introduced here is not straightforward, and there has been significant media reporting since the budget has been handed down. Indeed, we heard significant evidence to the Senate inquiry over the last few weeks that would indicate just how complicated these changes are. Just to quickly summarise, we will have a new indexation system for capital gains. We will have a 30% minimum tax rate on capital gains. We will have different treatment depending on when gains are made. There are grandfathering rules. There is a whole range of details that are still to come through legislative instruments. The legislation that we will be debating here today, once the debate for this bill does proceed properly, so much of the detail that sits behind those bills is yet to be made clear to the Australian people. Even the evidence to the Economics Committee inquiry made clear that taxpayers are going to be dealing with two systems running side by side during this transition. It's not simplifying the tax system, it's making it harder. Fourthly, Mr Deputy President, we need to talk about the impact that these bills will have on investment, because that is what really matters. Australia needs more investment right now. We need people willing to take risks, willing to start new businesses, willing to grow their businesses and invest in new opportunities. But what myself and those senators that participated in the Senate inquiry heard time and time again is that this bill will create real trade-offs and add more risks for businesses at a time when they are just seeking certainty in the investment environment. Even witnesses who supported elements of the reforms that these bills will propose acknowledged those risks. Now, there are consequences here, and they go directly to how people make decisions about investing in this country. And I do want to get in a moment to the process that this bill has gone through the Senate inquiry, but it was abundantly clear from evidence at the Senate committee hearings that we had last week that there are still no clear answers for Australians, for Australian businesses in terms of the broader impacts of these bills. So let's talk about that process, because like I say, Mr Deputy President, it's very fresh in my mind. Last week, the Senate inquiry, the Economics Committee, held two committee hearings into this bill, and to describe those hearings as a sham would be putting it generously. It was a rushed inquiry that did not give enough time for people to make a submission. It didn't even give the government's own Treasury Department enough time to read all of the submissions. Officials admitted to the committee through the inquiry process that they did not have enough time to read all of the submissions and address any of the issues that those submissions highlighted, because the inquiry process was just too short. We also heard during the inquiry peak bodies confirming that they weren't consulted prior to the drafting of the bill, but we did learn some very concerning aspects from this inquiry. Treasury, when questioned, could not separate the revenues raised from the CGT changes to
to the revenues raised from the negative gearing changes. They confirmed, like I said, that they hadn't read all of the submissions and they couldn't say how many of the submissions they had read. They couldn't say when a carve-out paper for consultation will be delivered. They couldn't say when they did modelling on the impacts of the policy, nor what timeframes that they had taken to do that modelling prior to making key budget decisions. And they could not guarantee that they would even get through all the submissions and any drafting errors that might have been identified, and some of the submissions did identify drafting errors, by the time the legislation passes, which will happen at some point, I assume, in the next couple of sitting weeks. Now, I know the government likes to call this tax reform, but these last-minute carve-outs that we've heard over the weekend from the Prime Minister and from the Treasurer suggest that this is less about reform and more about policy on the fly. And again, Mr Deputy President, when I talk about the simple, rational and flexible way that the chamber should usually be able to consider legislation, well, the approach that government has taken to getting these bills passed has been far from simple. It has been far from rational, and it has been far from flexible. When we are getting news from the Prime Minister and the Treasurer just a couple of days ago that they're still tinkering around the edges as a result of perhaps conversations that they've been having, perhaps testimony from the Senate inquiry, although I struggle to see how that really could have been formative in terms of the government's view, given the government's own department admitted that they hadn't read all of the submissions nor had any real analysis of the issues that have been identified by those submissions. That is not what you would call a careful and considered approach to reform. So yes, the Senate inquiry, frankly, was a sham and a stitch-up, and this whole process has been incredibly disrespectful, not only to the senators and the people who participated in this inquiry, but more importantly to Australian people and Australian businesses. Let's wind back the clock 12 months, slightly more, about 13 months, Mr Deputy President, and remember that this is a government that committed time and time again during the election campaign last year that there would be no changes to capital gains tax, that there would be no changes to negative gearing. They broke that promise on budget night last month, and now they have rushed through legislation in this place, and they don't even know the full consequences of the legislation. They can't even tell the Australian people how much revenue these tax changes will bring in for the government, disaggregated between the capital gains changes and the negative gearing changes. That troubles me. And I don't like getting grumpy with government officials during Senate estimates or during committee hearings, but I was furious. Sitting there in Sydney last Tuesday asking a bunch of Treasury officials who were on the phone, they didn't come along face-to-face for whatever reason, I was furious that I asked a very simple question. I said, tell me how much the CGT changes are going to cost, and I said, tell me how much the negative gearing, how much revenue they're going to bring in, and how much revenue are the negative gearing changes going to bring in, and they could not provide me with an answer. They can give me the collective number, that's great, but when so much attention through the inquiry process has been placed on the confusion around the capital gains tax changes, around the impact that it's going to have on investment by businesses in this country, I think it is only fair that Australians and Australian businesses should expect their government to come to the table, literally, and be able to answer simple questions about what the impact of these changes are going to be on the budget's bottom line. If you can't articulate that, then frankly, I'm confused why this chamber is even in a position to consider this legislation. Like I say, Mr Deputy President, serious concerns were raised across the board about the consultation process that the government went through. This was again at the Senate inquiry, about the detail, about the gaps in the legislation. We are being asked here in this chamber today to consider significant tax changes with key definitions still to come, with important details to be set later on down the track, and with changes being proposed by this government in the days leading up to the debate in this chamber. That is not how this place should appropriately consider legislation. This is not how this place should consider significant changes to our tax system. I think it does a real disservice to this chamber, to the other place, to the whole institution, if we are being asked to debate legislation when we don't know fully what the details are going to look like. There are going to be other things that will be worked out later on down the track. And this government has appeared at a Senate inquiry and not been able to answer very basic questions. Like I say, Mr. Deputy President, it is a regular occurrence in this chamber that bills proceed without formalities. It is regular. 99% of the time, I'm sure it's what happens. And so, in moving this motion here today, I do not do this lightly, but the reality is that allowing bills to proceed without formalities is something that allows for expedited proceedings to provide for a simple and rational and flexible means of considering bills. And most of the time, that's appropriate. But where I think it is inappropriate is where the government is putting a bill before the chamber that is not simple, that is not rational, and the government has not been flexible in the approach that they have taken in bringing these bills through. This is not a simple tax reform. This is a tax grab that has been dressed up as fairness. It's a broken election commitment. I'm sure many colleagues will be talking about all of these things when the second reading debate does eventually progress. But the government has taken us all for a ride, has not been clear about what their changes are, how this legislation gives effect to their changes, or indeed where further legislation will be required to give further effect to their changes. So I move this motion, Mr. Deputy President, that the question that the bill proceed without formality should be put separately, because I don't think it is appropriate for those formalities for the bill to be given a free waiver without formalities when the manner in which it has been brought to this place has completely undermined, I think, the integrity of what we all do here as a chamber of inquiry.
Senator Wong.
Thank you, Deputy President. I move that the motion be now put.
The first question before the chair, or the current question before the chair, is that the bills may proceed without formality. The question is that the question be put. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. 4 minutes. question. Lock the doors. The question is that the question be put. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin teller for the ayes and Senator Collins teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 32, noes 23. The question is resolved in the affirmative. I would ask all senators to please remain in the chamber. There will be further divisions. Our question before the chair is now that the bills may proceed without formality. No, that was that the question be put. So the question before the chair is that the bills may now proceed without formalities. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. lock the doors. The question is the bills may now proceed without formality. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darman and teller for the ayes, Senator Collins teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 32, noes 23. The question is resolved in the affirmative. The question now before the chair is that the bills be taken together and now be read a first time. Those, Senator Wong, are you seeking the call?
I move that the question be now put.
The question is that the question be now put. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. I will put the question that the bills be taken together and now be read a first time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Treasury Laws Amendment Tax Reform No. 1 Bill 2026 and Income Tax Rates Amendment Tax Reform No. 1 Bill 2026.
Minister.
Thank you. I move that these bills be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
There being no objection, leave is granted. And I call Senator Chandler. And I ask Senator Chandler, I might actually get you to just resume your seat. Just ask senators to leave the chamber quietly if they're not participating in the debate. Senator Chandler, you have the call.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. And I rise to speak on both the Treasury Laws Amendment Tax Reform No. 1 Bill 2026 and the Income Tax Rates Amendment Tax Reform No. 1 Bill 2026. For the sake of this speech, I will refer to those two bills as the tax reform bills. In this bundle of bills, we have Schedule 1 that introduces changes to the capital gains tax regime, Schedule 2 that introduces changes to the negative gearing regime, Schedule 3 which introduces the Working Australians Tax Offset or the WATO, Schedule 4 which introduces the $1,000 standard deduction for simple work-related expenses. Now, recognising that I have already made a contribution in relation to these bills here this afternoon. It was so nice, I think I'll do it twice. But in simple words, just to reiterate, let's be very clear. These bills are not a simple reform package. This is not a simplification exercise. It is not a reduction in the tax burden. In fact, it is a tax increase. And for those reasons, the Coalition cannot support these bills in their current form. The Coalition opposes Schedule 1 and Schedule 2 in relation to both the capital gains tax regime and the negative gearing regime changes, and we support Schedule 3 in relation to the WATO and Schedule 4 in relation to the $1,000 standard deduction. And that is because the Coalition always supports lower taxes. And we are calling on the government to immediately pass laws to end bracket creep and implement a tax-back guarantee by indexing the the personal income tax brackets to inflation, starting with the first 2 tax brackets in 2028-2029 and the remaining tax brackets from 2031-2032. And we also note that this is the policy which will deliver lower income taxes permanently to all Australians and ensure that income taxes cannot rise without the passage of new laws. But sadly, the tax reform bills, quotation marks, that this government has brought on here today do nothing to actually deliver lower income taxes in perpetuity and permanently to Australians, and let me explain why. Mr Acting Deputy President, I'd like to deal first with the most basic point in relation to these bills. This package raises more revenue. That has been confirmed through a Senate inquiry process that Schedule 1 and Schedule 2 will deliver a net tax increase. And that means something very simple. It means that the government is collecting more money and that Australians have less in their back pocket. And I think we need to be very honest about this. Let's not pretend that these tax bills are just tinkering around the edges or just tidying up existing arrangements that are in place. This bill means higher taxes. And the only reason that the government is doing this is because they have a spending problem that they can't get under control. The second point I want to make is that this bill doesn't fix the underlying problems in our tax system. We already rely heavily on income tax in this country. That has been acknowledged for many years, including in evidence to the committee inquiry that we heard last week. And if you were a government that was serious about tax reform, you would look at how to reduce pressure on income tax and how to make the system more balanced for Australians. But that is not what the government is doing here. What they are doing is instead leaving the overall structure largely as it is and layering new taxes and rules on top of that. Frankly, like I say, in a desperate cash grab from hard-working Australians because they can't get their government spending problem under control. The third point I want to make, Mr Acting Deputy President, and this is important, this bill will make the tax system more complicated. It will not make it less complicated. And I think that's something that people outside of this place genuinely care about, because what the Labor government is introducing here is not straightforward, and we heard extensive evidence before the Senate committee inquiry to that extent. We have a new indexation system for capital gains. We have a 30% minimum tax rate. We have different treatment depending on when gains are made. We have grandfathering rules. We have a whole range of details that are still to come through legislative instruments. Indeed, we have had changes foreshadowed by the government only in the last few days in relation to this legislation. And the evidence to the committee, the Senate committee inquiry, made clear that taxpayers are going to be dealing with two systems running side by side during the transition. Now, what does that mean in real life for Australians out there? Well, it means spending more time trying to figure out exactly what these changes mean. And goodness me, I wish that this chamber had more time to figure out exactly what these changes mean. It means more reliance on accountants, it means more room for mistakes, and it means more costs. Now, we asked Treasury during the committee inquiry whether they had assessed the regulatory or the compliance cost of these changes in these tax bills, and they said it was about $80 million. But when we heard from the experts, when we heard from the accountants, when we heard from the financial advisors and the financial planners about how much they thought would be lumped with Australian businesses, individuals, as a result of these tax changes, the experts at the committee, the people actually at the coalface figuring out how these changes are going to impact on their clients, they estimated the cost to be almost 10 times that. And it puzzles me that the government has brought forward a piece of legislation where there is such a huge disparity in what they say the impact on Australians is going to be, what they say the compliance cost is, and what the industry that will have the job of implementing these changes is actually saying. That's not simplifying the system. That's making it harder. If we're spending $800 million trying to figure out exactly what these changes mean for small businesses, for individuals with investments, That's not simplification. That is not simplification. Fourthly, Mr Acting Deputy President, I want to talk about the impact that these changes will have on investment, because that is what really matters. And in the weeks following the budget, the Shadow Treasurer Tim Wilson and I have spent a lot of time speaking with small businesses, working alongside them, trying to figure out exactly what these changes mean. And as I say, through the committee inquiry process and indeed through Senate estimates, it's all a bit clear as mud at the moment. But what small businesses are saying right now is that they want to be able to take risks. They want to start businesses, to grow their existing businesses. They want to be in a position to invest in new opportunities. But to be able to do all of that, they're just asking for some fairness. They're just asking for some certainty around what the rules are. You cannot say that Australian businesses have had certainty around the environment that they are operating in when this government went to an election just over 12 months ago promising no changes to capital gains tax, and here we are 12 months down the track debating those exact changes in this chamber. Now, what we have heard through the inquiry is that this bill creates real trade-offs for businesses. It introduces higher effective taxation on capital in some cases, less symmetry between gains and losses, and new uncertainty about how the rules are going to apply. And even the witnesses who frankly supported part of these reforms acknowledge these risks. This isn't a simple story. There are consequences here to these changes that the government has introduced. Some we understand, some I strongly suspect we don't, because the government hasn't afforded us the requisite time nor made officials available who can answer the requisite questions to understand exactly what those impacts are for people who want to invest in our country. Now, I've alluded to this, Mr Acting Deputy President, but the fifth point I want to make is that process does matter. And the process around this legislation has been atrocious. We had a very short Senate committee inquiry. We had 2 hearings, hundreds of submissions, not all of which Treasury officials admitted during the hearings they've been able to read. They couldn't even tell us how many they had looked at. It wasn't definitively, we've been able to read 100 submissions or 200 submissions. They couldn't tell us how many submissions the department had looked at. But we know from the evidence that we heard from witnesses in the Senate inquiry that concerns have been raised across the board about the consultation that the government did or frankly didn't go through, about the detail in the legislation and about gaps in the legislation, about drafting errors in the legislation. And yet here we are in this place with 1 sitting week left to the financial year ending, and we are being asked to pass significant changes when so much certainty around exactly what this suite of tax changes looks like will still be to come. Like I said, over the weekend the government has flagged, I assume, amendments that will come before this place to the scheme already, and that's before you even consider the fact that there will be further legislation that will enable these changes that we will have to consider later down the track. Policy on the run is policy underdone, Mr Acting Deputy President, and I think we have seen that here. We heard in the lead up to the budget that Dr Chalmers and the Treasurer and the Prime Minister were talking about these changes that would be coming in the budget, and then it got to the 12th of May, the budget was handed down, and we were all sitting there in budget lock-up trying to figure out exactly what these changes meant. And now we have legislation that is apparently to give effect to these changes, but we have government officials that can't answer basic questions around the changes, around the impact they will have, around the revenue they will bring in for the government. We have experts, we have business stakeholders within the community raising serious concerns about this legislation. It has just been so completely rushed, and I think that that is incredibly unfair on Australians, on our economy, and I think it is unfair on people in this chamber to expect to consider this legislation fulsomely when we haven't been given the opportunity to do so. This is a real missed opportunity for the government, Mr Acting Deputy President. As I said in my initial comments, there was more that could have been done here. If the government was truly genuine about reforming taxation in this country, particularly reforming income taxation in this country, there are some things that they could have done better. They could have brought forward a reform that simplifies the taxation system, that strengthens the economy, and that actually leaves people better off. But this package simply does not meet that standard for the reasons that I have outlined. It is complicated, it is costly, we don't know the full extent of it. And frankly, it's not going to leave Australians better off. By the government's own admission, 35,000 fewer houses will be built under these tax reforms. That is written in their own budget papers. I said the Treasurer and the Prime Minister spent all this time before the budget foreshadowing what was going to be in it, foreshadowing that it was going to reset intergenerational inequity, that it was going to make it easier for young Australians to buy a house, but their own budget papers prove that 35,000 fewer houses will be built. So what could the government have done? Well, I will be moving a second reading amendment to this legislation which will call on the government to immediately pass laws to end bracket creep and implement a tax-back guarantee by indexing personal income tax brackets to inflation, starting with the first two brackets in 2028-29 and the remaining tax brackets from 2031-32. And I note that this policy, which is a coalition policy, will deliver lower income taxes permanently to all Australians and ensure that income taxes cannot rise without the passage of new laws. This is a genuine reform and a clear alternative to what this government has proposed here today. And for the clarity of the chamber, I do move the second reading amendment circulated in my name on sheet 3883 that will give effect to this change. Mr Acting Deputy President, as I've said, these bills, these tax reform bills, are barely tax reform. To suggest that these changes alone are going to fix housing affordability in this country is frankly false. And it is not one that is supported by the evidence that is in the budget or that has been provided to the Senate committee. This is not a simplification exercise. This is not a reduction in the overall tax burden. It is a tax increase. And for these reasons, as I have said, the opposition simply cannot support Schedules 1 and Schedule 2 of the Treasury Laws Amendment Bill, and we will not be supporting the Income Tax Rates Amendment Bill because, Mr Acting Deputy President, Australians expect better than this. They expect the reform that makes the system simpler, not harder, that grows the economy, that doesn't add uncertainty and that leaves them better off, not worse off. This bill does none of these things.
Senator Darmanin.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. In summary, what this bill does deliver is a new round of tax cuts, helping home ownership and supporting investment and innovation through the most significant tax reform in a quarter of a century. But more broadly, let me be clear what we're really talking about here today. What we're talking about is the kind of country that we want to be. Tax, capital gains, negative gearing, they might sound technical, but what we are really talking about is housing and whether people have a fair shot at owning their own home. Because a home is not simply an asset on the balance sheet. A home is security and stability. It's the place where children do their homework around the kitchen table. It is where families build a future. It is where communities are formed, lifelong friendships made, where people put down roots. For previous generations of Australians, owning a home was not an impossible dream, it was an achievable milestone. People worked hard, saved and expected that one day they would be able to buy a place of their own. Labor believes that access to secure and affordable housing must always be one of our nation's fundamental goals. A safe and secure place to live and call home. It's not a big ask. So how have we gotten to a place in Australia where housing has shifted from being a place to call home to being a vehicle for wealth accumulation? Well, 26 years ago, the Howard government introduced the capital gains tax 50% discount. which when combined with negative gearing turned the housing market from a place to buy a home to live into a market for speculators to use to build wealth. Those settings fundamentally changed the incentives within our housing market. They shaped incentives which increasingly favoured investment in existing housing over home ownership itself for a quarter of a century. The result is that today we face a housing system that too often rewards speculation over aspiration. I want to thank everyone who submitted and gave evidence to the Senate inquiry into this legislation, which I chaired last week. I completely disagree and reject any assertion that the process was a sham. I think that those opposite are seeking to characterise a process in that way simply because they do not support the reforms contained within the recommendations. And what did we hear in the inquiry last week? We heard that in the 26 years before the introduction of a capital gains tax discount, dwelling prices grew broadly in line with household incomes. And in the 26 years since, average dwelling prices have increased at more than twice the rate of household incomes. The value of residential land and dwellings has increased by more than 700% between June 1999 and June 2025, while inflation increased by around 100%. Over that same period, wages have simply not kept pace, meaning the cost of home ownership has become increasingly out of reach for working Australians. The inquiry heard evidence that home ownership rates have steadily declined since 2001 across almost every age group. Most strikingly, Australians aged between 25 and 34 now have home ownership rates comparable to those experienced in the 1940s and 50s. As the ACTU put it, young Australians have lost nearly a century of progress and are now well below a 50% home ownership rate. Now let's think about what that means. An entire generation finding it harder than their parents and grandparents did to achieve something that was once regarded as a normal part of Australian life. An entire generation worse off than the one that came before them. When that happens, we should ask ourselves, is the system working as intended? Or is the system producing outcomes that demand reform? Well, the evidence was overwhelming. The current arrangements are no longer working. Instead, by contributing to housing affordability pressures, they are exacerbating wealth inequality and intergenerational disadvantage. They are concentrating the wealth amongst those who already own assets and making it harder for young Australians to get a foothold in the housing market. 82% of the benefits of the capital gains tax discount accrue to the top 10% of income earners. Think of the inverse of that. 12% of the benefits of the capital discount go to the other 90%. When negative gearing and capital gains tax discounts are combined, the highest 10% of income earners receive tax benefits measured in billions of dollars each year. These concessions aren't helping the next generation get a leg up. They are overwhelmingly concentrated amongst those who already hold substantial assets and wealth, and it's costing you, the taxpayer. The Parliamentary Budget Office estimates that more than $38 billion in revenue has been foregone through capital gains tax concessions since 2010. Evidence before the inquiry estimated the annual revenue cost of existing concessions at more than $21 billion. So that raises a fundamental question about fairness. As Graham Samuel said at our inquiry last week, frankly, as a PAYG taxpayer, I am sick to death of featherbedding those vested interests that have proved to be powerful under previous governments. So what exactly are we rewarding under the current capital gains tax arrangements? Because workers cannot defer their wages until it's more convenient for tax planning purposes, working Australians pay tax every fortnight. They cannot choose the timing, they cannot choose the structure, they cannot choose the vehicle. But those with significant assets can. That is not a tax system that treats work and wealth equally. It's a system that says workers don't take risk when they go out every day slogging it out. But gamble on an investment is a risk worthy of a safety net and not a generous tax break. That is why reform is necessary. A nurse should not face a higher effective tax rate than someone whose income is primarily derived from appreciating assets. A teacher or a garbage collector should not be carrying a greater share of the nation's tax burden than someone benefiting from highly concessional treatment of capital gains. A fair tax system cannot continue to favour wealth over work, and it cannot continue to ask younger Australians to shoulder a growing share of the burden while locking them out of the opportunities enjoyed by previous generations. I've heard the claims that these reforms disadvantage young Australians, but the evidence that we heard last week shows that that simply doesn't stack up. And I'd personally be sceptical about who is offering up this argument and why. Since most Australians earned their income from work, not capital gains. 84% derive the vast majority of their income from labour, while only around 4% report a capital gain in any one year. They are not the main beneficiaries of the current system, but they are bearing its costs. Our reforms have three clear objectives. First, to create a fairer balance between the taxation of income earned through work and income earned through capital gains. Second, to help more Australians achieve home ownership. And third, to improve productivity by directing investment towards more productive uses across the economy. Turning to some of the detail of the legislation now. Schedules 1 and 2 implement the government's reforms to capital gains tax and negative gearing. The current 50% CGT discount will be replaced with a system of cost-based indexation. This ensures that inflation is recognised while making sure real capital gains are appropriately taxed. Alongside this, a 30% minimum tax on net capital gains strengthens the integrity of the system and ensure that those gains make a fair contribution to revenue. Negative gearing will be better targeted. It will be limited to newly constructed homes, with losses from existing properties purchased after the 12th of May 2026 no longer deductible against wages and salaries. Instead, those losses can be carried forward and offset against future investment income. Importantly, the legislation maintains existing CGT concessions for small businesses. It also supports investment through a permanent $20,000 instant asset write-off for eligible small businesses and introduces a 2-year loss carryback for companies with turnover under $1 billion. And in direct response to the deep engagement held with stakeholders across the sector, the government is also moving targeted amendments to provide certainty to investors, more support for small businesses and more incentives for innovation. These amendments include expanding the eligibility of the 50% active asset reduction to more businesses by increasing the turnover threshold from $2 million to $10 million, protecting incentives for charitable giving to maintain tax incentives in relation to charitable giving, and clarifying eligibility for exemptions by providing the list of income support payments that qualify for an exemption from the minimum tax on capital gains, along with embedding the calculation method for the working Australians tax offset in the legislation. The government has released a consultation paper on the design of a 50% CGT discount for early stage investors, including founders and employee share scheme participants of innovative startup businesses. The innovative business CGT concession will provide individuals, partnerships and trusts holding eligible shares a choice between a 50% discount or indexation and the minimum tax for gains accrued from 1 July 27. The government will also amend ministerial discretion in relation to a couple of aspects of the bill, with legislation to be introduced later this year following consultation. Those aspects are around the definition of new builds that are eligible to choose a 50% discount on gains accrued from 1 July 2027 and eligible access to negative gearing for properties purchased after the 12th of May 2026, consistent with the details outlined in the budget, and the definition of types of housing investment exempt from the limits on negative gearing, including affordable housing. These amendments will provide further clarity and confidence to investors and more support for small businesses. Finally, Schedule 3 introduces the Working Australians Tax Offset, a $250 non-refundable offset from 2027-2028, expected to benefit around 13.3 million workers, including 6.3 million women. And Schedule 4 provides a simpler approach to deductions, with a new $1,000 instant deduction for work-related expenses from 2026-2027. We have a lot to be proud of as members of the Albanese Labor government. But this legislation is really one of those reforms I'm so very proud to be speaking strongly in support of. This is what Labor does. This legislation is at the heart of what Labor stands for. This is ambitious reform, and ambition to achieve fairness is not something to be shied away from. Labor has never been a party that believes that the status quo should be preserved simply because reform is difficult. The values that drive our party remain today and fuel our courage to achieve reform. We believe that working people should receive a fair return for their effort. We believe the opportunity should not depend on the wealth of your parents. We believe that every generation deserves the chance to build a secure and prosperous future. And we believe that government has a responsibility to confront problems, not to simply manage them. These reforms are ambitious and they are principled. They ensure the tax system is serving Australia's long-term interests. They ask whether concessions worth billions of dollars are delivering public benefit. And they recognise that a fair economy requires both a strong safety net and a tax system that supports opportunity rather than entrenching disadvantage. Because the test of a successful society is not whether those who already have wealth continue to accumulate it. The test is whether the next generation has the same opportunities and better than the ones before it. Today, too many young Australians are being denied those opportunities, and these reforms are an important step towards changing that. They are about restoring fairness for workers. They are about rewarding work, and they are about making housing more accessible. And they are about ensuring that Australia's tax system serves the interests of the many, not just the fortunate few. I urge everybody to support the legislation.
Okay. We might move to 2-minute statements, I think. So I'll go to Senator Blythe.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. One of the fundamental responsibilities of government is to uphold people's rights. But what happens when the rights of two groups come into conflict? That was a question that I put to the Australian Human Rights Commission during Senate estimates last month, following the recent Federal Court's decision in the Giggle for Girls versus Roxanne Tickle appeal. Biological males who identify as women are entitled under the current legal framework to access spaces and protections traditionally reserved for women. When I asked the Commissioners how competing rights should be balanced when the rights of biological women and those of men who identify as women come into conflict, I did not receive a clear answer. Women have fought long and hard for sex-based protections. Those protections exist to preserve safety, fairness, dignity, privacy in sport, prisons, toilets and change rooms. Yet when women raise concern about those protections being eroded, they are too often dismissed, ignored or labelled as bigoted or transphobic. During questioning, Dr. Cody suggested that a biological male who identifies as a woman could face discrimination on the basis of a potential pregnancy. Now, many Australians find that impossible to reconcile with biological reality. Women should not have to apologise for seeking protections based on biological reality, nor should their concerns be treated any less worthy than someone else's identity claims. This is a question of common sense. When institutions are unable or unwilling to balance competing rights using clear and practical definitions, Parliament has a responsibility to act. That is why the Coalition will support changes to restore definitions of men and women based on biological reality back within the Sex Discrimination Act.
Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I am proud to be a working parent, and I know many of my colleagues in this place and many working parents across the country feel the same way. It's a juggle and it's tough, but it is worth it. I can feel confident coming across the country to this place on weeks like this, heading off to work in the great state of Western Australia, knowing that my son is somewhere safe, learning and growing and being educated by experienced and by trained early education workers, early childhood educators. It's one of the best things about our country that we have a choice as working parents and, let's face it, as working mothers, to do that. It's been long and hard fought. But what we saw last week from Senator Hanson is that Senator Hanson and One Nation don't believe that working parents should have that choice. They don't believe that working mothers should have that choice. Senator Hanson thinks that paid parental leave shouldn't be something that women are entitled to, shouldn't be something that businesses provide to their workers. She certainly wants to see superannuation stripped of paid parental leave, and apparently believes that hard-working early childhood educators shouldn't be qualified to do the really important work that they do. Make no mistake, this position by Senator Hanson and by One Nation will take our country backwards. It will take the progress that we have made on women's economic equality, on workplace equality, on gender equality more broadly, backwards. And while One Nation and Senator Hanson want to tear it down, thank goodness they're not in charge. From 1 July, paid parental leave will be extended to a full 6 months so that parents can have more time at home, and we are rolling out 3 days of guaranteed cheaper childcare for families.
Thank you. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Well, I love Australia, but Senator Pauline Hanson, well, she hates Australia. She hates our free press. She hates our public broadcasters. She hates the very idea that ordinary Australians deserve access to truth, culture and a fair go. Because when you strip away the slogans and the stunts, what is she actually arguing for? She wants Australians to pay to access ABC iView, to put a price tag on public information. She wants to put ABC Kids behind a paywall. She wants to shut down SBS altogether, the very broadcaster that reflects modern, multicultural Australia back to itself, the one that brings us global stories, diverse voices, and yes, even those ultimate exciting moments of the World Cup, shared across living rooms across the country. That is not patriotism. That is cultural vandalism. Pauline Hanson and One Nation are not patriots. They are cultural vandals. Senator Hanson doesn't believe in a free press. She undermines the institutions that hold power to account. She wants a media landscape that is narrower, weaker and easier to bully. And let's be clear, when you go after a free press, you go after democracy itself. But it doesn't stop there. This is part of a broader pattern. Pauline Hanson and One Nation's attack is on workers' rights, an attack on women's rights, an attack on multicultural Australia. It is an attack on Indigenous Australia, the most ancient culture of all, the very foundations that have built our country and bring us together. Well, I for one believe in a free press. I believe in public broadcasting. I believe that everybody deserves a fair go. Pauline Hanson and One Nation are vandals.
Senator McDonald from Queensland.
Thank you very much. I rise today to sound the alarm to another threat to Australian food security. The Albanese government is progressing a process aimed at opening the door to fresh banana imports from the Philippines. Now, Australians should know that the Department of Agriculture's own officials visited banana farms in the Philippines and observed diseases which would devastate the banana industry here, including MOCO, black sigatoka, banana freckle and Panama disease tropical race 4. So while Australian growers are working every day to feed Australian families, Labor is examining more ways to weaken the protections that have made Australian bananas the envy of the world. And this doesn't happen in isolation. It's part of a broader pattern from a government that refuses to prioritise what's good for Australia, a government that continually puts ideology ahead of food production. We've seen attacks on farmers through the proposed EPBC Act changes. We've seen commercial fishing communities hammered by net fishing bans. We've seen productive water ripped from regional communities through the Murray-Darling buybacks. We've seen oppositions to dams and water infrastructure that would strengthen agricultural production. And now we have the threat of imports hanging over one of Australia's most important horticultural industries. What concerns me even more is that while Labor talks endlessly about resilience and sustainability, government funding for agricultural, veterinary and food science research has fallen by more than $100 million over the past 4 years. At the same time, environmental science funding has increased by around $400 million. That tells you everything that you need to know about Labor's priorities. Less investment in growing food, less investment in protecting food, less investment in the farmers who feed this nation, because Australian farmers are not the problem, they are our greatest national asset.
Senator Polly.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. One Nation's dangerous rise should cause great concern to every Australian who believes in a secure workplace, who believes in fair wages and a decent standard of living. Behind the slogans and grievance of One Nation is an agenda that will take Australians backwards. One Nation has shown hostility to the very important measures that are helping Australians, and particularly when it comes to working families. Stronger workplace rights, paid parental leave, superannuation, affordable childcare and wage growth. One Nation opposes it all. If One Nation gets their way, bosses will be able to fire workers at will with no recourse for working Australians. At a time when families are already under pressure, One Nation's approach would weaken workplace protections, drive wages down and leave workers with less take-home pay and less job security. The Albanese Labor government has delivered tax cuts for all Australians, energy bill relief, cheaper childcare, urgent care clinics, invested in Medicare, expanded paid parental leave and paid superannuation on that parental leave. And we have boosted superannuation. But One Nation, no matter what they tell people back in their electorates and what they tell through the media, we know that they oppose the tax cuts for every Australian. They oppose the energy bill relief. They oppose cheaper childcare. They have opposed urgent care clinics. And we know, because the leader just said last week, that women who aren't at work shouldn't get paid. So much for maternity leave. We believe in building this country through superannuation. We actually are the friends of the Australian workers, unlike the...
Thank you, Senator Polly. Senator Whitten.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair. It takes some serious gall to come out and celebrate the latest immigration figures as a win. The third highest immigration figures in Australia's history. Third highest. During a housing crisis fuelled by Labor's previous 2 record immigration years. That is another 306,000 people that need homes that we don't have, that will need our doctors and hospitals that are stretched to breaking point, that will pile into a job market that this Labor government is killing with its disastrous budget. This is the population of Geelong added in a year, 1.5 Hobarts. And the Labor Party is trying to tell you that this is some sort of victory. This is managed decline. This is a party that is willing to sell out Australians and their standard of living to hold on to power. Sell us out for votes. This is not rhetoric, this is fact. The Institute of Public Affairs has analysed the per capita economic growth of the last 5 Labor and coalition governments. This is the only government going back to 1975 to preside over a per capita decline in the Australian economy. The only government that has seen the Australian people go backwards. The middle class is shrinking and the working class is ballooning because people are being pushed down. People that used to have enough for their house, their family, their bills, and something left over for a rainy day are now struggling to make ends meet. People are turning to food banks and homeless shelters in huge numbers. Police, nurses, teachers, those who once lived comfortably are now on the brink with a Labor government that has the gall to tell them they are on their side. But this government keeps spending, keeps taxing and keeps immigration at record levels. The Australian people deserve a real change, and One Nation is ready to deliver it.
Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you. Acting Deputy President, earlier this month the Australian Institute of Family Studies released a report on the adverse child experiences of men and their long-term mental health impacts. It found that 33.6% of Australian men experience physical abuse as children. It found that 37.9% experienced emotional abuse and 25% live with someone who struggled with mental illness. These are not just statistics, they are childhoods. And if we want to understand family violence, we cannot ignore the childhood experiences that so many often sit in the background. And while these experiences do not determine a person's future, they can profoundly shape it. Family violence is rarely an isolated event. Trauma, fear, and unhealthy coping mechanisms can pass quietly from one generation to the next, shaping lives behind closed doors. Prevention means more than responding after harm has occurred. It means helping people address trauma early, strengthening mental health support, and ensuring men have the tools to cope, to communicate, and to seek help before problems escalate. But there is hope. The University of New South Wales research published last month that found that many people who experienced childhood trauma still showed resilience, maintaining moderate to high well-being as adults. As Professor Gatz stated, and he observed that childhood adversity can be traumatic, but it doesn't have to determine a person's whole life. That is why prevention matters, because family violence prevention begins long before violence occurs. It begins with helping people heal, building resilience, and developing healthy relationships. Every child deserves to inherit safety instead of fear, and every generation has a responsibility to leave the next one better than they found it.
Senator Darmanin.
Thank you. In my first speech to this place, I said, diversity and difference are the magic that make our local communities into the places that we love and Melbourne into one of the most vibrant cities in the world. The politics of fear and division help no one and hurt us all. We must stand up for what is right because hope will always triumph over hate. And I stand by those words every day, just today and every day, just as strongly as I did then, because multiculturalism has enriched Australia and it continues to do so. We are a country built on migration. Our diversity is not accidental. It is not a recent development. It is a defining characteristic of modern Australia and one of our greatest strengths. I'm a proud Victorian senator, where the proportion of overseas-born Victorians who come from non-main English-speaking countries is 78%, the highest in Australia, and something that I celebrate. You see that strength every day in our schools, our workplaces and our neighbourhoods. You see it in the small businesses that bring life to our communities, the fantastic food, and the workers who care for us when we are sick, teach our children and help build our country. In fact, half of Australia's health workforce was born overseas. These are the people who chose Australia, and what a privilege for us that they've chosen to come here and care for our loved ones and to care for us when we are sick. The promise of Australian multiculturalism is simple, is the promise of a fair go, that everyone gets a fair crack at life, no matter their background or how long they have been here. There are those who want to turn back the clock to an Australia that is no longer who we are. We must not be afraid ever to call that out. Because multiculturalism is about diversity, not division, interaction, not isolation, something that I will stand up for every single day. And in the face of hatred and division, we should always choose hope, respect and inclusion, because they are the values that have built the Australia that we know today.
Senator Whish-Wilson.
President, the rise of One Nation from 6.5% of the national vote at the federal election last year in 9 months to polling over 30% in this country is a political anomaly the likes of which we have never seen in this country before. An established political party that's campaigned on the same issues for nearly 3 decades at a time when Australians have been moving away from major parties for the last decade, suddenly jumping nearly 400 to 500% in the space of 9 months. Yet the commentariat in this country are treating it like it's business as usual. that somehow they've tapped into how people are feeling about politics. It's a protest vote. It's a vote against the major parties. Well, they're ignoring the elephant in the room. One Nation have risen because they have a massive machine behind them. There's no secret. They're making no secret of the fact that they're tied in with Australia's richest woman, Gina Rinehart, and no doubt have significant funds behind them. But we're not talking about the massive international misinformation and disinformation machine. We know foreign websites have been pumping out up to 400 fake posts a week using deep fake AI promoting One Nation. The Senate Select Committee that I chaired called for an independent investigation into this, but it's getting worse. I asked senators to read this book by Ed Coper, Angatainment, that I think is one of the best explainers as to why we live in an age that desperately needs new solutions. Otherwise, we risk our very democracy disappearing before our eyes. Seriously, Acting Deputy President, to use some pub vernacular, this country needs to wake the fuck up to what is going on in the sphere of social media.
Senator Whish-Wilson, could you please withdraw the use of that term, please?
I'll withdraw that use of pub vernacular, Acting Deputy President. But my point is very serious. If we don't do something about this cancer, it will kill our democracy in the years ahead. The outrage and the anger that One Nation are appealing to is the algorithm and social media.
Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson. Senator Babet.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Look, culture is the shared values, traditions, beliefs, customs and way of life that bind a people together. It's the invisible thread that connects generations and gives a nation its identity, its character, its purpose. Australia's culture did not emerge by accident. It was built by generations of hard-working Aussies who cleared the land, built business, established institutions, raised families and defended the nation. The worldview that shaped those Australians is Christian. Christianity provided the moral foundation upon which Australia was built. Our understanding of right and wrong, human dignity, equality before the law, personal responsibility, charity, forgiveness and justice all flow from the inheritance of Christianity. Now, Australia is a multiracial nation, and that's not a weakness. It's one of our strengths. We come from every corner of the world and every ethnic background imaginable. But while we might be multiracial, we must remain a monocultural nation. We must be united by a common culture, a common set of values, and a common national identity. A nation cannot remain strong if it becomes a collection of separate tribes, each with different loyalties, values, and a vision for the future. Diversity of ancestry can be a strength. Diversity of fundamental values, however, is a recipe for division and a recipe for problems. Our task is not merely to protect our borders, it is to protect the culture that sits within those borders. Because if we lose our culture, we will lose the foundation of our unity, our cohesion, and ultimately, we will lose our nation. Thank you.
Senator Mulholland from Queensland.
Deputy President, Australia's housing crisis won't be solved with a three-word slogan or a social media culture war. Australians can't live in a press release or a political cartoon, no matter how jazzy the jingles might be. They can't house their family in a national press club address. They need a home with a foundation and a frame and a roof over it. Australians need leadership on this issue. They need political parties focused on building homes and getting more Australians into a home of their own. But while this government is focused on cranes and construction, those opposite are focused on culture wars. Australians need builders and not blockers. And if your answer to every housing proposal is no, you are not a serious party of government, you are a protest party. And let's look at what is getting delivered out there in the real world, not in cartoon land. In Margate, construction is well underway on 60 homes delivered by Brick Housing. In Redcliffe, I met with Lyndall and Margot, who are some of the older residents who have moved into the 82-dwelling complex in the heart of the Redcliffe CBD. In the city of Longman, I visited new homes being delivered by Coaster Bay Housing for women and family families fleeing domestic violence. In Chermside, I visited BHC's development of 92 homes for essential workers, seniors and people living with a disability. On the Sunshine Coast, I visited a construction site with 63 new homes under construction, thanks to blue chip CHP. These are not numbers on a page, they are people. They are people that this chamber cannot play politics with. They are real Queenslanders with real stories looking for real solutions. This government will continue to build more homes and open more doors to housing affordability. And while we build more homes and get more Australians into a home of their own, the only thing those opposite want to do is build outrage.
Senator Collins.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. This bad Labor budget is an assault on the Australian dream. The dream of being able to work hard and to be rewarded for that work. The dream of providing for your family and to make your children live better lives than you could. Australians were told that Labor would not touch capital gains tax, negative gearing, trust, super or stage 3 stage cuts. Labor broke those promises, and if you could not trust Labor on tax a month ago, you cannot trust them now. This so-called small business carve-out is an absolute con. 9 out of 10 small businesses will get nothing. Labor's toxic taxes still leaves them worse off. Now, Labor and the Greens are doing a deal on this budget, and the dirty deal between the Labor Party and the Greens will see Australians go backwards. It will see more small business close and more young Australians look overseas for opportunities that were once possible here. But those opportunities of enterprise have been killed by this Prime Minister when he lies. Down with the Greens to tax Australians more and lock all Australians out of the prosperous future guaranteed by coalition governments. The Prime Minister wouldn't take this to the Australian people. He knew that Australians would outright reject his partisan politics of punishment on aspiration. And if the Prime Minister were a bird, he'd be the lyrebird. He mimics Marx and whistles a different tune before the election to what he hawks now. Labor's toxic taxes don't need a tweak, a carve-out or another Canberra fix. They need the axe. Because you don't fix a bad tax by making it more complicated, you scrap it. Now, the Liberal National Coalition backs small business. We back you all the way. We understand small business, and we will axe this terrible tax.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. A recent Knight Frank report ranked Australia second globally for data centre investment. Yet our government is yet to put in place effective regulatory and tax settings to protect Australians from the risks, from demands on water and energy, and capture the benefits from tax to local content requirements and computing power. While France and the UK both now have in place digital services taxes, delivering roughly $1 to $1.5 billion a year to their respective budgets, the Australian government seems content to let the global hyperscalers set up here but take their profits offshore. We look ready to repeat exactly the same mistakes we made with gas. Big multinationals come here, tell us how much they're investing, how great it's going to be for the future of our country. At the end of the day, we're paying international prices for our gas. We're constantly told that we have a shortage of gas here in Australia, despite being one of the biggest gas exporters in the world, and we don't get a fair return. We cannot allow this same mistake to be made when it comes to data centres. There's no plan, there's no coordination, and precious little transparency for this burgeoning new industry. As of the 31st of March 2026, Australia had 162 operational data centres and 90 proposed data centres, but it seems like there's no information about where they're going to be, what sort of energy they'll use, where they'll get their water. How can we have adequate oversight when this is the case? What is the government doing to ensure that local Australian businesses will have access to compute? What are they doing to ensure that these big multinationals, who are experts in profit shifting, will actually pay tax here in Australia where they are benefiting from the use of our resources? We cannot make the same mistakes. Unfortunately, it seems like the Albanese Labor government is heading in that direction.
Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. On Friday of this week, I'll be returning to Hunter Valley, where we'll be celebrating life and mourning the loss of Warrant Officer Brett Wild, ex-retired. Brett was a personal friend of mine. He began his military path with the Citizens Military Force before joining the 119th Royal New South Wales Regiment, subsequently transferred to the 21st Construction Regiment and qualified as an Army engineer within the Australian Military Forces. In 1999, Brent went and he rolled into the continuous full-time service under the auspices of the Australian Personnel Agency. And then over the previous 9 years, he went to Special Operations Command, 8th Combat Engineer Regiment, 5th Combat Engineer Regiment, and then the Special Force Training Centre at Singleton, where he eventually settled down. In 2008, following service-related injuries, Wild accepted a discharge and settled in the Hunter Valley full-time, where he kept an interest by purchasing some armoured vehicles himself, which he drove around his farm. It's always good to have friends with tanks. And he also set up the Hunter Pet Motel, where he looked after pets and animals, and quite interestingly, he set up a concierge service at Newcastle Airport where you could drop your pet off and it'd get you limousined up to his place to stay while you went on holidays. He was also a driving force behind the Branxton and Greta Memorial, which honoured the service members of Hunter people and connected both the Branxton and Greta war memorials with a cycleway between them. He designed the project to represent the 10,288 service members that came from the Hunter in World War I and subsequent conflicts. In the launch initiative, he bought $1.95 million from the Cessnock Council, from the RSL sub-branches and the Business Chamber. We will miss him, we will miss his service, I will miss a friend, and I join with the Singleton sub-branch of celebrating service to a good man, Vale Brett Wild.
Senator Green from Queensland.
Very much, Acting Deputy President. I want to rise in this chamber to acknowledge and encourage the Socceroos in their must-win game of the World Cup on Friday. For those of you who are new to football here in Australia, yes, the Socceroos are the boy Matildas, and they are an excellent team who are doing a great job in the World Cup. They were written off for their first game, but they did an amazing job, and we know that they are preparing for a must-win game on Friday. Every single Australian will be behind them. Every single Australian will be supporting them from over here. The Socceroos are the very best of Australia. They represent modern, multicultural Australia. They come from all over the world, born in places like Sydney, in Newcastle, Scotland, and even in Tanzania. From refugees to sons of Socceroos, we are so proud of this team and what they represent to our country. And we know that when they go out to wearing the green and gold jersey, they represent Australia with pride. We are incredibly proud of their performance, and we know that they will do a great job on Friday night. And we know how important it is for Australians to be able to watch the World Cup live and free on SBS. And we know how important it is for governments to support the SBS and to ensure that Australians can continue to watch the World Cup live and free on SBS. And on Friday we will continue to show our support for this incredible team, a team that shows us exactly what modern multicultural Australian means. And the support that is shown from all around this country is because that is what Australians want to see represented back to them. Go the Socceroos. We know you've got this. Let's go Socceroos.
Thank you, Senator Green. There's a few seconds left, but with the... Senator De Liga.
Thanks very much. Virgin Australia is holding $93 million of customers' money in the form of COVID-era travel credits, and they are refusing to refund those travel credits to their customers. Recently, they announced that they were going to extend for customers to use those credits by May next year, but they need to do it by 30th of June. It's time for Virgin to do the right thing and to allow those customers to get a refund for their travel credits or extend them indefinitely. Do the right thing, Virgin.
Thank you, Senator De Liga. We'll move to question time. I call Senator Hume.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. The Prime Minister recently announced that small businesses will receive favourable capital gains tax treatment if they are classified as innovative. Can the Prime Minister advise what a cafe would need to do to qualify as innovative? Would a cafe that introduces a new type of coffee on its menu, or creates a new breakfast item, or adds a QR code to its menu be classified as innovative and receive favourable tax treatment?
Thank you, Senator Hume. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Hume for her question. And as you know, on budget night, the Treasurer announced a process of consultation on a number of aspects of these very ambitious and substantial tax reforms. And they are ambitious and they are substantial because we know the status quo is not working for Australians or for the Australian economy. And consistent with what the Treasurer announced on budget night, the government has worked through a series of consultations, both in particular with small business, and that has resulted in some changes, but also in relation to the start-up sector, where the government has made clear through the release of a consultation paper entitled Capital Gains Tax Reforms Arrangements for Innovative Start-ups, that we are open to a discussion.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Hume.
Point of order on relevance, Madam President. I asked about a cafe and what it would need to do to be considered innovative.
Thank you, Senator Hume. I've been listening very carefully and the Minister is being relevant to your question. Minister Wong, please continue.
In relation to small business, the Deputy Leader of the Opposition would be aware that the government has maintained the 4 existing tax concessions for small business and has, in fact, in relation to one of those tax concessions, raised the threshold so that more small businesses will be eligible. So that more small businesses will be eligible for this concession, and this was after substantial consultation with the small business sector. So, what I would suggest to the Deputy Leader, I realise that those opposite are so worried about One Nation they are not actually focused on policy that's good for the country. But what we have put in place is a set of reforms which are necessary for the benefit of the economy, business and of working people.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hume, first supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. So clearly there's no answer for the cafe. What about other businesses? Under the Prime Minister's new policy of classifying small businesses as innovative to receive favourable capital gains tax treatment, what, for instance, would a hairdresser need to do to be classified as innovative? Is there a way for an innovative hairdresser to claim the capital gains tax discount?
Thank you, Senator Hume. Minister Wong.
There is a serious issue about ensuring that start-ups and biotech thrive in this country, and we said that we would consult in recognition of the unique characteristics of these highly innovative businesses, and the discussion paper to which I alluded, and I think submissions are open till from memory, till about 10th or 11th of July. Submissions can be made in respect of that. In relation to small business, I refer to my earlier answer, where, as a result of consultation with the small business sector, the government has lifted the threshold on one of the key tax concessions for small businesses so that more small businesses will be eligible for concession.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hume, second supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. Can the Minister then explain who will make the determination as to whether a small business is considered sufficiently innovative, what guidance will be provided to businesses and investors on this, and whether businesses will be able to challenge a decision that they are not sufficiently innovative, like this cafe, like this hairdressers, to qualify for that capital gains tax discount?
Thank you, Senator Hume. Minister Wong.
The point I would make, and I'd make it, but I think the Deputy Leader is deliberately not recognising what is. No, I think she's deliberately not interested in my response. We are delivering about $3.8 billion in new business tax relief measures. This includes the $20,000 instant asset write-off, making that permanent, a permanent 2-year loss carryback for companies with turnover up to $1 billion, increasing the turnover for the existing 50% active asset reduction CGT concession from $2 million to $10 million. In other words, enabling more small businesses to gain that concession. There is a separate process around innovative businesses. You are deliberately bringing them together. together in order to try and make mischief, and we all understand that.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Grogan.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Finance, Senator Gallagher. Last month, the Treasurer handed down the Albanese Labor government's fifth budget, which supports Australians through the global oil shock while delivering a fairer housing market, a more productive economy and a better tax system. Can the Minister outline how this responsible reforming budget is supporting Australians under pressure and setting the country up for the future?
Thank you, Senator Grogan. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Grogan for that question. This is a responsible budget that is focused on relief, resilience and reform. The conflict in the Middle East is weighing heavily on our economy and compounding cost of living pressures facing Australians. So we're delivering more cost of living help and building a more productive economy, a fairer housing market and a stronger and more sustainable budget. We're reforming the tax system for workers, businesses and future generations, and our tax reforms have three goals: to level the playing field and better align the tax treatment income from work with income earned in other ways, to help more Australians recognise the dream of home ownership and get a foothold in the property market, to improve productivity by encouraging innovation and investments. Our reforms will build a better, fairer and simpler tax system by reducing the tax burden for over 13 million workers, supporting 75,000 more homeowners, first homeowners, into the housing market, delivering over $3.8 billion in new measures that lower taxes for small businesses and start-ups, and reducing compliance costs by $540 million a year. This tax package is pro-aspiration, pro-worker and pro-investment. It builds on our reforms to date, including 3 rounds of tax cuts, making super fairer and more sustainable and making multinationals pay a fair share of tax. On July 1 this year, over 14 million Australians will get another tax cut of up to $268, and our combined tax cuts mean a worker on average wages will pay up to $2,800 less tax than what we inherited. The Liberal and Nationals tried to increase income taxes at the last election, and now they're defending the status quo, which punishes workers and locks too many people.
Expired. Senator Grogan, first supplementary.
Thank you to the Minister. That's very informative. Last week, following consultation, the Prime Minister and the Treasurer announced further details of the government's tax reform package, extending the small business capital gains tax discount to 2.7 million small businesses and backing innovative start-ups. Can the Minister outline how these changes give small businesses greater clarity and confidence while still making the tax system fairer?
Thank you, Senator Grogan. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much. I thank Senator Grogan for that supplementary. And as Senator Grogan outlined, the Prime Minister and Treasurer did announce further implementation details for the government's tax reform package. We had flagged in the budget papers and on budget night that there would be further work done to consult with the start-up sector about how these changes could most appropriately apply to them. We said we would do that. We said we would consult with small business. We said we would consult with start-ups. We have done that. We have increased the threshold from 2 million to 10 million for the 50% tax discount for small businesses. It means all 2.7 million active small businesses and 98% of all active businesses will be eligible for generous CGT concessions. Consultation is now open on the innovative business CGT concession. There is more discussions to be done. That consultation paper is out for the next 3 weeks.
Senator Grogan, second supplementary.
This budget is designed to support Australians facing cost of living pressures while continuing responsible budget repair. How do the measures in the budget support Australian households, and how does this build on other cost of living measures that the Albanese Labor government has already delivered?
Thank you, Senator Grogan. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I thank Senator Grogan for that question. And the Albanese government has been focusing on cost of living since we came to government, whether it be in support for energy bill relief, whether it be in the Medicare urgent care clinics, whether it be in cheaper medicines, whether it be our investments in bulk billing All of those. And of course the tax cuts.
Order.
Those opposite hate hearing about tax cuts because they remember that they went to the last election promising to hike everyone's tax. That was a stroke of genius from those over there that went and thought about it and thought, you know what, we're going to go and fight an election by taking tax rises to the people and see what they say and oppose the tax changes, the tax cuts that we are doing, that we are providing on the 1st of July this year. That working Australians will get a further tax cut. There's the instant deductions and there's the working Australian tax offset to come in place as well.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Cash.
My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Will the government's innovative business carve-out apply at the time a business is founded, when shares are issued, when an investment is made, when an employee share scheme is granted, or only years later when a capital gain is realised?
Good question.
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
As the senator would know,
Order.
Where's Anne? That's what I'd like.
Order.
Where is Senator Ruston? Where is Senator Ruston, by the way?
I can think of a small start-up business that's not very innovative.
For the benefit of the Leader of the Opposition,
Order
as I
across the
said
chamber.
in response to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, who of course went to the election with higher taxes, I explained that there were two tranches of changes that I was discussing. The first in relation to small business, where we have lifted turnover to $10 million so that 2.7 million active small businesses and 98% of all active businesses will be eligible for generous CG capital gains tax concessions. In relation to the innovative start-up measures, as I also explained to the Deputy Leader, the Treasurer, through the Treasury, is engaging in consultation. A consultation paper was released on the 18th of June, which goes through various arrangements for innovative start-ups, and the government will obviously have those consultations in good faith and bring forward those amendments as and when necessary.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Cash, first supplementary.
Thank you. If eligibility is assessed years after an investment is made, how are founders, employers and investors supposed to price in risk today?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
Certainly would be advising Australian business to price in the risk of a coalition One Nation government, because we all understand what that would mean for both business and working people and the Australian economy. That is a risk they should price in and make sure they work with the Labor Party to ensure that they are never delivered, that they never deliver a government, because we know what that side would be like if we saw Senator Cash and Senator Hanson working together in this chamber to take away so many of the things that Australians need. What I would say to you, Senator, again, as I explained in my primary answer to your Deputy Leader, that the government is consulting on arrangements for innovative start-ups. That consultation will proceed. In relation to small business, the government has announced a higher threshold, so 98% of all active businesses will now be eligible for more generous CGT
thank
concessions.
you, Senator Wong. Senator Colbeck, withdraw the comment you made during Senator Wong's contribution, and I caution all senators about using that word in here.
I withdraw.
Thank you, Senator Colbeck. Senator Cash, second supplementary.
Thank you. And given the minister's inability to answer either the Deputy Leader of the Opposition in the Senate or myself questions, isn't this exactly the uncertainty that start-ups are warning about? The government announces a toxic tax, it fails to define the carve-out and leaves founders and investors to guess whether they will be punished years down the track.
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
Well, I would say to the Leader of the Opposition that if you want an example of chaos and uncertainty, it is the federal coalition.
You have no idea.
Order. Have you finished, Minister Wong? Yes, thank you. Senator Waters.
My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister. Australia currently has 178 billionaires who each make $29 million a day. Corporate profits have grown at almost double the rate of wages over the past decade. Yet on budget night, this government offered working people $4.81 a week that they won't see until 2028. Nothing for renters, and not one extra dollar for anyone on job seeker, youth allowance or the aged pension. Minister, do you accept that support for One Nation is rising because Labor has no serious plan to fix the cost of living?
Thank you, Senator Waters. Minister Wong.
No. And what I would say to you, Senator, is two things. First, if you are so keen on tax reform, look forward to you passing the tax changes here. And these are tax changes that that people in your party as well as people in the community have been calling for, so I look forward to that and you supporting that. The second point I would make is, as a Labor government, we have delivered measures to address cost of living pressures, to roll out more urgent care clinics, to enable energy price relief, to provide more protections for workers, to provide higher wages for working people, whether it's in the childcare sector, the aged care sector, or people on the minimum wage. And we will always do that, all that we are able to address cost of living challenges. Now, there is obviously more to do. And this government is determined to continue to deliver the change that is required in the face of increased cost of living and higher pressures for so many Australian workers. But one thing I am very clear about, Senator, is that the way to confront what we see across the chamber is to seek to bring people together and to remind working people that those opposite are more interested in working together against the interests of workers, against the interests of public services, against the interests of more universal health care. That is what those opposite are more interested in doing. And I invite the Greens to take a different approach to the approach they so often take, which is to believe that their job is to attack this side of politics rather than recognising what is happening on that side of politics, the Conservative side of politics, and what is up for stake. We on this side understand that, and we are up for this argument.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Waters, first supplementary.
Thanks. When governments don't work for people, anger at the system rises. Last week, Senator Hanson stood at the National Press Club and offered nothing more than ugly anger, Islamophobia, racism and transphobia. Minister, do you accept that your government's capitulation to corporations and the wealthiest 1% has disaffected voters turning to anger?
Thank you, Senator Waters. Minister Wong.
Well, with respect, Senator, I have watched some of your party, not all of you, but some of your party. I've watched some of your party engage in ensuring that anger rises. I've watched some of your party engaging in rhetoric which is divisive. I've watched some of your party engaging in the politics of anger and division. And I have actually said, and I think that some of your party have been very angry with me, that it is the same tactic as One Nation or Peter Dutton. So I think if you want to talk about not using anger and fueling anger and division to try and progress your political fortunes, then I hope the Greens might consider their own position and how they operate. And here we on cue. And this is my point. You say we want to try and bring people together, and we are open to a civil discussion about differences, but we do not believe.
Thank you, Minister Wong. Their time for answering has expired. Senator Waters, second supplementary.
Thanks. One Nation opposes wage rises for workers. They oppose a 25% tax on gas exports. They oppose paid parental leave. They look after corporate super profits and not people. As the government, you could make the system fairer. You could tax gas exports, cancel AUKUS, spend the money to make people's lives easier. Minister, when will you tax billionaires and big corporations to fund cost of living relief?
Thank you, Senator Waters. Minister Wong.
Thank you. Senator Waters, I would make the point that The things that you talk about One Nation opposing are all reforms that a Labor government has delivered. Yeah. So just to remember, you know, to set and make sure that we are actually having an open and honest discussion. Yeah, we are the ones who put forward Closing Loopholes Bill, voted against by One Nation twice. We are the ones who put forward the Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill. We are the ones who put forward the protection of penalty and overtime rates. We are the ones who are delivering cost of living, including new and permanent income tax cuts, including those that are in the budget, which we look forward to your support for. Now, there is always more to do, and we will keep delivering it. And what I would welcome, Senator Waters, is you and your party working to bring people together, because that is the best answer to the coalition of the right that we observe opposite.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Sheldon.
And my question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations, Senator Watt. Earlier this month, the Fair Work Commission handed down the 2026 annual wage review decision, recommending a real wage increase for award and minimum wage workers. Minister, how will this decision provide cost of living relief for almost 2.7 million Australians workers across this country?
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Senator Sheldon, who, along with every senator in the Labor team, always stands up for the rights of working Australians. Senator Sheldon's right. Earlier this month, the Fair Work Commission handed down the 2026 annual wage review decision, increasing modern award wages by 4.75%, and they increased the national minimum wage by 6% from the 1st of July this year. Importantly for the workers of Australia, this is another real wage increase under the Albanese government, and that will help workers and their families with their cost of living pressures. And already we see Senator Canavan arguing against an increase to the minimum wage. This decision means for the first time the national minimum wage will rise above $1,000 per week. So angry, aren't you, about increases to the minimum wage?
Minister Watt, direct your comments to the Chair.
It means the minimum wage is now $12,079 higher per year compared to when the Albanese government was elected. This is the economically sustainable real wage increase that our government called for in our submission to the Fair Work Commission, and it's the 5th consecutive time we've called for an increase to the minimum wage. In making the decision, the Fair Work Commission expert panel considered a number of factors, including the performance of the national economy, which has been impacted by uncertainty around the conflict in the Middle East, and the relative living standards and needs of minimum and award wage earners. Modern award employees predominantly work part-time hours, are in female-dominated industries, and a majority are casuals. Of course, it shouldn't come as a surprise to senators on this side of the chamber that Labor welcomes this decision and the cost of living help it will provide to working Australians. This is the pay rise that millions of Australian workers need and deserve. This is much-needed cost of living help for the cleaners, carers, hospitality and retail workers on the minimum wage and award-reliant workers, many of whom work fewer hours and have fewer financial buffers to fall back on. Under Labor, wages are higher, income taxes are lower, and we're helping first home buyers into that.
Senator Sheldon, first supplementary.
The Albanese Labor government has consistently advocated for and endorsed wage rises for workers in a number of industries. Last week, the government announced a $3.6 billion extension of the pay rise for early childhood educators. Why is this extension important, and how broad is the support for this announcement?
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Minister Watt.
Thanks again, Senator Sheldon. Well, the pay rise for early childhood educators is absolutely vital because it provides them with a $255 a week pay rise. So, what was that, Senator Cash? You're worried about low-paid workers getting a pay rise.
Minister Watt.
You don't want low-paid workers to get a pay rise.
Minister Watt.
I know someone else like that, Senator Hanson, the Liberal Party and One Nation on a unity ticket to keep wages low. We are locking in that pay rise for early childhood educators, and we're funding it with a $3.6 billion investment. This pay rise is helping them pay their bills, it's helping them save, and importantly, it's helping them stay in jobs that they love. This is great news for educators and great news for parents as well. But one person who didn't back it, of course, was Senator Hanson from the One Nation Party. When asked if she thought the government's increased funding for childcare, she said that was ridiculous. And when asked if the pay rises for early childhood educators are unnecessary, Senator Hanson replied, didn't they get a pay rise just not so long ago?
Thank you, Minister Watt. Senator Sheldon's second supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for outlining the Uni Party's opposition to wage rises. Ensuring the wages of low and middle income earners continue to rise is a key part of our plan to help workers earn more and keep more of what they earn. What are some of the other ways the government is supporting workers, and how does that contrast with the other views in the community?
Minister Watt.
Thanks, Senator Sheldon. Well, not only have we in Labor supported workers by advocating for a wage rise, but we've also criminalised wage theft and, of course, provided tax cuts to every Australian worker. In contrast, One Nation is joined at the hip with the Liberals in wanting to wind back Australia's workplace laws, cut workers' wages and abolish paid parental leave. One Nation even seem to think that all Australian workers are lazy and they want to make it easier to sack workers. So much for standing up for battlers. Now, I feel like I've heard some of that before, and of course that's come from the Liberal Party as well. In fact, Shadow Treasurer Tim Wilson gave an interview on the ABC on Thursday afternoon backing in Senator Hanson's position. When asked if he thought there needed to be an IR overhaul, Senator Hanson's words, Mr Wilson replied, "I agree with that, but I agreed with it before she said it. I said it first." Now the Liberals are claiming to have written One Nation policy. One Nation talk a big game, but they always cut the rights of workers, and they right alongside them when they do it is the Liberal Party of Australia.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. My question is to the Minister for Environment, Senator Watt. Australia has had its first confirmed cases of H5N1 bird flu, a disease that has devastated wildlife populations overseas and will not be able to be eradicated once it takes hold in Australia. It puts endangered species such as the black swan, the black cockatoo and the sea lion at even greater risk of extinction. Will the government back calls from experts and conservation groups for a $200 million two-year boost to wildlife resilience, coastal habitat protection and an invasive species control program?
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Senator Hanson-Young. Thanks also for flagging your intention to ask this question when we crossed paths in the corridors earlier today. Just before I came to the chamber for question time, I've done some further media updates with the Agriculture Minister, Julie Collins, who's doing a fantastic job leading on behalf of the federal government our response to what are now 2 confirmed cases of the highly dangerous strain of H5 in Australia. People would have seen late last week we had the first case of that strain confirmed, and just today we've had confirmation of the second case of H5N1. Now, of course, this is a very serious matter and we are treating it seriously, but we do need to remember that at this point in time we only have 2 confirmed cases. That's a good thing, and of course we want to see it that way, stay that way, but we recognise that this poses a serious threat to wildlife in Australia, along potentially with the agriculture sector as well. And it's because of the scale of that threat that the Albanese government has invested $113 million already in preparedness efforts to ensure that we are as well prepared as possible for an outbreak of H5N1 coming to our shores. To some extent, it was always inevitable that this strain would reach Australian shores. We are the only continent in the world that has not yet had this strain on our shores, and it is spread primarily by migratory birds. It's quite remarkable, in fact, that we have not had this strain hit Australian shores so far, but we are well prepared. From my department's point of view, we have already undertaken a susceptibility analysis to properly understand the species that are at most risk of being infected, and that work has informed where our funding has gone for captive breeding programs, for planning by state governments and a range of other preparedness work. Now, Senator Hanson-Young may want to take political shots at this, but I note the response from the Invasive Species Council saying that never before in history has an I'll read that to you
has expired. Senator Hanson-Young, first supplementary.
Thank you. Well, the government, of course, has warned about the impact of this virus on Australia's agriculture, but what modelling has the government done on the impact that this is going to have on Australia's native species and our wildlife? How many of our endangered species will be pushed to the brink of extinction if this virus takes hold?
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. Minister Watt.
Well, I take offence at the suggestion that this government or I personally would push a species to extinction, which is the way Senator Hanson-Young phrased that question. But, you know, we understand that the Greens will always take a political opportunity when it arises. As I was saying, my department, well before this event occurred, had undertaken a susceptibility analysis to identify the species at greatest risk from this virus, and that is why we have then invested $113 million, including $11 million in this year's federal budget, to ensure that we're prepared. Now, as I was saying when my time ran out, while Senator Hanson-Young and the Greens Party might want to take a political opportunity here, let's look at what the Invasive Species Council has had to say about this, a group that's actively involved in this effort. And I quote them as saying, "Never before in history has an environmental biosecurity issue been offered this level of funding for preparedness." So while the Greens might want to grandstand and take political potshots, environmental groups like the Invasive Species Council recognise the effort that's been undertaken and have worked with us constructively in that regard.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Hanson-Young, second supplementary.
Thank you. 1 in 6 Australian bird species already are threatened with extinction. Australia has the highest rate of mammal extinction in the world because of habitat loss, climate change and other human impacts. When will you implement a moratorium on the clearing of critical habitat, given the bird flu issue and the fact that we're going to see our animals pushed to the brink of extinction?
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. Minister Watt.
Well, Senator Hanson-Young asks me what the government is doing around the clearing of habitat, and Senator Hanson-Young must not remember that only about 6 months ago the Greens political party supported legislation that the government passed for environmental law reform. And one of the key aspects of that legislation was to ensure that habitat is protected for threatened species and others.
Please resume your seat. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, President. Bring the Minister back to the question. Maybe I needed to be more specific. What are you doing to stop the clearing of Alcoa?
Hanson-Young, I have warned you before about using points of order to make political statements. You are out of order. The Minister is responding to your question, and I invite the Minister to continue.
Thanks, President. So as I was saying, it wasn't that long ago that the Greens Party, including Senator Hanson-Young, Senator Waters and everyone else sitting around them, supported legislation that this government passed through this Senate, the most far-reaching environmental law reform that Australia has seen for 25 years, that delivers a balanced package of stronger protections for our environment and also faster and simpler assessment and approval processes that will deliver the habitat protection that our threatened species deserve. In the meantime, we're not going to be doing political grandstanding like certain people who are yelling out over there. We're going to get on with the job of making sure we keep our species safe.
The time has expired. Senator McDonald.
My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Last week, the Western Australian Premier warned that the government's proposed capital gains tax changes would discourage exploration and investment in our mining industry, which is essential for developing major projects. Does the government agree with the Western Australian Premier that its decision will deter investment, reduce exploration activity and undermine the discovery of future critical minerals deposits vital to Western Australia and indeed Australia's economic prosperity?
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Minister Wong.
Thank you. I am familiar with the Premier's position, and in fact, as I walked here through to question time, I think he was doing a press conference in the courtyard there, and obviously the Prime Minister engages with Premier Cook and the government of Western Australia regularly and has engaged, including going to WA on many, many occasions, and I understand the proposition that is being put. I would make this point that the innovative business CGT concession that is flagged and scoped in the consultation paper that I was discussing with Senator Hume and Senator Cash, it is subject to innovation criteria. I would make the point that the government is supporting exploration and mining in other ways, including billions of dollars invested across special investment vehicles in Australian resources firms and projects. And of course, you mentioned critical minerals, an investment in the critical minerals facility of $5 billion to grow critical minerals mines and processing, and the critical minerals production tax incentive, which is a 10% tax offset.
Thank you, Minister Wong. Senator McDonald.
My issue is with relevance. Specifically, does the government agree with the Western Australian Premier?
Thank you, Senator McDonald. The minister is being relevant. Minister, please continue.
I went directly to the issue you were raising, and I was trying to do you the courtesy, Senator, of responding directly, and I'll do it again. We are the concession is broadly available. It's not limited to a particular sector, but it is subject to innovation criteria. You asked about tax concessions for the sector, and I was outlining the ways in which taxpayers and this government supported particularly critical minerals, but more broadly resources firms and projects.
Thank you, Minister. Senator McDonald, first supplementary.
Labor's own budget papers show mining investment growth is heading for zero by 27-28. Isn't the truth that after scrapping support for junior explorers, increasing uncertainty and driving away investment, the Albanese government has turned its back on the very industry that pays Australia's bills?
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Minister Wong.
No, we don't. I don't accept that at all, Senator. And I appreciate that's a political point you're making. And it is the case that WA is a powerhouse of the Australian economy, and we know how important the resources sector is for this country. As I said, the critical minerals production tax incentive, which I think you voted against, Senator, will turbocharge critical minerals investment in Western Australia. We also had, for example, a $3.4 billion commitment to the Resourcing Australia's Prosperity program, which is a generational investment in pre-competitive geoscience. And we have nearly, as I said, we have billions of dollars in production credits for critical minerals and critical minerals tax offsets. So there are tax incentives. So there are a range of tax incentives which reflect the importance of the resources sector and, in particular, critical minerals.
Thank you, Minister. Senator McDonald, second supplementary.
The Association of Mining and Exploration Companies told a Senate inquiry last week the government's critical minerals strategy says that the world needs 50 new lithium mines, 60 new nickel mines, 17 new cobalt mines. It seems counterintuitive to make exploring for these minerals fundamentally harder in Australia, but that's what the proposed CGT reforms do. Does the government's legislation align with the government's critical minerals strategy?
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Minister Wong.
Well, Senator, I would remind you that if you are such a supporter of critical minerals, why is it that you voted against a tax offset? Why is it that you voted against a tax offset? I mean, I'm trying to be courteous to you, Senator, but it really does smack of hypocrisy for you to have a go at the government on tax changes when you voted against a tax offset, a tax incentive for the very sector you purport to be supporting. So let's be really clear. The National Party and the Liberal Party voted against a production tax incentive for critical minerals. We all understand that. We all understand what they're doing now.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Well, my question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Immigration and Citizenship, Senator Ayres. Minister, last financial year, your Labor government issued more than 350,000 new permanent resident visas and citizenships. This is the equivalent of adding nearly 1.5 times the entire population of Hobart in just 1 year. Minister, how many new permanent visas and citizenships are you permanently adding to Australia's population this financial year, which ends in just 8 days?
Thank you, Senator Hanson. Minister Ayres.
I'd be delighted to answer the question, Senator Hanson, but I am not indeed the responsible minister, and no doubt Minister Watt's going to enjoy taking your question when he's ready to go.
Well, just a minute. Minister Watt, just resume your seat, please. Senator Hanson, I understand Minister Ayres is not the responsible minister, but I'll give you the opportunity. Would you want to redirect that question to Minister Watt?
Love to. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Immigration and Citizenship, Senator Watt.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Hanson. Minister Watt.
Thank you, Senator Hanson. One inconvenient fact for the One Nation Party is that this government has nearly halved net overseas migration since it spiked after the COVID epidemic. Most people in this country recognise that during the COVID epidemic, essentially migration ended into Australia. People couldn't come here. Most people recognise that after the epidemic, migration skyrocketed because people were trying to get back into the country, including many Australians who were seeking to come back into a country. And also, of course, we inherited on coming to office a completely broken migration system that was left behind by Mr Peter Dutton. Remember him? Remember Mr Peter Dutton? I know, or have you sort of erased any memory of him? So, broken migration system combined with a massive increase in migration post-COVID. Ever since then, we have been working hard to fix the rorts and the other faults in the migration system, including around international student numbers. And what that has meant is that we have reduced net overseas migration by 45% since it spiked, so nearly halved, and we're on track to reduce it even further. Now, we recognise, as a government and as a party, that the migration numbers that we were seeing post-COVID were unsustainable, they were too high, and they needed to be brought down. What we also recognised that to house Australians, which is what the One Nation Party often links with migration, we also needed to build more homes. And that's why, as a government, we have invested tens of billions of dollars in building more social and affordable homes for the battlers that Senator Hanson pretends she cares about. And how did One Nation vote every time we tried to increase funding for housing? They voted no, along with the Liberal Party and the National Party. So don't come in here and lecture us about supporting houses for Australians because you always vote against them.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Hanson, first supplementary.
Minister, Australia has been suffering under mass migration. Minister, your government says you are cutting immigration, yet you've flooded the country with over 2 million arrivals since coming to government. The damage has been done. Your 45% cut is too little too late. Why are you using mass migration to paper over your abysmal economic management, disregarding the call from millions of Australians to stop it due to their standard of living being destroyed? Why are you waiting till 2027-28 to reduce it up to 225,000? That is still too many.
Hanson. The time has expired. Minister Watt.
Thanks again, Senator Hanson. As I say, this government has worked extremely hard over the last 2 or 3 years in particular to significantly reduce migration levels to much more sustainable levels. At the same time, we, unlike One Nation, unlike the Liberal Party, unlike the National Party, have also supported increased investment in housing for the battlers that you pretend to care about. They're the battlers who need homes, and they're the battlers who you voted against getting new homes funded by the government. So we make no apologies for the fact that we had to reduce migration numbers. They were unsustainably high post the COVID epidemic and post the rorts in the system that were left behind by the former coalition government. And the changes that we have made are bringing migration back to a much more sustainable level than it has been at. Now, the question for people like Senator Hanson is how they intend to obtain the hospital workers, the aged care workers, and the workers in various other industries that come from migrant backgrounds.
Has expired. Senator Hanson, second supplementary.
Minister, analysis of migration data shows that just 20% of your 301,000 net overseas migrants in 2025 were skilled. That's before dealing with the fact that your skilled list includes occupations such as dog handler, hairdresser, gardener, golfer and migration agent. Minister, why is your government flooding Australia with 80% of unskilled migration?
Thank you, Senator Hanson. Minister Watt.
Well, some things don't change, do they? Senator Hanson, I know that it has always been your political agenda to try to divide Australians, to divide Indigenous Australians from other Australians, to divide other Australians from migrant Australians. This government will not engage in that kind of extreme division and chaotic arguments that the One Nation Party has been putting forward for the best part of 30 years. We saw from the National Press Club last week that One Nation's recipe for Australia is more division, more chaos and more cuts, and that is not something that this Labor government will stand for. This government is about bringing Australians together, not about dividing them from each other. And we'll leave it to Senator Hanson, along with her friends in the Liberal Party and the National Party, because they are all the same, to continue that kind of division, with a couple of rare exceptions, to continue with that division that is not the Australian way.
The time has expired. Order. Order. Minister Wong. I advise the chamber that Senator Babet has order. Order on my right. I advise the chamber that Senator Babet has passed his question to Senator Roberts. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Finance Minister, Senator Gallagher, and relates to productivity. The measure of productivity I'm using is from the Australian Bureau of Statistics, GDP per hours worked. Under your government, the index measure of productivity has fallen from 100 to 99.6%. Minister, net overseas migration in the year to December 2025 was 301,000 people. What change will these 301,000 new permanent arrivals make to our productivity? GDP per hours worked across forward estimates.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much, President. I welcome the question on productivity because this budget had productivity right at the centre of the decision-making that we took. And as Senator Roberts would know from attending estimates, as he does and has as a representative of his party, that he knows from all the advice that Treasury has provided that productivity growth in the decade to 2020 was the slowest in 60 years. So just get your heads around that as everyone points a finger. The slowest in 60 years was in the decade to 2020, and we recognised when we came to government—
Minister Gallagher, resume your seat. I haven't called you Senator Roberts. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. Point of order. I asked about productivity falling under your government.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. I believe the minister is answering your question, but I will continue to listen carefully, and if she doesn't, I'll direct her to your question. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, I was explaining the evidence that Treasury has provided through various committee proceedings that I've been at, that Senator Roberts has been at, that the productivity challenge that Australia has right now is similar to many advanced economies, and that we had seen slowing productivity growth in the decade to 2020. We revised back the productivity growth assumptions in our budget on the advice of Treasury. Those had been hiding behind the myth of their numbers in their budget. We adjusted it based on advice from Treasury, and this budget has a range of measures which goes right to the heart of driving productivity improvements, which I would think in this chamber all of us could agree is a good thing. You know, whether it be in some of the regulatory reform work that I'm doing, some of the barriers to trade or removing those that Senator Farrell's at the heart of, building a single national market, accelerating approvals, the work that Minister Watt's leading in the environment, the work that Minister O'Neill is doing in housing, in the works with the states and territories, in looking at how we use data and AI, all of these big challenges that economies like Australia are grappling with, we are dealing with in this budget. Sorry, I'm not sure the clock ran out.
I'm sorry, Minister. Senator Roberts, first supplementary.
OECD data shows productivity improvement only occurs if the migrants have a higher skill level than Australia has as a whole. In other words, quality, not quantity. Otherwise, productivity falls. Minister, does the low rate of skilled migration, less than 20% of your 301,000 migrants, mean that productivity in Australia across forward estimates will continue to fall?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, I know that One Nation and those parties on the right would like to blame every challenge on migrants to this country. We don't. On this side, we don't take that view. The productivity challenge is real. It's real in our economy. It's real in many, many economies around the world. And the measures needed to improve productivity are governments tackling serious challenges that have been ignored for too long, like, and I know you disagree with this, Senator Roberts, like the transition to net zero. I know you don't like it, but energy is a big part. Seizing the...
Senator Roberts?
I don't want to know about the globe. This is a point of
Senator
relevance.
Roberts, why are you on your feet?
Point of relevance.
Thank you. The Minister is being relevant to your question, and I'll continue to listen carefully. Minister.
Migrants have made a very significant investment into our economy and have brought additional benefits. And alongside, we value them, the contribution they make. We're dealing with the migration challenges, the net overseas migration. It's come down 45%, and we've got a range of productivity measures in place.
Senator Roberts, second supplementary.
Thank you. International data shows the more short-term migrants a country has, the less the productivity growth. Under your government, Australia has 2.59 million short-term visa holders, excluding tourists, of course. Minister, have you modelled the effect on gross domestic product per capita productivity from having so many short-term visa holders in your visa mix?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister Gallagher.
Well, Treasury does a range of modelling and a range of analysis that feeds into our budget papers. Obviously, the numbers through net overseas migration inform other numbers that run throughout the budget papers. Again, we value the work and contribution of migrants and what they bring to this country. The productivity challenge is a substantial one. Senator Roberts, I would think on the issues that we've focused on in this budget, that you would agree with many of them, and you would agree that these are areas that governments and parliaments should be focusing on to drive productivity, because we know when we're improving productivity, we're improving the lives of every single citizen, and we are focused on that.
Please resume your seat. Senator Roberts.
Point of relevance again, President. I asked about per capita GDP productivity from so many short-term visa holders. That's all I asked about.
Thank you, and the Minister is being relevant. Senator Roberts, have you finished? Senator Bragg.
Thank you very much, President. My question is to the Minister representing who? Geelong? No, we didn't win on the weekend, unfortunately, but thanks for pointing that out.
Order. It's your time you're wasting.
Well, there could be more, you never know. Well,
Senator Bragg, I'm not giving you extra time, so ask your question.
Okay, well, my question is respond to the... Sorry? I think it's just been reset.
Yep.
So start now? I was just being polite. I was just trying to be polite.
With due respect, Senator Bragg, you are anything but polite at the moment. Please start your question.
My apologies, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Given the latest backflips by this government on tax policy, can you please update the Senate on whether there still will be 35,000 fewer homes as a result of these tax hikes on housing, and will rents still go up as outlined in your budget papers? You should read the budget.
Senator Bragg. Minister Wong.
I know what you're talking about, but you're misrepresenting the numbers.
Thank you. As I have said many times to Senator Bragg, he knows that the budget papers indicated, when you take into account all that the government is doing, an increased number of homes over the decade. And I would make the point to you that we on this side of the chamber believe that government has a role in contributing to ensuring more houses are built in this country. Now, I know under your government, I think there were only some 300-odd houses that were built with the support of government for social and affordable housing
Minister
over
Wong,
a decade.
please resume your seat. Senator Bragg.
The point of order is on relevance. Will there still be 35,000 fewer homes and higher rents as a result of this budget?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. The Minister is being relevant, and I'll continue to listen carefully. Minister Wong.
I actually responded to that in the first answer, that as I explained, as a whole we will see an increase in the supply of housing over the next decade if you look at all of the budget measures. And what we will see, importantly, in terms of composition is an extra 75,000 first home buyers. So this is a budget which is, despite their Senator Bragg's best effort, so this is a pro-supply budget. This is the budget which ensures that negative gearing will still be available for new builds, and new builds will have a choice of CPI indexation or 50% discount for the capital gains tax, 50% discount for capital gains. What I would say to you, Senator Bragg, is that we have we know this housing affordability is a problem that is decades in the making, and we are throwing everything at it. We are throwing everything at it, including what we have built, and we are building on what we have done over the last 4 years. We are levelling the playing field for first home buyers. We are building more infrastructure. We are cutting red tape, and we are approving more homes. That is what we are doing. All you are doing is criticising, and you were part of a party that delivered nothing when it comes to housing supply.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Bragg, first supplementary.
Very good, very good. The Prime Minister said on 18 June, quote, "The definition of new builds and housing investment exemptions will be moved into primary legislation in a future tranche of tax reform," end quote. Does this mean that your new taxes bill before the Senate will define what a new build is?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister Wong.
Well, Senator, I think you spent quite a few hours this morning ensuring we didn't get to the tax bills. But the budget papers... Well, we know what your position on NDIS is, but that, fair enough. We've now started the tax legislation. We've been clear about what it...
Order. Order.
What page am I...
Order across the chamber. Order. Minister Wong, please continue.
I understand that we have said we intend to remove ministerial discretion in relation to these definitions to provide as much certainty as possible. I understand that there has been advice that legislation will be introduced later this year following consultation. However, if you look at the budget papers, Senator Bragg, as I was indicating to you, the core elements of what constitutes a new bill for the purposes of the tax changes was set out in the budget papers.
Thank you, Minister Wong. Senator Bragg, second supplementary.
Thank you. Are you surprised home building has collapsed by 30,000 houses a year under your government, given this shambles of a tax policy?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister Wong.
Senator, over 660,000 homes have been built since we were elected. In fact, new home build starts are up. They are 26% higher than a year ago. Approvals are up 3 years in a row, and there are more first home buyers under Labor than there were under the Liberal Party. So I would make the point, Senator, I know you believe your job is to constantly talk down the market, talk down what is happening to housing. We recognise there is a problem with housing supply in this country. We recognise something has to be done about it. And we know that the answers are not simple, which is why we are throwing everything at it, whether it comes to additional funding, changes to planning and changes to tax laws. It is all about ensuring we get more housing supply in this country and more people into the housing market.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Tyrrell.
My question is to the Minister for Early Childhood Education, Senator Walsh. Minister, families in my home state of Tasmania know how important our childcare system is. It helps children grow, learn and be ready for school. And it helps families work, study and build their own futures. Can the Minister update the Senate on why this sector is so important and how the Albanese Labor government is supporting families through our investment in early learning?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister Walsh.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Tyrrell, for your first question as a Labor Senator for Tasmania. And it is good to have the opportunity, Senator Tyrrell, to clear this up, because it seems that there's been a little bit of confusion lately about the importance of early childhood education. Last week, the One Nation leader was asked what she would do to improve the childcare system, and she said, and I quote, "Childcare is completely out of control. Who's utilising those services? Do they require those services?" Well, let me help One Nation out. The answer is that 1 million modern Australian families rely on the early education and care system every week. That is who is utilising these services. 1 million Australian families 1.4 million Australian children. And yes, Senator Tyrrell, Senator Hanson, those children, those families, they do need those services. Australian families need the childcare system to make their busy lives work and to help give their children a great start in life. And on this side of the chamber, we back those families. We're backing them by investing in our nation's essential early childhood educators with our historic pay rise. We're backing them with our 3-day guarantee, and we're backing families by building more centres in the places where they are needed too. This is the practical support that 1 million modern Australian families need. So while One Nation scratches their heads over what modern families actually look like, and while One Nation scratches around for a guide to modern family life today, Labor is getting on with the job of backing Australian families with the practical support that they need.
Thank you, Minister Walsh. Senator Tyrrell, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Look, it's clear our early educators do an amazing job and deserve every cent of their 15% pay rise. It will help them pay the bills and ensure they can afford to stay in the jobs they love. But we know that families are also dealing with a cost of living crunch right now. How will Labor's policies help lower the cost of early learning for Australian families?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister Walsh.
Thank you, President. Well, we are building an early childhood education and care system that is high quality. We are building a system that more families can afford, and we're building services where families need them most. We know families face cost of living challenges right now, and that is why the funding for our historic pay rise is tied to fee capping, putting downward pressure on fees and downward pressure on costs for families. And that is on top of our cheaper childcare reforms, which save the average family $3,500 this year, and our 3-day guarantee, which guarantees 3 days childcare subsidy for every family that needs it, saving families up to $1,500 a year. We are delivering a quality early learning system that more families can afford in the places that need it the most. This is real cost of living relief, and it is what families deserve.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Tyrrell, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Early educators do one of the most important jobs in the whole country. They give the next generation of Australians a great start in life and help them get ready for school. Minister, why is a trained, qualified and respected early learning workforce so important?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister Walsh.
Thank you. Well, on this side of the chamber, we know that our nation's early childhood educators are not babysitters. We know that our nation's educators, over 95% of them women, are highly skilled. They are dedicated, they are essential, and yes, they are qualified too. Now, One Nation thinks educators don't need to be qualified at all. But qualified educators understand how children's brains develop. They understand early literacy and numeracy. They promote social and emotional well-being. They do that in the first 5 years of a child's life, when over 95% of brain development occurs. Their work matters. We back these early childhood educators, we see them, we value them, and we are proud to back them in with our historic 15% pay rise, because we know that qualified early educators are the foundation of the quality sector that families deserve.
Thank you, Minister. Minister Wong.
Ask that further questions be placed on notice.
Just give senators a few moments to clear the chamber. Senator Watt, you weren't seeking the call? You seeking the call? Oh. Are there any motions to take note of answers? Senator Kovacic.
President, I rise to take note of all answers to coalition questions. Well, I listened with interest to the answers to the questions from coalition senators, and I think the one thing that the government failed to address in all of the questions was that this is the highest taxing government in Australia's history.
Shame.
This government wants us to believe that taxing shares, taxing small businesses and taxing ETFs is somehow going to make housing more affordable. What is a little bit more egregious than that in itself is that they want to actually take away tax concessions from young Australians who are using those other avenues to build wealth so they can enter the housing market. They're taking those avenues away, even though historically generations before them have been able to use those levers, and this government is calling that intergenerational equity. It is a total falsity. It is a total lie. Nobody believes it. They couldn't answer questions around which small businesses would be eligible for the proposed carve-outs. They don't know. They have no answers for that. And this is the problem with this government. They go ahead, they do things. They don't think about it, poorly executed, poorly drafted legislation, and then it needs to be cleaned up later. Nobody knows who's going to be eligible and who won't. What will an innovative small business be? We had questions around a cafe and a hairdresser, and they were effectively scoffed by the government. But they're legitimate questions. They're real questions. Who determines what innovation is? Is it a departmental official? Do they determine it? Is it subjective? Is it what they think is innovative? Or is it something that somebody else will determine? They're reasonable questions. What it does create is uncertainty. And when there is uncertainty, people won't invest. When there is uncertainty, people move somewhere else where there is no uncertainty. We have, based on this legislation, we will have some of the highest CGT in the world. Communist China has a flat rate of 20% CGT. Australians who want to innovate and create new businesses and have a shot at making something special are probably going to go, we might go to New Zealand instead. That's easier.
Singapore.
We might go to Singapore
0%.
instead. That's easier, 0%. Why would they do that when there is risk and uncertainty here? And when Senator Hume asked that question, Senator Wong came back and said, well, there's chaos and uncertainty across the other side. Respectfully, the Albanese Labor government is in government. It's up to them to solve these issues, and it's up to them to present to this chamber legislation that will actually work for Australians. And this won't. This legislation will damage this country. The CGT and the negative gearing as put forward by this government is totally damaging, in the same way that they have failed to address Australia's housing shortages. The fact that they won't acknowledge the fact that their own changes in the budget will actually see 30,000 to 35,000 fewer homes constructed. How do you address that? How do you answer that question without acknowledging and understanding that the problem that you're meant to be solving is being made worse, and that is clearly stated in your own budget papers? Something needs to change.
Senator Darman.
On this side, we are big supporters of small business and innovation, and this budget was all about backing small business to invest and to grow. So I just want to talk a little bit again about the changes to the small business concession so that we can provide clarity and certainty for small businesses and others. As you know, Senator Kovacic just said, they need certainty. Well, let's be really clear. The government is extending the eligibility of the 50% active asset reduction to more businesses by increasing the turnover threshold from $2 million to $10 million. And this brings the eligibility for this concession into line with the turnover threshold for the instant asset write-off. This will mean that all 2.7 million active small businesses and 98% of active businesses will be eligible for a 50% CGT discount on active business assets. And that's on top of the discount for inflation we're eligible once these reforms are in place. The government as has been mentioned, has also released the consultation paper on the design of a 50% CGT discount for early-stage investors, including founders and employee share scheme participants of innovative start-up businesses. Final details will be implemented in a later tranche of tax reform legislation. Importantly, this will be released following consultation. And these measures, of course, build on the existing significant measures to support small business risk-taking and investment in the budget, including the 2-year loss carryback, loss refundability for startups, expanded venture capital incentives, and making the $20,000 instant asset write-off permanent. The additional support for small business has an indicative cost of $300 million over the forward estimates and brings the total new tax measures to support businesses in the tax reform package to over $3.8 billion. And this $3.8 million also includes making the $20,000 instant asset write-off permanent for small businesses. 2-year loss carryback for companies with a turnover of up to $1 billion, supporting cash flows through disruption and incentivising sensible risk-taking. And remember, without this measure, the asset threshold would have reverted back to $1,000 in just a few weeks, in a week or so, on the 1st of July this year. Loss refundability to help startups to grow in their first 2 years, and also expanding the tax incentives for venture capital to help unlock more investment in young and expanding businesses. But of course, running through all of these things to provide business certainty is one thing, but I think the actual perspective about what small business owners and startup innovators think about this is best heard in their own words. And last week we heard from Mr. David Turner, a small business owner and a startup founder who advises Australian startups and small businesses as a lawyer. And in the inquiry last week, evidence that he submitted said, "I commend measures such as the proposed loss refundability scheme, the loss carryback scheme, the R&D tax incentive and the permanent instant asset write-off, each of which offer upfront cash flow support to startups and small businesses. A tax system that features upfront supports for new ventures may be more effective incentives than relief that materialises only when a business is sold." And very quickly, on this question about whether Australian innovation will go overseas, Mr. Turner also said, "For many founders, there are natural constraints to their ability to pick up their lives and move to another jurisdiction. Not only personal and family ones, but professional. They may be in a position to commence a business in Australia because of their professional network, knowledge of the market, or because of their connection to customers."
Senator Darmanin, your time has expired. Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, Deputy President. And it's a bit of a misnomer to actually refer to this part of today's proceedings as taking note of answers, because I think the only thing that we got was non-answers to the questions asked by the Coalition today. In a circumstance where the budget is now in a complete shambles, the government is doing backflips to try and resolve the problems that they have themselves created by not designing the reforms that they wanted to bring in the first place properly, which is not the first time we've seen Labor do this, Deputy President. It's not the first time we've seen Labor do this. And now they're trying to scramble to get things back in order and to try and recover some ground from what has been a terribly received budget and, quite frankly, a complete shambles of budget. Now, I'm going to do something that's very unusual for someone from the Coalition, and that's quote the ABC, an article last Friday where businesses labelled Labor's tax budget overhaul a freak show, saying that its proposed changes are like an American celebrity who's undergone too much plastic surgery. Now, Deputy President, if the ABC is saying this about Labor's budget, what is the reality? We've seen this before. We've seen this before. The Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry Chief Executive Andrew McKellar told the ABC's Insiders podcast that the changes were starting to get ugly. Innes Wilcox from the Australian Industry Group said the changes to Labor's cornerstone tax policy added complexity, uncertainty and retrospectivity into the tax system that would harm business. Now, we all know And Labor knows this too. If you tax something more, you don't get more of it. I sat in this chamber during the last period that Labor were in government when they started hiking up the taxation on tobacco. Now, how's that going? That's a complete shambles. There's another thing that the Labor Party's lost control of completely. Kevin Rudd's war on alco pops, where they ratcheted up the tax on alco pops with the express intention of having less of it. Intention of having less of it. And here we are, increasing tax and saying that we're going to get more housing when the budget papers say we're going to get less. And that's on top of the fact that the Labor Party, despite the fact that they say that they're building more houses, are building 30,000 houses less per year. 170,000 houses a year are being built in this country under Labor. Under the Coalition, it was 200,000 houses per year. How can they stand there with a straight face and say we're getting more houses when the reality is we are getting less? That is how dishonest this government is. This is a government that went to the election that said it would not make changes to capital gains tax.
50 times.
50 times. Thank you, Senator Scarr. 50 times they said they would not make changes to capital gains tax. They said they would not make changes to other taxes, and then they did that in the budget. I mean, this is a dishonest government. You cannot trust a single thing this government says, whether it's defending the changes that they're making now or anything else they say, because we know that when they want your vote, they'll say what they think you want to hear. And then when they get back into government, as they've done on 2 occasions now, they do the exact opposite. This is a dishonest government, and they deserve the ignominy that's being thrust upon them by the Australian people.
Your time has expired. Senator Lega.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President, and I too rise to take note of answers to questions asked by the Coalition. I'm extremely proud of this budget that this government has delivered, and the changes and the theme of delivering fairness for working Australians and for young people and for those who would strive to own a home. Our changes to the capital gains and negative gearing for houses will and is already creating a fair go for people to get into a house. We've already seen great stories in the weekend newspapers, including the Domain, where young people and couples are getting a home without competing with investors. We're already seeing a great effect that people are getting a chance to be able to live the Australian dream. You see, Acting Deputy President, for a quarter of a decade, housing has been treated as a vehicle for building wealth. Houses for building wealth. To me, housing is a right. Having somewhere to live and a safe place to come home to is a fundamental right. And young people are realising it's the Liberals and the Nationals that they have to thank for this, and John Howard. They really did a trick on us, and what we're feeling generations later from these governments' decisions, not just in housing, has caused fundamental issues in which this government is looking to fix. Acting Deputy President, we're also referring and we're restoring fairness to the way that income on investments is treated. How is it fair that the labour of working Australians, whether it be cleaners, teachers, tradies, public servants, nurses, why should their labour be taxed higher than income that is earned on investments? Our changes are going to restore fairness to the way that income is taxed. Our budget also delivers on some of the other commitments that we've taken to the election, such as delivering on tax cuts. The tax cuts that were due to come in on the 1st of July, that is the next round that we've delivered. And since coming to power, Labor, working people, the average working taxpayer is $2,000 up to $2,800 better off and paying less taxes than when we come into government. And we're also including in the tax system, when people go to do their tax returns at the end of the year, a $250 working Australians tax offset. And we're delivering the standard deduction of $1,000 for taxpayers, which will make a difference to people and make it easier to complete their tax return. And when it comes to small business, we've recently, the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, and Treasurer Jim Chalmers announced some changes to our policy following a period of consultation with stakeholders. So we will be changing the threshold of a small business from $2 million, and that threshold will be changed up to $10 million. And that means 2.7 million active small businesses and 98% of active businesses will be eligible for concessional treatment. This is on top of existing 4 CGT concessions, which means eligible small business owners will pay reduced or no capital gains tax when it comes time to sell. So I'm incredibly proud of this budget. I'm incredibly proud of the work of this caucus, and I say let's get it done.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Deputy President. Labor's budget is a tax on ambition, a tax on aspiration, and a tax on success. That's the reality. And it's gone down like a lead balloon in the Australian community across all demographics, from young people to retirees. It's gone down like a lead balloon, and the Labor government is now in damage control. They're trying to pare back various elements of the increase in capital gains tax, trying to play favourites, and they're just digging a deeper hole. That's the reality. Labor's budget has gone down like a lead balloon in the Australian community. Senator Hume, in her question to the government, raised the legitimate question about the government says they're going to give carve-outs for startups who use innovation, who are innovative. What business isn't innovative? What business to survive today isn't using innovation to survive and prosper? And as Senator Hume said, from the local cafe, and I want to give a shout out to my friend Nick, who just sold his cafe in my local area, he had to struggle every single day to be innovative so that his business prospered. Every single day, providing employment to people, providing an excellent service. Every single day he had to be innovative. And as Senator Hume said, your local hairdresser, they're innovative. My friend Khalid, my barber, who just got made an Australian citizen last week, wonderful man with his family, who's come to this country and built a business. Now employs 8 people, owns the premises in which he conducts the business. He has to be innovative every single day. But Labor's now setting up this false construct of some businesses are innovative, some aren't. Picking and choosing between different Australian businesses. It's not right. And as Senator Cash said, it's a question of timing. You might be innovative when you start the business, but what about when you sell it 20 years later? And I want to read to you a quote from the founder of Seek. Now, Seek is a company that was set up in 1997. Half a dozen people set up that company. It's now the go-to platform for people looking for jobs. So, maybe innovative in 1997, but what about in 2026, when it's got a market capitalisation north of $4 billion, 3,000 employees, including across Asia? Are they innovative now? They were certainly innovative then. And this is what the founder of Seek says, one of Australia's most successful startup companies. So not a politician, but the founder of Seek Limited. This is what one of the founders says, Mr Paul Bassett, in relation to the Labor government's changes to capital gains tax. The government is committing a big own goal that will have a significant impact on a critical sector of the economy. I'm in a range of different WhatsApp groups with Australian founders, and the overall mood is one of great disappointment and frustration. Great disappointment and frustration amongst the people who are actually setting up these new businesses and creating wealth, creating prosperity, creating employment. That's what they think. And Mr Bassett goes on. We don't want own goals either in the World Cup or in our economy. And the government is committing a big own goal that will have a significant impact on a critical sector of the economy. The founder of Seek, now a very successful multi-billion-dollar company, We don't want the next founders to go to Singapore to set up their companies, or Canada. We want them to stay in Australia and create wealth and prosperity for the Australian people.
The question is that the Senate take note. Those that opinion say aye, against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any further motions to take note of answers? Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, Deputy President. I rise to take note of the answer to my question to the Minister representing the Prime Minister about the cost of living, the rise of the far right and taxing the 1%. Politics should work for people, but right now it doesn't. 96% of Australian rentals aren't affordable for essential workers. Just last week I was listening to a story about a couple on the Sunshine Coast, a nurse and an electrician, who've had so much trouble finding a rental that they've started their own community organisation to help other young people find housing. We need to be better than this. We need to demand better than this, or we'll end up like the US, where inequality is rife, where services are underfunded or non-existent, and where billionaires run politics. We're not there yet, but we're on the same path. The 1% are accumulating wealth and buying political power here in Australia too. In the face of this clear and rising inequality, Labor simply refused to take the bold action that would actually fix the housing crisis, the cost of living crisis and the climate crisis. This unwillingness to act is how Labor has created the conditions for One Nation to rise. Senator Hanson wants an Australia that is angry and divided. She wants us scared of our neighbours and blaming each other for the cost of living problems that the major parties cause and that her billionaire backers benefit from. That's not the Australia that I want, and I don't believe that it's one that many people want either.
Order.
But One Nation will not change the system any more than the Labor or Liberal Party will. They all do the bidding of the same billionaires and big corporations who donate to their political parties. The major parties are in decline and we have an opportunity for real change. So what I would say to those people looking for a change, looking for a fair go in Australia, is that you can start by changing your vote. You can vote for a party that puts people ahead of profits, and that's the Greens. The Greens don't accept that tinkering around the edges is the best that we can hope for, and neither should the Australian people.
Order.
Better is possible if we're willing to fight for it. Change isn't something that we can just wait for, to land in our laps. It's something that we have to make together. It starts with reminding ourselves that while the system is stacked in favour of the 1% now, people are not powerless. The billionaires and the big corporations out-lobby and out-donate, buying out politicians like just another asset in their portfolio. Just ask Gina Rinehart. They fund fake grassroots campaigns to make it look like their support is bigger than it is. They set up industry groups to use their megaphone to argue that their interests should come first. By ourselves, it feels like there's little that we can do. But luckily, we're not by ourselves. We have each other. That solidarity is how we challenge the divisive politics of the 1%. It's how we build a movement that welcomes everyone and a community that is safe for everyone. The 1% want us to blame one another so that we don't come together and realise that it's the big corporations and the billionaires making life harder for everyone to boost their own profits. But around the world, we're seeing people-powered progressive movements for change that are growing and winning. The many are powerful. We can have that here too. It feels like people are so used to the system not working for them that they've given up hope that it ever can. They don't have that hope that change can happen. They've been told too many times that their basic asks are too much, that a system that works for them is unrealistic. Well, I don't accept the powers that be telling Australians that we can't have nice things, or that the system can't be changed, or that a nurse or an electrician have to start their own community organisation to find affordable housing. It's time to take our power back. It's time to take on the 1%.
The question is that the Senate take note. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any further motions to take note of answers? Senator Hanson.
I asked the question today about immigration to the country of the Labor Party, and they said, oh, we're doing a great job, we're actually reducing the immigration by 45%. Well, you're the ones that actually caused the problem in the first place. You had the highest immigration coming to this country between 22 and 23 of 739,000 people. Take out those that were leaving the country, 500,000. And then you're saying, oh, we're doing the right thing by you, we're dropping it by 45%. Well, isn't it funny? What a spin that is. And it's like the dodgy discount supermarkets, they actually, when they double the price and then claim that they've discounted it. So what you've done is you've caused the problems in this country by mass migration. They've allowed the people into Australia. Actually, for the people out there watching this or listening, it would equate to, over the period of time, 1,375 people a day coming into this country, at the high point even 1,800 a day coming into the country, created by Labor mass migration because they can't control their spending or their GDP. So therefore they're allowing mass migration to come in to boost up the GDP, productivity, and it's caused the problem of less homes for people to be able to move in and shelter. We've got over 130,000 people that are homeless in this country, living in tents, caravans, cars, couch surfing, because of the Labor Party. You caused the problem in this country because you can't control your spending, so you have to bring in more people in the country to prop it up. So what we have is over after departures, like I said, 1.4 million people that you've brought in the country. As I said, it's you've got about 250,000 people in Hobart, so we're talking about, 1.4 million. We're talking about cities. Hobart, how many times over? That's the number of people you've brought into the country. And there are already 3 million temporary visa holders in the country right now, over 3 million. You've just destroyed this nation with the number of people that you've allowed in, and you've took absolutely no notice of it for the past 3 years. Over 3 years you've been in government. Now you're going to face an election in about 1.5 years' time. Now you're saying, oh, look how good we are. We've pulled it back 45%. You've still got it at 301,000. You said you're going to reduce it to 225,000 by 27-28. It is not going to solve the problem that we have now. People have been screaming out for reduction in immigration. You turned a blind eye to it. You're not interested. You've actually, because you know damn well you're relying on that, you've destroyed industries and small business. Small businesses under your government, you've lost 50,000 small businesses have gone insolvent. You've got over 1,400 industries and manufacturing gone under your government. So you know damn well there's no investment in Australia. We are economically so unstable that you have to bring in migration to prop this up. You've done everything that you've touched, you've destroyed this nation. And, to hear other people saying, I'm divisive, I want to pull this country together. I want people to be, with success, a fair day's pay for a fair day's work in our nation. We need to increase our industries manufacturing, give our small businesses the helping hand they need, stop cutting the guts out of them with the regulation rules that you've applied to them. It takes years to get anything to happen in Australia, so cut that all back so we get compliance and they can go ahead and do what they need to do in a matter of months, not years. So your mass migration has been absolutely farcical, and to bring those people in from Gaza, that's another thing, weren't vetted, 24 hours to vet them. Then you actually had the ISIS brides. That's, again, another lie to the Australian people that you knew nothing about it. They found 150 documents over there to say that you didn't know what was going on. All we get out of this government, and as I've started the campaign, fire the liar campaign. That's what I've said, fire the liar, and this Current government needs to go. You cannot be up straight with the Australian people. You lie about everything that you do with housing, investment, industries, manufacturing, climate change, even the wind turbines, solar panels, everything. You are destroying this nation.
The question is that the Senate take note. Those that opinion say aye, against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? Senator Gallagher.
Thank you, Deputy President. I withdraw government business notice of motion number 1 for today.
Thank you. I shall. Senator Askew, sorry, please.
Could I withdraw general business number 421 in the name of Senator Cash, please?
Thank you, Senator Askew. Any further? No. I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is desired to postpone or rearrange the business. Senator Gallagher.
Thank you, Deputy President. I move that private senators' bills be considered this week as follows. Superannuation legislation amendment tackling the gender super gap bill 2025 on Wednesday the 24th of June, and online safety and other legislation amendment My Face, My Rights Bill 2025 on Thursday 25th of June 2026.
Question is that motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye, against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any leave of absences? No. Senator Askew.
A few. I seek leave to move a motion relating to leave of absence.
Is leave granted? There being no objection, leave is granted.
I seek leave to move. That leave of absence be granted to Senator Liddle from the 24th to the 25th of June for personal reasons, and for Senator Mackenzie from the 22nd to the 25th of June for parliamentary reasons, and for Senator Ruston from the 22nd to the 23rd of June for personal reasons.
Question is that motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye, against say no. The ayes have it. Any further? No. Clerk.
Postponement notification has been lodged as follows. Senator Smith, Dean, General Business Notice of Motion number 443, postponed from today to the 29th of June. General Business Notice of Motion number 479, standing in the name of Senator Cash, postponed from today until 23rd of June. General Business 486, standing in the name of Senator Kovacic, from today to the 24th of June. And committees have lodged extension notifications as shown at item 10 on the order of business.
Thank you. If there's no objection, the business is postponed. There is no objection. I shall now proceed to the discovery of formal business. Are there any formal motions? I think we're going to go straight ahead to yours, Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 435, standing in my name for today, relating to the establishment of a select committee, be taken as a formal motion.
Question is this motion be taken as formal? There being no objection, it's taken as formal. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President. I move the motion.
Senator McKim.
Thanks very much, Deputy President. I seek leave to move an amendment to this motion as circulated in the chamber.
Is leave granted? Being no objection. Hold on, I'm not. Please, Senator McKim.
There are three small amendments. One is to include in 1A the issue of electorate staff salaries. So no deletions to that section, just to include electorate staff salaries. Secondly, in section 1E, no deletions, but also to include electorate staff salaries. There's 4 amendments. Thirdly, in terms of the makeup of the committee, that is section 3, instead of one nominated by minority party or independent senator, to insert Senator David Pocock. And in section 6, instead of elect as chair a member nominated by the Leader of the Opposition, is to include that Senator David Pocock chair the committee, and the committee elect a deputy chair, as deputy chair, a member nominated by the Leader of Government.
I mean, obviously it's always better for the chamber if these amendments are circulated in advance, but I will ask if leave is granted. Is leave for the amendments granted? Okay, there being no objection, leave is granted. So I'll take it that you've moved those amendments, Senator McKim. Senator David Pocock.
Deputy President, please can I ask that 3D and 6 be put separately?
3D and 6.
Yeah, 6.
So is that of the amendments? I'm sorry, I haven't got the paperwork in front of me. So that's of the amendments. I do not believe I have the amendments, so it's a little bit challenging. Senator McKim, please, let's not just yell across the chamber if we're happy to proceed. All right, we're happy to proceed. I will start by putting the amendments. I'll put everything except 3D and 6 to start with. Is everyone clear what I'm putting? I'm putting everything except 3D and 6. Are those amendments supported? Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The noes have it. The noes have it. I will now put, and again I don't have it in front of me, so I assume I will still put, I'll just check with the clerk, I'll still put 3D and 6. I will now put the amendments 3D and 6. Those in favour of those amendments say aye. Against say no. The noes have it. The noes have it. I will now put the motion unamended. The question is the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, did I hear two voices? Sorry, Senator Pocock, I only heard one voice. The motion fails. Now, do we have further motions? Is 479 still being moved? That's postponed. I believe that's the end of formal business then. There we go. Senator McKim has submitted a proposal under Standing Order 75 today. It is shown at item 12 on today's order of business. Is consideration of the proposed motion supported? It is supported. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with informal arrangements made by the whips, and I call Senator McKim to move the motion. Oh, sorry, Senator Hodgins may move the motion.
Thank you, Deputy President. The corporate parties have given the gas lobby free run in this building for far too long, and the Greens are saying time is up. Australians have a simple message for the Albanese government. Stop the Great Australian Gas rip-off and make corporations pay what they owe. During our Greens-led gas tax inquiry, we heard it over and over again. Shell, Impex, AEP, Woodside. Different logos, same script. The PRRT's working. Now isn't the time for more taxes. Don't change the system. Well, of course it's working for them. It is delivering exactly what it was designed to deliver. Billions in profits for multinational gas corporations and next to nothing for the Australian people whose resources they are selling. And now we have the receipts. New analysis from Influence Map confirmed what we all suspected, that every gas company and industry association that appeared before the inquiry opposed reform using the same talking points, the same scare campaigns and the same script. We can't tax gas properly because of energy security. We can't tax gas properly because of our trading partners. We can't tax gas properly because the sky might fall in. The gas lobby came to Parliament prepared with a script, and the government and Albanese repeated it word for word. Every time Australians demand reform, the gas lobby leans in and Labor rolls over. What's perhaps most extraordinary is the access that these companies enjoy. While ordinary Australians struggle to get a meeting with their local rep, gas executives walk the halls of Parliament like they own the place, and believe me, they do think they own this place.
Freedom of Information documents obtained by the Australian Conservation Foundation revealed almost 200 text messages between Woodside and senior government officials while conditions on the North West Shelf extension were being negotiated. One Woodside representative asked, and I quote, "Any chance we can see the final conditions as put to the minister?" Imagine the entitlement. Not do the conditions protect the environment, not do they protect cultural heritage, just do they work for Woodside? Do they protect our profit margins? Then, after months of negotiations, came the message from the government, "Thanks, we got there." 3 words that tell Australians everything they need to know. We got there. At budget estimates, I repeatedly asked about meetings between ministers and gas industry representatives during the gas tax debate. Nobody could tell me. Nobody could disclose to me who met whom. Nobody could even tell Australians whether gas companies attended Labor's $5,500 a head budget night fundraiser. And all of this matters because another major decision is looming. Right now, Woodside lobbyists are roaming the halls of Parliament trying to win support for the Browse gas project, a project we do not need for domestic supply, a project that only stacks up if those gas corporations keep getting Australia's gas for cheap. The Prime Minister dismisses the calls for a gas tax as a slogan. It is not a slogan, mate, it is a groundswell. Australians can see the billions of dollars of profit flowing offshore. They can see the corporations get rich, and they can see how little comes back when they're struggling with the cost of living. That's why we need to ban gas lobbyists from this place. Because if you want to break the cosy relationship between Labor and the gas industry, we need to lock these bastards out. We need to ban the secret meetings. We need to revoke their sponsored
Senator
parliamentary
Hodgins,
passes.
I
withdraw.
Thank you.
Buggers. Revoke their sponsored parliamentary passes. Publish the ministerial diaries. Let Australians see who's really calling the shots in this place. Today, Labor and the other corporate parties have a choice. Do they stand with the Australians demanding a fair share and a fair return for publicly owned resources? Or do they keep taking orders from mates in the gas lobby? And if Labor won't tell Australians who's influencing them, maybe they should save everyone the trouble and wear the logos of their gas industry sponsors around Parliament House. The Fremantle Dockers wear Woodside's logos, so why doesn't Labor? Honestly, wear the logos. Tell the Australian people who you're working for, because it's sure as hell not us. And people are outraged. So we demand a ban to gas lobbyists in this place and their dirty influence, because Australians deserve a tax on our gas exports and they deserve to reap the benefits of our resources and the sale of those.
Senator McDonald.
I'm amazed. I'm amazed that now the Greens' greatest idea is stopping democracy. It's stopping letting people engage with the political process. I mean, what's next? Are we going to ban nurses and unions from engaging in political discussion? You cannot block a sector in the middle of a significant discussion about public policy. It is clear that years of intervention by the Labor government has created problems in the Australian gas market. But the solution from the Greens is to stop engagement. I think this is extraordinary, because what they now propose is that the market's problems should be left to bureaucrats, not to the people who are actually elected to make decisions. That is our very role in this place, is to be listening, but most importantly, accountable to Australians. Every sector should have the ability to come to Parliament to raise concerns about policy, about impact with their local member, with their senator, but it is not up to any political party, particularly the Greens political party, to block one sector due to ideological reasons. So the interventions that Labor has made over the last few years have made our gas market more complex, more confusing, less secure. Instead, we're going to see the collapse of domestic gas producers, particularly in Victoria and New South Wales, in the places where we absolutely need this gas. But instead, we have investors worried, we have the stock market for those companies very, very damaged, and we now have the spot market trading at $6 and less. That means that the result of Labor's policy will actually be to invest more power into LNG exporters and to cruel and cripple domestic players who are the ones who are most capable of solving this problem, particularly those in offshore Victorian waters who have the infrastructure that's necessary to supply. Labor has systematically undermined our gas market through repeated interventions, anti-gas rhetoric from senior cabinet ministers, and their general disregard for the billions of dollars of capital needed for gas companies to make investment decisions in Australia. So while Labor is claiming that they are pursuing cost of living relief, the reality is that taxpayers will be forced to come in and bail out investment in the gas industry after the payout of these policies come to fruition. Last week, I went to Norway because I wanted to see for myself what the impact of those tax policies are on the Norwegian gas market. They were completely horrified to hear of the proposals of the Albanese Labor government on a domestic gas reservation, on the Greens political party proposals for gas tax increases in the middle of an investment cycle. They were appalled and surprised that they were being held up as the example. We are seeing concerned local businesses about the sugar hit that this gas reservation will provide to the domestic gas market, but then the wasteland that we will see in Australia for gas in the places where we need it. But of course, we need to be clear that this is an agenda being run by anti-gas, anti-fossil fuel activists and lobbyists. So whilst the Greens would like to see the gas sector have their passes pulled, how about they pull the passes from their mates in the Australia Institute, from Punters Politics, from IEFA, from other people who shamelessly have an agenda to stop fossil fuel investments, to stop new gas and coal and oil projects? How about they be honest with Australians about what they're really seeking to do, which is to keep us poor and to keep us in the dark? I think this is a shocking MPI and I do not support it.
Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, the Greens used to be far more interesting than this. They used to be a party that put forward genuine policy ideas for debate, and instead they just rely on online commentators and follow whatever Senator Pocock is up to determine their priorities in the Senate. And I understand it's all about a nice social media grab. It's all about a bit of profile building for Senator Hodgkins-May, who likes to travel around the country and make pretty social media videos about how we should tax gas companies more. Now, getting up and saying that gas companies don't pay tax in this country, it sounds like a good line. It's a popular line, clearly. But what they forget to mention is the work that our government has done to make sure that gas companies pay their fair share of tax. In our first term of government, Labor made changes to the petroleum resource rent tax to ensure offshore gas companies pay more tax and sooner. It increased the number of companies paying the PRRT, and in this budget it revised revenue up $1.6 billion from the PRRT. The government announced just in the last few months that we are introducing a gas reservation scheme modelled off the scheme that exists in my home state of Western Australia and has for some time, which is all about making sure that more Australian gas stays here in the country and provides reliable and secure energy for Australians who need it as we transition away from coal-fired power. The truth is this. In 23-24, oil and gas companies paid almost $12 billion in tax. And seeing some in this place like to use the beer excise as a measuring stick these days, $2.6 billion was raised off the beer excise. Let me tell you those numbers again, because some in this place like to pick and choose the numbers they use. Oil and gas companies paid almost $12 billion in tax, in total tax, in the 23-24 financial year. The beer excise instead, $2.6 billion. So no, Aussies aren't paying more tax on beer. This is a government that is committed to making sure that oil and gas companies pay their fair share. And I know that voters, particularly in my home state of Western Australia, your home state, Deputy President too, see through this kind of rubbish that they hear from some members of this chamber. They can see through the social media grabs. They can see through the one-liners because they know how important the oil and gas and the broader resources industries are to workers in my home state, to families in my home state and right across this country. And our government is committed to doing that. I also wanted to talk about a new Parliament House access policy that has been announced in the last week or so by the presiding officers because, I think Senator McDonald made a really good point that we shouldn't just pick and choose who shouldn't be entitled to a pass. But what the presiding officers has done instead is made a common sense change to the pass policy and to make sure that there is more transparency in who has access to this building. But I think it is important that we are clear about who has access to this building, but that we don't make those decisions based on our own political ideologies. The other work that our government has done on transparency in politics, established the National Anti-Corruption Commission, strengthened the Ministerial Code of Conduct, strengthened protection for whistleblowers, increased funding to the Australian National Audit Office, restored transparency to AAT appointments and established the Administrative Review Tribunal, reinstated standalone privacy and freedom of information commissioners, implemented the recommendations of the Bell Inquiry into former Prime Minister Morrison's multiple ministries, established the Independent Parliamentary Standards Commission and worked to tackle the influence of big money in politics with reforms to our electoral system to lift transparency. Those are reforms I think that the Greens political party voted against. So I think if the Greens were serious about stopping the influence of big money in politics, they would have voted for our electoral reforms. But I think what we're seeing here is that they are not committed to that work.
Senator Pocock, David Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President. This motion addresses a very serious issue: the influence of the gas lobby over this place. It's clear we have a huge issue with vested interests and their stranglehold on the major parties when it comes to gas. We are not getting a fair return for our gas, and it's got to the point where even when the ACTU suggests a 25% gas export tax, we have Labor politicians rubbishing that idea and agreeing with those in the coalition about just how much tax the gas industry pays. But first, I want to mention a huge win that the crossbench and the community had last week with the Prime Minister, the presiding officers, finally saying that there will be real transparency over who walks these corridors. For years, this has been the call for more transparency over who is in this place, who gave them that access and who they are here to represent. This is an important step forward, and I really welcome it from the government. Clearly, pressure does work. This motion seeks to go further, an outright ban on conversations between the gas industry and government. And I understand the intent of this, but I think government should actually be talking to the industries that they regulate. I think what we need is actually transparency. We need ministerial diaries rather than some outright ban on certain industries. Lobbying is a good thing. You need to be hearing from those who are affected by legislation, but we just need transparency. That is what I've been pushing for the last 4 years and will continue to push. I don't think the blanket ban is the way to go. And so I call on the government. Listen to the vast majority of Australians. Give us a 25% gas export tax now. We solve this problem of a potential shortfall and we make Aussie gas cheaper for Australians.
Senator Ghosh.
Deputy President, there are few more dangerous ideas in a democracy than banning people and ideas you don't like. The Greens political party's vendetta against the oil and gas industry is relentless and it's irrational, and it's in full swing here again today. And this motion tries to single out and ban representatives of the gas industry and prevent them from engaging with elected representatives. It's undemocratic, it would hurt the Australian economy, and it would set back the achievement of net zero. But none of that matters to the Greens because it's about grandstanding, it's about stunts, it's about props. It's not about achieving good policy. I also can't speak to this motion without addressing what is at its core, which is an attempt to ban people whose ideas one political party doesn't like. And that is the creeping hallmark of the totalitarian left. Not an engagement democratically, but a prescription. Naming names, preventing people putting arguments in this parliament. And the idea that in a democracy we would bar a group of stakeholders involved in the production of a crucial resource, a key pillar of our economy, from interacting with decision makers is quite simply absurd. Good government doesn't operate in an echo chamber. It does not seek only to hear voices that it agrees with. And meeting peak bodies, industry bodies, regulators, workers, customers, members of the community is an incredibly important part of our role in this place. It's an incredibly important part of developing good policy. And trying to exclude one group from that is absurd. It's more than absurd, it's dangerous. But let's have a think about this industry that they so badly want to demonise. Because the oil and gas industry, and particularly the gas industry, is an important part of Australia's future. It is a vital element as a firming fuel to the energy transition and our path to net zero. It's vital as an industrial feedstock, particularly in the state of Western Australia, and as a fuel for industrial and mining processes that are hard to abate. It has energy density that can't be matched in different areas. Over 5 million households are currently connected to gas networks, as are thousands of small businesses, particularly in the food and hospitality industry. And it's an important export. I'll say it again, our gas industry is an important export industry. It increases the standards of living of all Australians. It supports well-paid, secure jobs in Australia, and in Western Australia particularly, and it supports the energy needs of our regional partners and underpins aspects of Australia's energy security. By remaining a reliable LNG supplier and a responsible climate actor, Australia can develop new regional partnerships in emerging energy industries and clean energy exports as well. But it is vital for our energy transition that as we move to net zero, that we have gas available here and gas available to our regional partners to achieve that transition. And why is that relevant to the motion? Because making good gas policy requires us to listen to a wide range of people, including, surprise, surprise, the people affected by that policy. And you would think that the Greens political party would be interested in advancing the transition to net zero and the clean energy system, which under the model we're moving forward at the moment, requires and relies on gas. It's a firming fuel for intermittent renewable sources of energy. But just as the Greens voted with the coalition against meaningful action on climate change in 2009 when they voted down an emissions trading scheme, just like they come in here week in, week out and run these stunts, no view to the Australian interest, no view to good public policy making in this place, they've got another absurd motion in here today. And it's got that extra kick, that extra barb of banning people they don't agree with from the building. I mean, it's intellectually pathetic and it's democratically dangerous. It's the kind of charlatanism that has come to characterise the Greens political party, the mountebanks of the environment movement. Because if you're actually serious about net zero and the transition, then you have to be serious about gas, not only in Australia, but in the region. And if you're serious about how this industry works in Australia, you have to listen to the people in the industry. Not only those people, we should listen to a wide range of stakeholders. We should listen to environmental groups. We should listen to people in the community, but we should also listen to people in the industry when we're designing these sorts of policies. And that's why, again, this motion, this attempt to prescribe people from access to the Australian Parliament is not only stupid, it's dangerous.
Thank you, Senator Faruqi.
Deputy President. Fossil fuel money flows through this country's cooked political donation system like gas through a pipeline. Labour, Liberal, One Nation dance to the tune of the same corporations and the same billionaires. And when the checks aren't enough, there is always the revolving door. We know Labour ministers walk out of cabinet and straight into gas industry boardrooms. They approve the projects in government and then collect the salary in industry. That is the business model. That's why there is open access to the fossil fuel lobby. Ban these dirty donations and lock the gate of parliaments to these climate wreckers. That's what needs to happen. The Labour government approves gas project after gas project, while families can't afford to put food on the table, and gas companies rake in obscene and record profits. The Greens are fighting to tax gas exports properly to fund healthcare, housing, aged care and education. And an overwhelming majority of Australians want a 25% tax on gas exports. There are billions of dollars sitting right here to be unlocked, but the government rejects it because the gas industry said no. And what they say goes for this Labour government. And while the revolving door spins, the planet burns. Every approval comes with more climate breakdown, more fires, more droughts, more floods, more extreme weather events. No wonder people are walking away in disgust from the two old big parties. The people of this country do not need governments at the beck and call of the gas industry, their executives and their lobbyists. They deserve power and wealth to be put back in the hands of the many, not to be hoarded by a few.
Senator Whitten.
Thank you, Acting Deputy. Don't listen to the experts. Don't listen to industry. Mandate that politicians ignore key stakeholders. What a great idea. This is peak socialist rhetoric from the Greens. There is a name for a system of government that makes decisions without consultation, a dictatorship. But the Greens have no issue with dictating to the people. They are as authoritarian as they come. One Nation will be a government of freedom. We will listen to all involved and find the best way forward for the country. One Nation hears the Australian people. They want a better return on their natural resources. That is why we developed our oil and gas policy with two objectives in mind: more oil and gas for the Australian production in Australia and a better return for all Australians. We want Australians to have real ownership of their oil and gas assets, providing energy security, lower prices and more jobs for the Australian people. We don't want to kill the industry like Senator Pocock and the Greens. Their climate change billionaire donors demand they kill oil and gas. One Nation wants an oil and gas industry that is strong for generations to come, an industry that can help power Australia into the future. We did consult with industry on our gas plan, and we will continue to consult. We don't apologise for that. In fact, let me share some feedback that we got. We briefed a wide range of industry participants, the big end of town, small Australian producers, offshore, onshore, you name it. The number one thing we heard was, we can't believe we're genuinely being consulted. This government is flying blind, making up policy on the fly. Labor and the Greens don't see it as an issue. They want to mandate ignoring the experts. One Nation will listen to Australians and industry. We will listen to whoever we need to ensure we have the best plan for Australia's future.
Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. One of my favourite Australian authors, Gregory David Roberts, who wrote the book Shantaram, said in his book that the only thing more ruthless and cynical than the business of big politics, and we're all in the business of big politics, the only thing more ruthless and cynical than the business of big politics is the politics of big business. And when the two get in bed together, they're an unstoppable force. And that's exactly what we are witnessing here today. A textbook word for it might be cronyism. It might be institutional corruption, state capture. When the people demand that their resources provide a fair return to them as the owners of that resource, and the government ignores them because they won't take on big, powerful, greedy multinational corporations, then that is corruption. That is corruption, and we should call it out for what it is. We need to clean up politics, and we need to hold these companies to account. That's what the Australian people put us here to do. And it's not as if we don't need the money. We do. We desperately need money. We're cutting billions of dollars from the NDIS, targeting some of the most vulnerable people in our community, because apparently we don't have enough money. And all it would take is a decision by a government to turn around to these corporations that have been getting away with it for too long and say, you are going to pay your fair share of tax for the minerals and the resources that you mine from this country. And let's not forget that this gas, and gas is a dirty fossil fuel, this gas is pushing us further towards the brink of climate collapse. And who's going to pay for that? Who's going to pay for the adaptation and the mitigation that we need to make sure that future generations in this country and on this planet inherit the joint in better place, better condition than we did when we came into this Parliament?
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy. Gas companies are making off like robber barons right now, and Labor and One Nation are helping them get away with it. The hundreds of billions of dollars of publicly owned gas exported from Australia delivers next to nothing to Australians in return. Multinational gas corporations are pumping gas out of Australia, selling it around the world while giving nothing back to the public. It's a rort. It is no wonder it is being called the Great Australian Gas Rip-Off. The public can see these multinationals raking in super profits from our gas, while Donald Trump's war in the Middle East is driving up energy prices. They know they're paying more. They know they'll keep paying more. So it's even more obscene that Labor in this year's budget gave the gas lobby another free ride, refused to put in a 25% export tax gas. Now that was a $17 billion gift to Santos and Woodside, a great return for their multi-million dollar donations to Labor, One Nation and the Coalition. Why, when the majority of Australians want at least a 25% tax on gas exports, why is the Albanese government refusing to tax them? Why, when people every day are spending more on housing, on energy, on food, on just living, why is Labor and One Nation running cover for the gas corporations? I was struggling to think of a reason, and then I thought of two. I remembered the $1 million Labor received from the fossil fuel industry in the run-up to the last election. And I remember that every retired federal resource minister in the past 2 decades has left Parliament and walked into a high-paid job in the resources industry. So when I see these swanky fundraisers from Labor, when I see the chummy pictures of Albanese and fossil fuel CEOs, when I see retired Labor ministers gaining special access and the protection racket that Labor runs for the industry, I see a betrayal for the public. The Greens see that. Parliament's meant to be for the public. The gas industry have paid to own Labor and One Nation, but they've not bought the public. They've not paid the people. And until they do, shut the door.
Senator, your time has expired. The question is, the motion moved by Senator Hoskin-May be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those who are opposed say no. Noes have it. Ayes have it. Calling a division. Ring the bells for 4 minutes, please. Lock the doors. The question is the motion moved by Senator Hodgkin may be agreed to. Those in support of that go to the right of the chair. Those saying no go on to the left. I appoint Senator Askew and Senator McKim as the tellers. The result of the division is ayes 10, noes 30. The question is resolved in the negative. I now call Senator Bragg. The Senate will now, if people could move so we can continue on with business, please. The Senate will now consider the proposal from Senator Bragg, which is also shown at item 12 on today's order of business. Is the consideration of the proposal supported? With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerk will set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips. I call Senator Bragg to move the motion.
I move the motion.
Senator Bragg, you have the call.
Well, thank you very much. And the reason this motion is being moved is because this has been an absolute dog's breakfast of a tax policy that we've seen over the last month. And I think people are over this.
Senator Bragg, I don't believe your mic's on.
Oh, right. Well, that may be a tragedy for some, but
would you mind starting again,
benefit
please?
for others. Start again?
Thank you.
Right. I'll wait for the clock to reset, will I? Okay, very good. Well, thank you very much. I mean, the whole point of this motion is really making the point that people have had enough of politics as usual, and I think people have had enough of the incompetence as usual, as presented by this government. This Treasurer, Dr Chalmers, as he styles himself, has had 2 tax policies in 4 years, and both have collapsed. His first policy was to tax unrealised gains, and that collapsed last year. His second policy has been to put in place a 30% tax on everything, ostensibly to improve housing affordability. Now, people are not stupid, and they can see through this, and they can see that putting a tax on everything else in the economy is not going to help housing, particularly if people are aware of the Treasury's own admission in the budget papers that the government will supply 35,000 fewer houses. So people are not stupid, and what people object to is being treated as they are idiots or children. And the way that the Prime Minister and the Treasurer have sought to address the Australian people over this past month or so has been objectionable at best. People are intelligent. We are living through an age where people have more access to information than they've ever had in human history. So people understand that these taxes are stupid. They understand that more taxes is not good for Australia. People know this budget is bad for them and it's bad for Australia because it increases the tax burden on working people. It increases the risk that we won't have the houses that we need. And so this 30% CGT is going to be a jobs killer, an investment killer and a nation killer because it will sink our competitive position. relative to other jurisdictions, which will be able to attract capital in an age where, of course, labour is mobile and capital is mobile. The deliberate design feature of 35,000 fewer houses is bizarre, but at least it is consistent with a government that has built 30,000 fewer houses each year, despite an $80 billion investment. Who could believe that a government could increase investment to the tune of $80 billion and get fewer things as a result? So when we hear these ridiculous motherhood statements from this shocking government about their investment in housing, what matters is the result. Just because you spend more money doesn't mean you get more stuff, because when you lose it in corruption and productivity losses, it's gone. And when you fail to address the core problems of the red tape disaster, the CFMEU running the show, the inflated labour costs, the corruption, the crooks, then you end up with fewer things. So more money doesn't mean more stuff. More money doesn't mean more stuff. I don't know what he did his PhD in, but it certainly wasn't in anything practical or anything to do with economics or housing. And then we have this issue of the arbitrage, where the good doc has found a way to help out his bros at the unions, and he's got Wayne Swan and the 40 Thieves with their hands in the till. They only pay 10% CGT, but everyone else pays 30%. So if you're a C-Bus super fund and you go and buy some shares, you only pay 10% capital gains. But if you're a punter, a poor old punter, living somewhere in Australia, and you buy the same shares, you'll pay 30%. You'll pay 30%. So this is a system that Labor has put in place to protect its mates. It's got a secret good deal for its mates in the super funds, and there's a similar good deal for foreign fund managers who can invest in housing and pay 15% withholding tax, whereas everyone else will pay 30%. So this, at the end of the day, the arbitrage, the 30% capital gains tax, of course the higher rents, this is all the consequences that the Australian people will have to live with because this government doesn't like Australian enterprise and doesn't like the idea that people should be able to get ahead and invest. And of course, at its fundamental point, it must be recognised that people have already paid tax on this money. We're living in a country with one of the highest pay-as-you-go systems in the world, probably the highest in the English-speaking world, the highest pay-as-you-go system. And now you've got the highest capital gains tax system. So you've got more taxes than you can poke a stick at, but you've got a tax so-called reform, which is $77 billion in new taxes, which is not a reform. More tax is not reform, with more holes in it than a piece of Swiss cheese, because they're helping out their mates or they smash the battlers.
Thank you, Senator Dominion.
Thank you. Well, I find Senator Bragg's contribution on this issue somewhat curious. The obsession with industry super funds, C-Bus in particular, when they're working on the retirement, delivering decent and fair retirement outcomes for all Australians, is really an obsession, and I think is getting in the way of Senator Bragg being able to have a look at what's really in front of us in terms of these tax reforms. You know, and while Senator Bragg has been able, you know, feeling quite eager to comment on some of those matters and these reforms here in the Senate chamber, he certainly didn't take up the full opportunity to do so during the important inquiry last week, having not attended, you know, at least half of it. Senator Bragg was notably absent for much of the detailed scrutiny undertaken by the Economics Legislation Committee during the inquiry and the meetings in the lead-up. And it's always easier to complain at the fringes than actually engage with the evidence. But unsurprisingly, the evidence does really matter. And the first thing the evidence tells us is that Senator Bragg's motion rests on a false premise. Because here's the thing, what is before the Senate is not a new tax. What the government is proposing is a reform to capital gains tax discount, and that distinction matters. For 26 years, Australia has provided a 50% discount on capital gains for assets held for more than 12 months. That concession has become increasingly expensive, increasingly poorly targeted, and increasingly difficult to justify. As I mentioned just earlier today, the Parliamentary Budget Office estimates that more than $38 billion in revenue has been foregone through capital gains tax concessions since 2010. Evidence before the inquiry last week estimated the annual revenue cost of existing concessions has cost us more than $21 billion. Governments must respond and act to impacts on the Australian people, not stand still and wring our hands because it might be too hard to undertake important reform, because Australians deserve better. We are talking about whether taxpayers should continue to subsidise one of the most generous discounts in the tax system, regardless of whether that concession is delivering public benefit. The evidence before the inquiry was overwhelming, because who is really benefiting? Evidence presented to the committee showed that 82% of the benefits of the capital gains tax discount flow to the top 10% of income earners. 3/4 flow to the top 5%. Nearly 60% flow to the top 1%. That is not a concession primarily helping ordinary working Australians. It is a concession overwhelmingly benefiting those who already hold substantial assets, and it comes at a substantial cost. Billions of dollars in revenue are foregone every year through these arrangements. The alternative being put by Senator Bragg is to preserve billions of dollars in tax concessions flowing overwhelmingly to the wealthiest Australians while opposing tax relief for 13 million working Australians. Labor makes no apology for supporting working people over tax concessions for the already wealthy. At a time when younger Australians are finding it harder than ever to purchase a home, when wealth inequality is growing, and when income from work is often taxed more heavily than income derived from appreciating assets, it is entirely reasonable for governments to ask whether these settings remain fit for purpose. That is exactly what these reforms do. They retain recognition of inflation through indexation. They do retain important small business concessions. And they retain incentives for genuine product investment. But they also recognise a simple principle, that a fair tax system should not provide the largest benefit to those who need them least. Senator Bragg claims Australians are being misled. What is misleading is how Senator Bragg and the rest of those opposite arguing against these reforms have characterised them. Cherry-picking aspects of the reform and manipulating the data just spreads concern and anxiety, which is just incorrect. Because what is before the Senate is an ambitious reform agenda, and Labor makes no apology for that. We are proud to be putting forward reforms that take on structural inequities in the system, reforms that ask whether long-standing concessions are still delivering in the national interest. It should not mean preserving tax concessions that overwhelmingly benefit those who are already at the top of the income and wealth distribution. These reforms are about fairness, and they are about integrity. And they are about ensuring that the Australian tax system delivers for working Australians.
Thank you, Senator. Senator McKim.
Well, thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, Australia desperately needs genuinely progressive tax reform. And I say to the Australian people, if you are working harder and harder and falling further and further behind, if you're struggling to pay the rent, if you're struggling to pay the mortgage, struggling to get into the housing market, struggling to see a doctor, struggling to pay your kids' school fees, and you are wondering where all the money's gone, well, check the bank balances of the billionaires. Check the bank balances of the 1%, because that is where your money is going. And while you work harder and harder and pay decent amounts of tax on your income, the wealthiest 1% of Australians are effectively paying no tax at all as their bank balances go through the roof. Let's be really clear about something. You cannot work your way to $1 billion, let alone 2 billion or 5 or 10 or 20. You can't work your way to that kind of money. The only way you can make that kind of money is if you've got a massive amount of capital to start with, and you invest that capital. You buy things, you buy property portfolios, you buy shares, you put your money in tax-advantaged trusts, and your wealth goes up, and the government doesn't make you pay your fair share of tax on your wealth. Unlike if you go to work as a cleaner, or you go to work in hospitality, or you go to work as a nurse, or you go to work as a carpenter, you are paying your fair share of tax. Why shouldn't the billionaires pay their fair share of tax? Why shouldn't the 1% pay their fair share of tax? Why shouldn't the big price gouging, polluting corporations pay their fair share of tax? The question actually is, why don't they pay their fair share of tax? And I'll tell you why. Because they've captured the political class in this country, from the Liberal Party to the National Party to the Labor Party and now to One Nation. Every single one of you in the pockets of the 1%, in the pockets of the big polluting, price gouging corporations, and in cahoots with each other to make sure the super wealthy don't pay their fair share of tax and to make sure the big corporations don't pay their fair share of tax. And the result is an economy where wealth flows upwards into the pockets of the few, while the many work harder and harder and fall further and further behind. Shame on the lot of you.
Senator Kovacic.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, those contributions from the Greens and from the government have actually made my blood boil. How about being in the pocket of the CFMEU, the corrupt and criminal conduct of the CFMEU, which time after time after time you refuse to support an inquiry into because your pockets are full of their money? How about that? Can I tell you right now that I could not believe what the government was saying in relation to this. That they said, we make no apology about the tax concessions for the already wealthy. Well, can I give you a news flash? You're letting that allegedly already wealthy keep the tax concessions, but young Australians that have never had the opportunity to negative gear and that have never had the opportunity for a capital gains tax concession, they can never have one. You've taken it away from them. So if they were saving their money in shares or building a small business, you're taking those concessions away from them. You're saying, no, it was good enough for us to create our wealth, but not for you. To make it fairer for you, we're not going to let you do what we did to create wealth. I'm sick of hearing it. And Australians aren't stupid, as Senator Bragg said. They actually know what is going on here. And the Albanese government has to explain why they misled Australians before the last election. The Prime Minister, in his own words, said 50 times I've said no changes to negative gearing and CGT. And guess what he does after the election in this year's budget? He changes both those things. He had an interview with Andrew Clonell where he said that our position changed and no one else has had the ticker to make these changes. Guess what? This Prime Minister didn't have the ticker to take the changes to an election because he knew that he couldn't sell them, because he knew that they were fundamentally unfair. He knew that they would not change the ability for young people who currently do not own a house to actually have a house. And the other interesting thing is, wind back last year, they introduced their 5% deposit guarantee and encouraged young people to use that, to enter the market with the support of the government. And now guess who is at the greatest risk of negative equity based on this current policy from the Albanese Labor government? Those very people that took up the 5% deposit guarantee. It's extraordinary, the lack of understanding as to the impacts of this policy. And to point to a 2-day inquiry and to call it, evidence, that evidence does matter. If evidence does actually matter, I say to the government, why was your inquiry 2 days? What a sham. Some of the biggest tax changes this country has seen, and for less than 48 hours is what you allot to it. Because you're not interested in consultation, you're not interested in the evidence, you're interested in ensuring that the vested interests of this government are advanced, and that is it. Australians were told that these taxes were not coming. They were told that they were not on the table. The Prime Minister said they are not on the table, over and over and over. His deception is of the highest order. This government is taking our country in the wrong direction. This is the highest taxing government in our history. Higher taxes, more complexity, less certainty and fewer opportunities for Australians to get ahead. That is the legacy of this government. Hong Kong, Singapore, UAE, CGT is 0%, zero, zip. The US, it's between 0 and 20. The UK, it's between 10 and 24. And in communist China, 20%. And under the Albanese Labor government in Australia, 30%. Have a think about that for a minute. That's for individual Australians. The Australian mum and dad, the Australian worker that those opposite always talk about, they are treated as the enemy, while foreign-backed build-to-rent capital, they can receive concessional treatment. We can have expensive concessions for them, just not expensive concessions for the actual Australians who are paying the tax. Why does that count? Why does that matter? Even the super funds, they're getting concessions. But everyday Australians know if you want to build wealth, you're a bad capitalist. We want you to sit in your wage cage and pay your tax and sit down and be good and speak when you're spoken to.
Senator Ananda Rajah.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank Senator Bragg for this motion, an opportunity to discuss the important relationship between taxation and housing. And here we are, two senators, one from New South Wales and one from Victoria, the two largest states in this nation, in a state of origin on housing. Housing affordability, Deputy Speaker, is the battleground. And in the stands are young people. There they are, all the way up there, some of whom will be locked out of housing, not on our watch. Older people of limited means, and then everyone in between who do not have that default option of the bank of mum and dad. But before we kick off, the outcome has already been settled, and I turn to a publication by the Fairfax Papers that came out on the weekend, on the 19th of June, and it declared that Melbourne is poised to become the biggest, most livable city. It said, just ask the growing wave of Sydney-siders moving to Melbourne. Just ask the growing wave. A former Sydney-sider, now homeowner, in Melbourne, in a suburb of Clifton Hill. It's got beautiful terraces, leafy streets, lots of parkland. It's really lovely near trams and amenity. Said, I rented the whole time I lived in Sydney. The idea of buying a house in Sydney seemed completely unattainable. There's no way we'd be able to own a house like this in a comparable suburb in Sydney. According to Domain, there is a $700,000 price difference in houses between Sydney and Melbourne. The median price of a house in Sydney as of March was $1.79 million, in Brisbane $1.21 million, and in Melbourne $1.08 million. Across all types of dwellings, whether they be units and houses, Melbourne is nearly 40% cheaper than Sydney, according to CommBank. Why? Because Melbourne is actually better at building homes than just about any other state in this country. According to the State of the Housing Report that was released in April of this year, Victoria has built the most homes out of all the states in the period from 2019 to 2024. At 306,000. This compares to 251,000 in New South Wales. And Victoria is on track to meet its goal, according to the Housing Accord, its target goal. If this is clear evidence that increasing supply actually improves housing affordability, it decreases, it puts downward pressure on prices, and we are certainly backing this in with a $47 billion housing package, which is designed to deliver an additional 100,000 homes for first home buyers to ring-fence these from everyone else, $2 billion for enabling infrastructure like payments, power lines and pipes, of which $500 million will go towards regional Australia. And of course, we are intending through the Housing Australia Future Fund to build 55,000 social and affordable homes. But we know that this is not enough. It is not enough. In 1999, a home cost about 4 times your median income. It now costs around 8 times. If you were in Sydney, however, it would cost 10 times, and in Melbourne, 7 times. That is clearly unattainable for most working people. Unattainable. The average age of a first home buyer in 1999 was in their late 20s. It is now 34 to 36. 1 in 5 first home buyer loans by Westpac are given to people over the age of 40. In other words, people are aging into first home ownership, aging into it. And then that has knock-on effects on everything else, including relationships, having children, settling down, and so on. So we are not standing back to admire this problem any longer. We are acting. And the changes to capital gains and negative gearing are having an immediate effect. They haven't been legislated yet, but they are already cooling the property market. They are giving this $12 trillion housing market a bit of a haircut. And it turns out that most people do support it. Polling by Resolve out today shows that 54% of Australians support this, and 60% of 18 to 34-year-olds support it. And support is seen right across all income brackets: high income, medium income, and low income. So the support is there because people intuitively understand that we need to give first home buyers a foot in the door, and we need to enable them to compete against property investors. And this is why we're doing it. Now, those opposite can berate us, but they, along with the Liberals, the Nationals, One Nation, all voted against every single one of our measures to increase housing supply and to make homes more affordable for us.
Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Well, the Albanese Labor government's latest budget has gone down like a lead balloon. It's a $77 billion tax grab. It's a litany of broken promises. It's going to kill investment, innovation and aspiration. It's going to hurt farmers. It's going to destroy small businesses already doing it tough. It's going to drive rents higher as investors pull out of housing. It's going to drive mortgages higher. Despite Labor's promise to reduce immigration, this budget projects an increase. In the middle of a cost of living crisis created by Labor's obsession with net zero and renewables, it's going to drive inflation higher. The budget doesn't create intergenerational equity, it creates intergeneration poverty. After they got to the top, Labor is pulling up the ladder on younger generations of Australians. This budget attacks hard-working Australians who have sacrificed to save and invest. Labor doesn't want Australians to be able to pull themselves up or invest their hard-earned savings so they can be independent. Labor wants Australians to become more dependent on handouts and government services. This is the most dishonest, secretive, unaccountable government in Australian history, and increasing numbers of Australian voters know it. They're not buying the lies anymore. They're mad as hell about this budget. With this budget, they see a government and a political system which no longer listens to them and no longer cares. One Nation will reverse the capital gains tax and restrict negative gearing to 2 houses. We will not disadvantage businesses. They will not be faced with any capital gains tax changes. They invested their hard-earned tax money, mortgaged their assets, worked long, hard hours with no help. One Nation will not allow an out-of-control government who cannot stop spending expect Australians to...
Senator Blyth.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, this budget has fallen very, very flat with the Australian people, and as Senator Bragg said, they smell this a mile away. They know when they're being sold a lie, and that's exactly what Labor is trying to do here. Now, before the election, Labor promised that there would be no changes to CGT here in Australia, and promised dozens and dozens of times. Australians were promised that they would see relief if they elected a Labor government. But instead, what they've got is a Labor government that is the highest taxing government now in Australian history. Rather than controlling spending and living within its means, as it's demanding the Australian people do, Labor continues to spend more and grab more tax. Because let's remember, everyone out there, government has no money of its own. The only money it has is the dollar that hard-working, everyday Australians earn and the government takes. While families are struggling with mortgage repayments, rent, grocery bills, insurance premiums and energy costs, This Labor government is continuing hurtling towards its net zero and renewables fantasy. And Australians are still asking where that relief is in their electricity bill. Well, it is not coming under this Labor government. Labor's policies are increasing costs and reducing confidence in Australia. The CGT is taking away young people's ability to be able to buy a home. I am older than my children now, and at the age of my eldest daughter, I was able to save a deposit and buy my first home. I fear that for her, she is never going to be able to do that, because under this Labor government, the settings are just not there in the economy to be able to do it. We've then got this Labor government looking at vehicle emission standards, which is pushing up the cost of everyday household vehicles and farming vehicles. This is going to hit regional Australians and families the hardest. Now, millions of Australians made financial decisions based on the rules that government put in place. Australians have been encouraged for decades to save for retirement and plan for their future. Millions of Australians are now finding themselves retrospectively caught up in Labor changing the goalposts and the rules. Now, if governments are able to change the rules at any point in time, where is the incentive for Australians to work hard and save for their futures? This is not the time to be questioning whether Australia is a good place to invest. But we've got to remember that it is the small businesses, it is the hard-working Australians, it is those families who are what drive our economy. And while they are struggling with all sorts of headwinds, this Labor government has delivered them a budget that is like a kick in the guts. When they are already struggling to pay their electricity bills, when they are already struggling with higher insurance costs, when they are already struggling to be able to afford the personnel that they need. This is an insult to all hard-working Australians. This budget will see the end of aspiration in our country. Instead of Labor's instinct to try and control its spending, instead they are just going to come after Australians' hard-earned dollars. Families can't continually spend more than what they earn. The family budget doesn't balance, then you spend less. Businesses also cannot continually spend more than they earn, and governments should be held to the same standard. But under this Labor government, we are continuing to see higher spending, higher debt, higher taxes. This is when Australia is already facing significant economic challenges. We have weak productivity growth. Housing affordability is non-existent for young people. High energy prices and global uncertainty. We should be encouraging enterprise, rewarding hard work, attracting investment, growing the economy, and above all else, we should be honest with the Australian people. If taxes are going to increase, Australians should be told before an election, not after it. And ultimately, this motion is about trust, and Australians deserve a government that keeps its promises. Australia cannot afford another Labor government.
The question is the motion moved by Senator Bragg be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I believe the ayes have it. Noes have it. No division required. Division, yeah, ring the bells for 4 minutes.
lock the doors. So the question is the urgency motion as moved by Senator Bragg be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Little as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 24 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'm just waiting for a chair, but in the meantime we'll proceed to the consideration of documents which are listed on pages 4 to 9 of today's order of business.
So we're looking at documents listed on page 4 to 9 of today's order of business. Is anyone seeking the call? We're up to consideration of documents. We're looking at documents listed on pages 4 to 9.
Could we take note of documents number 2, 4, 9, 12, 14? Do you want to keep going?
Keep going.
And 10, sorry, I missed 10. Then 17, 19, 27, 30. That's all. And please seek leave to continue our remarks. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Senator Askew. I'll just make sure the clerk's got that all down. Senator Allman-Payne.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise to take note of the Aged Care Amendment Motor Neurone Disease Priority Rules 2026.
So if you wish to speak to that, you will need leave.
And I seek leave to speak to those rules.
Sorry, just for the benefit of the chamber, could you just repeat the document you wish to speak to again?
Yes, the Aged Care Amendment Motor Neurone Disease Priority Rules 2026.
Yes, leave. There being no objection, leave is granted. Senator Allman-Payne, you have the call.
Thank you. How much? Thank you. I rise to speak to the Aged Care Amendment Motor Neurone Disease Priority Rules 2026. These rules provide a faster pathway for people with motor neurone disease to access aged care, and that is welcome. However, our aged care system is far from appropriate for people who are suffering from motor neurone disease, and especially in its current form. Most people who get a diagnosis of motor neurone disease die within an average of 2 years. And whilst a faster pathway to access care is helpful, it actually costs around $300,000 a year to provide adequate care for someone living with MND. If you are over 65 and you are forced into relying on My Aged Care to support those needs, the most help you can get is $78,000 under a supported home package. And that is woefully inadequate for people whose needs are very high. We've seen around the country people coming together to support people like Neil Danaher in the fight for MND. And people like him have done an amazing job at raising the profile of this disease. But I don't think people realise how much stress and how hard it is for somebody who gets that diagnosis when they're over 65. The co-payments that have been brought in under supported home mean that even that highest level of package is now purchasing 30% less. So when we go from a need that's around $300,000 a year to $78,000, and then you cut the purchasing power of that by even more, that is putting families in really difficult positions. It has massive impacts on other people in the family. And if I use my family as an example, my mother got an MND diagnosis over the age of 65. She was still working. My father, who was much older than her, carried the burden of her care because she never got care under My Aged Care, because she was one of those 5,000 people a year who die before they get care. In Queensland, if you are over 65 and your My Aged Care package falls woefully short, which it does, then you are reliant on MND Queensland. MND Queensland is the only motor neurone disease support organisation in the country that gets no recurrent state government funding, despite MND Queensland advocating to both the Labor and the coalition governments, and still they remain without recurrent funding. So we have an organisation that is out there fundraising their backsides off to fill the gap that is left, because if you're over 65 and you get that diagnosis, My Aged Care is not going to be there, is either not going to be there for you, and if it is, which I hope it will under the 30-day pathway, it will fall way, way, way short. My mum was lucky. We had the capacity to buy the hospital bed that she needed. We had the capacity to buy the electric wheelchair that she needed. We had the capacity to pay OTs and other multidisciplinary teams to come and work with her, and every time we did, my thoughts went to what do those people who do not have the capacity to do that do? We need to do better. We cannot have people diagnosed with a neurodegenerative disease where their body fails them, they can't speak, they can't eat, they can't walk. They are wholly reliant on someone else for their care. We cannot leave them at the mercy of an aged care system that falls far too short. So I implore the government, for all of those people out there who are over 65, who get this devastating diagnosis, please do better. The 30 days is welcome, but like I said, it is going to fall far, far short, and they need more. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Brockman.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. By leave, I just want to add item number 7 on page 5 and seek leave to continue my remarks, if leave is granted.
Leave granted. Leave's granted. Thank you. Is anyone else?
Okay, before we move on from the document that Senator Ormond-Payne was referring to, did anyone else want to speak to that, or are you going to seek leave to continue your remarks?
I will seek leave to continue my remarks.
Leave granted. Leave's granted. Thank you. Okay, we can move on to another item if someone wants. Senator Hodgins-May.
I seek leave to table a report about the gas industry's engagement with the Senate Select Committee.
Leave granted. Is it a petition? Report. Sorry, we're just, rather than talking across the chamber, just pause for 1 second. Okay, what we might do, can I get you guys just to confer over here, and I'll go to Senator Brockman before we move on from this item of the business, and then that, although you might be real quick, so you might, we're in your hands, Senator Brockman.
In the interests of buying a little time for the Senate, I'm happy to stand, but I have no further contribution on this matter. Thank you, Mr. Acting Deputy President.
Okay, thank you. Senator Ayres.
Like Senator Brockman from Western Australia, have no contribution to make on this issue at all.
Looks like. And do you have a contribution, Senator Ormond-Payne?
Well, I'm just checking. Are we just taking note now of other documents?
Yes, we are. And Senator Hodgins-May was...
While that's being sorted, can I take note of one and seek leave to continue remarks?
Sure.
Can I take note of document 1 on page 4, the performance audit on the effectiveness of the Commonwealth Home Support Program, and seek leave to continue my remarks?
Leave granted. Leave is granted. Okay. Now I'm in your hands. Senator?
Yeah. I seek leave to table a report about the gas industry's engagement with the Senate Select Committee.
Is leave granted? Yes, it is.
I table Influence Maps report, Energy Crisis Narratives in Australia's Tax Inquiry, Australian-Japanese LNG Interests Deployed Crises and Narratives to Oppose Australia's Gas Tax. Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, if no one else is seeking to take note of any consideration of documents, Senator... Shoebridge, sorry.
Yep. I seek to take note of document number 10 on page 5 about age of criminal responsibility, and 11 on page 5, together with documents 20, 26, and there was one further. And 31 on pages 6 and 7, and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Leave granted. Leave granted. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. How about now? Good to move on. Okay, we'll move on to ministerial statements. Ministerial statements. Minister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I table documents relating to orders for the production of documents concerning the housing foreign investment ban, Treasury roundtables, the integrated assessment tool and support at home classification system, fuel and oil shipments, inland rail, and tax reforms and Treasury modelling relating to housing.
Yes, Senator McDonald.
I seek leave to take note of the order for the production of the ministerial statement for the order of production of documents number 482 on inland rail.
Leave's not required, so you may just speak.
Oh, thank you very much. Well, I think that the response from the Minister today is nothing short of disrespectful and, frankly, outrageous, because it is not for the Minister to decide. A Minister, particularly from the other place, who obviously doesn't understand the importance of an order of production of documents from the Senate, and so to respond saying that, and I will quote, that this OPD is no longer relevant. I mean, what an extraordinary response. It is not up to ministers to decide what is relevant and what is not relevant. When the senator makes an order for the production of documents, it is relevant. And this document is incredibly important because the Minister announced the cancellation of the Inland Rail north of Parkes on the 6th of May 2026 and repeatedly relied on the ACIL Allen report as justification for that decision. If the government was prepared to use the report to justify cancelling a nation-building project, why was the report not released at the same time as the announcement? Instead, it was dropped on the morning of Senate estimates, Monday the 25th of May 2026, with no opportunity for senators to properly examine that report, to read it prior to Senate estimates, and to develop detailed questions around that document. This is denying the Senate its due process. Senate estimates is one of the most important and powerful processes that we have for the Parliament. It allows us to investigate the expenditure of Australian taxpayers' hard-earned dollars. It is not a joke. And yet the way this has been managed by the Minister, I think, is nothing short of laughable. The Senate, the regional communities and affected stakeholders were entitled to see the evidence underpinning the government's decision before being asked to accept it. The government cannot claim transparency while withholding the very document it relied on to justify cancelling half of the Inland Rail project, and then to drop it with no notice during the Senate estimates process is exactly what it was designed to do, to provide confusion, draw a veil over the decision's very poor decision-making process. The Senate estimates process is designed to hold the government accountable, not to provide a mechanism for government to dump critical documents at the last minute, seeking purely to avoid scrutiny. This should be something that, as a Senate, we are united in our outrage about the treatment, this cavalier treatment by a Minister of the Crown. Who made the decision to drop the report at such a late time? Was the timing designed to minimise scrutiny of the government's decision and reduce the opportunity for informed questioning? Regional Australians, but all Australians, deserve better than this kind of high-handed approach from ministers who truly disregard this process. The letter from the Minister just announcing that it is no longer relevant for this OPD, I think is extraordinary. The order, which was agreed to by the majority in this chamber, states in its opening words that there be laid on the table by the Minister representing the Minister. The fact that this was a document that was dropped in the early hours of the Senate estimates process and is now a public document does not remove the obligation of the Minister to meet that requirement. It does not remove that obligation. And I am perplexed as to how the ministers and the representatives of that minister in this place did not make that clear. The Minister could have requested the Senate to discharge the order in light of the document now being available, but it is a sign of disrespect that this Minister chose not to. And given that the Minister finds it so difficult to do her job, to provide the information that is required of it through the Senate process, I seek leave to table the ACIL Allen's document here in the Senate chamber and to make the Minister comply with the very basic obligations that she has.
Are you seeking leave now?
I seek leave to table it now.
Is leave granted? Yes? Yes, leave granted. Thank you.
Thank you. So I now draw the attention of the Senate to the ACIL Allen's document that was apparently used to justify, to verify the rushed decision of the government to cancel a project that has been at the heart of so many communities seeking to connect the Melbourne to Brisbane Inland Rail project, a project that has been many years in the making that has seen communities commit funds and land and projects and future projects based on the Inland Rail decision of government, and to see it pulled using this report with no examination, I think is shocking, frankly. So I won't labour the point any further, but I think the Minister should hang her head in shame. I think this is another example of a government that seeks to avoid scrutiny at every opportunity, and this is just one more example of a minister who drops a report without providing that scrutiny through the Senate estimates process, and then refuses to provide even the lightest touch of courtesy in responding to a Senate OPD. Poorly done, Minister, very poorly done.
No one else taking note of ministerial statements? We'll move on to committee memberships. No committee memberships, then we will move to messages from the House of Representatives. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the following bills for concurrence: Appropriation Bill number 5, 2025-26 and Appropriation Bill number 6, 25-26. Minister.
I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
Put the question that the bill be read a first time. Those that opinion say aye, those against say no. The ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Appropriation Bill number 5, 2025-2026. Appropriation Bill number 6, 2025-2026.
Minister.
I move that these bills be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave's granted.
I move that the debate be now adjourned.
Question of the debate be now adjourned. Those opinions say aye, those against say no. The ayes have it. Are there more? Yes, there are. There's a pile there. Okay. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the Appropriation Bill number 1, 2026-27 and 2 related bills for concurrence. Minister.
I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
Question is that the bill be read a first time. Those that opinion say aye, those against say no. The ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Appropriation Bill number 1, 2026-2027. Appropriation Bill number 2, 2026-2027. Appropriation Parliamentary Departments Bill number 1, 2026-2027.
Minister.
I move that these bills be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave's granted. Minister, sorry.
I move that the debate be now adjourned.
The question is the debate be now adjourned. Those that opinion say aye, those against say no. The ayes have it. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the following bills for concurrence: Coal Mining Industry Long Service Leave Legislation Amendment 2026, Secrecy Provisions Amendment Repealing Offences Bill 2026, Secrecy Provisions Amendment Sunsetting Provision Bill 2026, Telecommunications Amendment Enhancing Consumer Safeguards Bill 2026, and Treasury Laws Amendment Delivering an Efficient and Trusted Tax System Bill 2026. Minister.
I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
The question is that these bills be taken together and read at the first time. Those that opinion say aye, those against say no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Coal Mining Industry Long Service Leave Legislation Amendment Bill 2026, Secrecy Provisions Amendment Repealing Offences Bill 2026, Secrecy Provisions Amendment Sunsetting Provision Bill 2026, Telecommunications Amendment Enhancing Consumer Safeguards Bill 2025, Treasury Laws Amendment Delivering an Efficient and Trusted Tax System Bill 2026.
Minister.
I table revised explanatory memoranda relating to the Coal Mining Industry Long Service Leave Legislation Amendment Bill 2026 and the Treasury Laws Amendment Delivering an Efficient and Trusted Tax System Bill 2026, and I move that these bills be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated in Hansard.
Leave granted. Leave's granted. Minister.
I move that the debate be now adjourned and the bills be listed as separate orders of the day.
The question is the debate be adjourned and Bills will be listed as separate orders of the day. Those in opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The President received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the following bills for concurrence: Competition and Consumer Amendment Unfair Trading Practices Bill 2026 and Defence Force Discipline Amendment RCDVS Implementation and Related Measures Number 1 Bill 2026. Minister.
I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
Question is the motion be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Competition and Consumer Amendment Unfair Trading Practices Bill 2026, Defence Force Discipline Amendment RCDVS Implementation and Related Measures Number 1 Bill 2026.
Minister.
I move that these bills be now read a second time and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated in Hansard.
Leave granted. Leave granted. In accordance with Standing Order 1153, further consideration of these bills is now adjourned to 25th of June and 31 July 2026 respectively. I'll call the Minister to move the further motion.
I move that the bills be listed as separate orders of the day.
Question is the motion be agreed to. Those that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Treasury Laws Amendment, Business Registries Stabilisation and Uplift Bill 2026 for concurrence. Minister.
I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
Question is the bill be read a first time. Put the question. Those that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to corporations, the Australian Securities and Investments Commission, and registers in the Treasury portfolio and for related purposes. Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
Leave granted. Leave granted. Minister.
I move that the debate be now adjourned.
Question of the debate be adjourned. All those that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Minister.
I move that the resumption of the debate be in order of the day for a later hour.
Question is that motion be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that the House has agreed to the Competition and Consumer Amendment responding to exceptional circumstances Bill 2026 without amendment and of changes in membership of joint committees. The President has received messages from Her Excellency the Governor-General notifying assent to 6 laws, details of which will be incorporated into Hansard. Clerk.
Business of the Senate. Notice of motion number 1, standing in the name of Senators Shoebridge and Faruqi, proposing the disallowance of the Migration Amendment Temporary Graduate Visa Application Charge Regulations 2026.
Senator Faruqi.
Thank you. I move the motion. The Migration Amendment Temporary Graduate Visa Application Charge Regulation has doubled visa application fees from $2,300 to $4,600, the third increase in a year. This must be rejected. The motion is to disallow this disgraceful regulation. Not a week goes by without attacks on international students and migrants, whether it is the racist billionaire-funded One Nation, or it's the Liberals trying to compete with the far right, or it's indeed the Labour Party and their ongoing dog whistling on international students and migrants. Without this visa, international students cannot put their degree and skills to work for the community here in Australia. This massive fee hike sends a clear message that international students are not welcome here. There are too many international students who have told me that. No wonder Australia's already tarnished reputation as a destination for higher education is eroding even further. And really, for what? For what? So you can beat your chests about cracking down on international students and migrants. This afternoon, Senator Wong stood there and wanted the Greens to work with them. Well, I can tell you this, the Greens will never work with the Labour Party or the Liberals or One Nation when you punch down on migrants and international students. That is never going to happen. Graduates already face enormous degree fees and are suffering under the cost of living crisis like everyone else in this country. They're skipping meals because they can't afford to eat. And the Albanese government thinks now is the opportune time to twist the knife and bleed them some more, because that's what you are doing. It is no coincidence that just as student visa rejections reached a 21-year high in February this year, the Albanese government decided to immediately double these visa fees, immediately double them. They want to exploit international students even more, while also punching down on them at the same time. Arya Masood, National Union of Students International Officer, has rightly said that this sends a clear message to international students about their standing in Australian society, regarded as ATMs to funnel a multi-billion-dollar industry instead of human beings being forced into abandoning the lives and careers that they have built here. And they have built lives and careers here over years and years. But Labor did not even bother with the pretense of any consultation with students or international students. Before this latest doubling of visa fees, it was already the most expensive post-study work visa in the world. We were already there. Australia's temporary graduate visa application fee is now 10 times more expensive than Canada's, 3 times more expensive than New Zealand's, and more than twice as expensive as the UK. And if your visa gets rejected, what happens then? Too bad. There is going to be no refund. This is an incredibly unfair process that abuses the precarious position that these international students are in. What this visa fees doubling does is force students to cough up thousands upon thousands of more dollars that they were not really expecting. Otherwise, they must abandon their lives, their careers that they have built here. Labor is making life harder and harder for them and their families, treating international students with such disrespect and callousness, because that's what it is, disrespect and callousness. It is appalling. It is appalling, shameful, and disgraceful. You do this knowing full well that international students can't vote you out. You think there are no consequences for your dog whistling. But can I tell you, there are consequences. The more you indulge the fantasies of the far-right extremists in this place, the more you make it a reality, and the more you harm international students and migrants and people of colour living in this country. Labor and the coalition are bleeding votes to One Nation because for years you yourselves have blamed and demonized migrants for everything under the sun, and you have treated international students as cash cows. So no wonder you are back with another One Nation flavoured attack on migrants. You created this environment, and now you will be buried by it. The way out of the cost of living crisis, the housing crisis, isn't attacking international students. If you want to do something, stand up to the coal and gas corporations destroying our planet. Stand up to the billionaires dodging taxes. Stand up to the price-gouging supermarkets, and stand up to the profiteering banks. We know that Labor, the Liberals, and One Nation will flock to that side of the chamber to vote down this disallowance, because they are on a unity ticket on scapegoating and fleecing international students who can't fight back.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy. Yes, I too support this motion moved in my name and my colleague's name. And there's a reason we're doing this. We are seeing Labor join with One Nation to punch down on migrants, to punch down on foreign students. And as Senator Faruqi made clear, they think they can punch down on foreign students with particular brutality because they don't vote, and therefore they don't see them as entitled to any kind of protections or decency. They're a free political target in Labor's mind. Well, I've got to remind Labor that they're connected to communities. They're people with experiences and potential connections to this country that can be of enormous value for them in their future lives and their careers, and for us in terms of being thousands of cultural ambassadors that come here and spend years in Australia, meeting with Australians, engaging with our university sector, opening their mind up in courses of study, getting a sense of a future, a possible future that we can give foreign students through our education institutions, meeting Australians as friends, getting a sense of Australians' values, values hopefully of tolerance and diversity, democracy, what it's like living in a country with a strong belief in rule of law, but also friendships across the board. And then after completing their study, returning back home with such fond memories, we would hope, of Australia, with friendships and a sense of connection with Australia that is so much more of value to Australia than one or two diplomats in an embassy or a high commission somewhere. Tens and tens of thousands of people, free cultural ambassadors who will hopefully leave Australia having contributed economically to our higher education system, sometimes having done jobs that many Australians don't want to do, built those friendships, hopefully built those connections, and then gone back and looked back fondly at their time in Australia, built a new career, and maybe connected Australia, their home country, connected them economically, connected them culturally, connected them through friendships. What an extraordinary asset that is for Australia. What an extraordinary strength it is for any nation to be able to have that global connection with tens and tens of thousands of people who have spent years living in Australia, building those connections. But instead of seeing it in that light, Labor literally just cut and pastes what One Nation says. And they call foreign students some kind of threat, some kind of economic threat. That's how Labor sees it. They literally cut and paste the One Nation playbook and then punch down on foreign students. I mean, it's extraordinary watching it. I remember a time when our country viewed students coming here to learn not as a problem, but as an asset, as a cultural benefit. And true, as an economic benefit too, to our higher education systems, to our economy. And I recall, if you look back at some of the debates about what Australia's place in the region should be, what Australia's place in the world should be, proud investment in things like the Colombo Plan to literally bring students, young people from around our region into Australia to connect with us culturally, and then to go back and to be those decision makers, those future politicians, engineers, and actually build that connection with Australia, a real people-to-people connection with Australia. Incredibly successful project, which continues to benefit Australia. But not under the Albanese Labor government. No, under the Albanese Labor government, they want to gouge foreign students. They want to punch down to them in the debate. They want to pick up One Nation's debating points. That's what Albanese Labor is doing. And you can see the impact already in the numbers, and no doubt Labor will celebrate this because this is their playbook, their One Nation playbook. But last year, Vietnamese students coming to Australia plunged by 40%. And this year, students from Bangladesh, Nepal and Sri Lanka dropped by 67%, 78% and 87% respectively. We are currently in the process of burning off those thousands of future cultural ambassadors. And in doing so, we are limiting and cutting off those ties with our region. And that's what this instrument does. Massively ramping up prices, massively ramping up fees to make it even harder now. And those numbers will go further back, even harder, under Labor, for people to come here, young people to come here and to study. And at some level, Labor knows this is wrong. Some part of their lizard brain knows that it's wrong because they've carved out Pacific nations. And they must know that on some level, that our education system not only means we get some of the best minds in the world coming here, but we also get thousands of new connections, thousands of new cultural ambassadors. So why are we, under Labor, cutting ourselves off from our neighbours? Well, for years, Labor has been happy to openly talk about international students as just cash cows, to prop up the higher education sector. And now, having spent years economically exploiting them and wanting to ramp up that exploitation with this instrument, Labor now sees them as great scapegoats so that they can try and outflank One Nation and talk about cuts. Cuts here, cuts there, because they think they can just punch down like they do so often. And what we do see, though, is Labor is using this as an opportunity to gouge people from our region, often families who have gathered together the funds to come and study in Australia, which has been an incredible economic burden to meet the costs of coming to Australia, and this government, the Albanese government, wants to gouge those families even further. And the Albanese government is forcing people coming to Australia to contribute yet more fees. And get this, under the Albanese Labor government, visa fees in this country are going to vastly exceed the amount of income coming under the PRRT from the export gas industry. In this year, in 25-26, this financial year, under Labor, they budget to get just $1.6 billion from the gas industry under the PRRT. And they're budgeting to get $4.6, almost $4.7 billion from visa application charges. And if you want to get a sense of where Labor's One Nation priorities are going forward, they're on a unity ticket here with One Nation in giving gifts to the gas industry while punching down on foreign students. Look at the projections in Labor's budget, because Labor is projecting under their budget that the amount of tax revenue they're going to get from the export gas industry under the Petroleum Resources Rent Tax is going to collapse to just $1.2 billion by 29 to 30, but they expect to be gouging visa fees at a rate of $7 billion. Almost 6 times the amount of revenue coming in from gouging foreign students and people seeking to come here on visa fees, almost 6 times more from often families struggling to meet those fees than they're going to take from the export gas industry under the PRRT. It's the One Nation Labor unity ticket. Give a big gift to Gina Rinehart, give a big gift to the export gas industry, and join with One Nation to punch down on foreign students. It's Labor and One Nation sharing that politics. And they've been in this race to the bottom, Labor. Up to now, up to this parliament, it was a race to the bottom with the coalition. But now they've joined that race to the bottom with One Nation, and it's a race where everybody loses. Because while this happens, while foreign students are being marginalised by this government, we see that's the environment in which they can be exploited by bad employers, exploited by bad agents. And what does Labor do? Does it go after the bad employers? Does it go after the bad agents? No. Labor punches down and goes after the students time and time again. And even just today, in question time, we saw again Labor completely accept One Nation's framing of immigration, completely accept the appalling assumptions in Senator Hanson's questions about mass migration, and Labor's response is not to meet that, not to meet the politics of that, the ugly politics of that. Labor's response is to accept it and meekly say, oh, we're cutting numbers. Shameful, shameful behaviour from Labor. Labor has no capacity to defeat the divisive politics of One Nation because they've set the stage for it. They've spent the past 4 and a bit years scapegoating migrants, introducing some of the cruelest migration laws, setting up corrupt deals with Nauru to actively force people, often found to be refugees, force them off to a cruel detention regime in Nauru. That's what Labor's been doing. And they've got form, not just in this parliament. If you want to see the nastiest migration laws, the nastiest responses, it's always got a big Labor stamp on it. Mandatory detention, offshore detention, deporting kids. That's always been Labor. And Labor has made it clear that they want to treat migrants different from everyone else, lesser than everyone else. So how on earth can they be surprised when that politics empowers One Nation? The Greens see migrants as people, our friends and our neighbours. We see them as whole people who deserve to have families and connections and a positive future. We see foreign students through a positive lens, as future potential cultural ambassadors and economic connections and family connections and person-to-person connections around this region. But Labor sees foreign students as a political opportunity to punch down and to join One Nation, and that's why we reject this legislation. That's why we reject this bill. And we look forward to hopefully maybe somebody from Labor, maybe even somebody from the coalition, having the guts to break with One Nation's racist, nasty rhetoric and join with us in this.
Senator Little. The Coalition will oppose this disallowance motion. The motion represents yet another example of the Australian Greens trying to wind back reasonable migration controls and remove price signals from a system that must be sustainable, workable and in the national interest. The regulation increases the visa application charge for temporary graduate visa, subclass 485, from the 1st of March 2026. For most primary applicants, the charge increases from $2,300 to $4,600, with corresponding increases for secondary applicants. Applicants from specified specific countries and Timor-Leste remain exempt from the increase and continue to pay the previous prices. Australia's migration system must be properly managed. That means visa settings should reflect the cost of administering the system, the value of the rights conferred, and the broader set of pressures that the current migration program is exerting on housing, infrastructure, services and the labour market. The temporary graduate visa is not a student visa. It is a post-study work visa that provides unrestricted work rights and allows graduates to remain in Australia temporarily after completing their studies. Visa holders have limited work rights, or unlimited work rights rather, and may work in any field or occupation once they are granted the visa. In essence, the Greens therefore want to remove a measure that helps to ensure that the program is priced and controlled more appropriately and effectively than it has been in the past. The changes being made through this regulation do not represent a ban, they do not establish a cap, and they do not in any way abolish the existence of the temporary graduate visa. They introduce an increased visa application charge for a temporary visa that confers significant work rights in Australia. The regulation preserves lower charges for Pacific and Timor-Leste applicants, recognising those strategic and regional relationships that have existed for centuries. The explanatory statement says the uplift does not apply to applicants whose primary applicant holds a valid passport from specified Pacific countries or Timor-Leste. In particular, this disallowance motion should be rejected because it would weaken the government's ability to manage temporary migration settings at basically the worst possible time to do so, against the backdrop of an annual net overseas migration figure of more than 300,000 for 14 straight quarters. The Greens are again arguing for fewer controls in the migration system, lower charges and disregard for the pressures people are already living in Australia, those pressures that they are facing. A temporary graduate visa is a valuable visa. It provides an opportunity to live, study and work in Australia after completing an Australian qualification. It is reasonable that applicants make a fairer contribution to the cost and value of that visa. International students make an important contribution to Australia, but the temporary graduate visa is a separate post-study work visa. It provides substantial benefits, including unrestricted work rights. A higher charge does not remove access to the visa. It ensures the settings better reflect the value and cost of the program. A credible international education sector depends on integrity and public confidence. Weakening migration settings does not help the sector in the long term. Sustainable settings are essential to maintaining community support for international education. This is not a punishment. It is a charge attached to a temporary visa that allows people to remain in Australia and work after study. The visa remains available and exemptions remain in place for eligible Pacific and Timor-Leste applicants. More broadly, it is the Albanese government that has created a migration crisis, and there are many more things that we could all argue about. But this motion specifically is about placing a more appropriate charge on a valuable temporary visa. In short, the Coalition will not support the Greens' attempt to weaken Australia's migration settings. Temporary graduate visas provide significant work rights and must be priced reasonably and responsibly. At a time of pressure on housing, services and infrastructure, the Senate should reject this disallowance motion. The Coalition believes migration must serve Australia's national interest. This means a system that is fair, orderly, sustainable and credible. The Greens' motion does not meet that test. Thank you.
Just checking if there's any further contributions to this debate. Otherwise, I will put the question before the chair. The question is that the disallowance motion moved by Senators Shoebridge and Faruqi be agreed to. Those that opinion say aye. Those against? No. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. Ayes will move to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I'll appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. The result of the division, ayes 11, noes 31. The question is resolved in the negative. I call the clerk.
Business of the Senate orders of the day. A proposed reference to the Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport References Committee concerning Inland Rail.
I'll just give senators a moment who are not participating in this debate to leave the chamber. So I'll just check that there are no contributions to this debate on the proposed reference from Senator Mackenzie around a reference to the Regional Rural Affairs and Transport References Committee. No? Then I will put the question. The question is that the proposed reference for the motion for referral proposed by Senator Mackenzie to the Rural and Regional Affairs Transport References Committee be agreed to. Those that opinion say aye. Those against? No. I think the noes have it. A division required. I ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Well, there you go. Lock the doors. So the question, this we're looking at business of the Senate number 1. I just remind senators this was resumption of a debate from the last sitting and it's now gone to a vote. So it was moved by Senator Mackenzie. So those with that opinion should move to the right of the chair and the noes to the left of the chair. And I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 25 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I call the clerk.
Business of the Senate, order of the day number 2, report from the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee regarding Customs Tariff Amendment Incorporation of Proposals Bill.
Senator Darnaman, you're seeking the call.
Pursuant to order and at the request of the Chair of the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee, I present the committee's report on the provisions of the Customs Tariff Amendment Incorporation of Proposals Bill number 1, 2026.
Thank you, and I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day, Treasury Laws Amendment Tax Reform number 1, Bill 2026 and a related bill, resumption of debate on the second reading and the amendment moved by Senator Chandler.
If colleagues could leave the chamber as soon as possible and have their conversations outside. Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Acting President. I rise to speak on the Treasury Laws Amendment Tax Reform number 1 Bill 2026 and the related Income Tax Change Rates Amendment Bill, and to foreshadow the amendments that I will be moving. I'd like to start by thanking my crossbench colleagues, the witnesses who fronted the committee under a very tight timeline, and the many peak bodies, advisors and residents across the ACT who have engaged with my office on these reforms. Parts of this bill are very welcome and long overdue. Winding back overly generous property tax concessions is something that I have campaigned for across 2 elections now. The crossbench and housing advocates have argued for years that we need to treat housing more as a human right, as something that we want and need to be accessible and affordable in communities across this great country, not as an investment class, as an asset, as a wealth creation tools. And on that, the government has my support, and I welcome their move to do this. But supporting the goal is not the same as accepting a bill that is rushed, incomplete, and in important places gets the detail wrong. And here is the clearest proof of that. In the last few days, before this committee had even reported, the government has backed down on two of the biggest problems with this bill. On Thursday, it announced to introduce a new 50% capital gains discount for innovative businesses, including founders and employee share scheme holders. Canberra is the startup capital of the country. We have more startups per capita than any other jurisdiction, and we cannot afford to be driving innovation offshore, particularly in a country that seems to favour multinational corporations when it comes to our government procurement system. I hear from so many startups who say, I don't want another grant, I just want to be able to sell to the government, and I don't understand why I need to sell to the UK government or the US government or the Canadians before the Australian government will buy my product or service. And that goes for defence too. We see them rushing to the primes, offloading billions of dollars to primes when we have innovative Australian companies that in many instances are world leading and selling to other militaries across the world. The government also announced it would scrap the minimum tax on testamentary trusts, and it conceded ground on the sweeping ministerial powers buried in this legislation. I welcome those changes. They are moves in the right direction. But think about what they tell us. The government is rewriting major parts of this bill on the run, days before the committee even reports, after a 2-day inquiry. These were not minor details. They went to the heart of how startups, employees and families would be taxed. If the process had been done properly, we would not be finding this out from a press conference 48 hours before the Senate report lands. Take the inquiry timeframe. The Institute of Public Accountants told the committee that 2 days to deliberate was grossly inadequate, given how long these changes will last. The Business Council told the Senate the timeframe was inadequate on any reasonable measure. And while I disagree with them on many of the things that they've said about parts of this bill, I agree with them on that. When the accountants and the business community both tell you to slow down, and then the government itself has to scramble to fix the bill, that should tell us something as a Senate. I welcome bold reform. Clearly, Australians have had enough with the status quo. It's not working for so many people across this country. But I urge that it be done right with genuine consultation, exposure to draft legislation and an adequate Senate committee inquiry. My first amendment I'll be putting forward is a simple one. It splits the bill. Let the WATO or WATO, the changes to negative gearing, the instant asset write-off for small business and the standard deduction for work-related expenses, and send the hardest part, the CGT changes, back to the Senate committee for proper scrutiny. Our tax system should ask more of those with the most and ease the load on those doing it tough. That is exactly why the details here matter. A reform aimed at the wealthy, at those seeking to minimise their tax obligations, should not accidentally fall on the wrong people. And that's the risk with how this has been designed. The people most exposed to these changes are not the property speculators this reform is meant to target. They are the early employees of a small startup who took shares instead of a proper wage. The founders who have poured years into a business that might still fail. The researchers trying to build something here in Australia rather than overseas. On Friday, I was at the ANU talking with an incredible startup that's spinning out of the ANU with genuinely world-leading tech, and they talked about the challenge of raising capital here in Australia. and were potentially looking to Europe to be able to develop their idea. We have to retain more of that talent here in Australia and grow those startups here in this country. When their work eventually pays off, it can show up as a single large gain in 1 year and taxed as though they were wealthy all along, when most of that time they were anything but. I welcome that the government has recognised this and moved to protect founders and employee shareholders. This is the right instinct, but the way it has been done leaves a real problem. The carve-out depends on a definition of innovative business that nobody can yet pin down. Companies will qualify based on whether they are genuinely innovative, judged on things like growth potential and scalability. So here is the fair question. Who decides and how do they decide that? A rule this vague does not give people confidence. It gives them a guessing game, and it advantages those who can afford expensive advice to argue their way inside the line. And I don't think that is fair. The people this carve-out is meant to help should not be left wondering whether it covers them. There's a real problem of uncertainty here. We've heard consistently that uncertainty is already holding back the kind of investment that creates jobs and builds things here in Australia. A carve-out with an undefined boundary does not fix that. In some ways, it makes it worse because people can't plan around a rule that hasn't been written. So good ventures stall and the jobs that would have come with them do not arrive. And I've heard significant concern from startups here in the ACT. My amendments seek certainty, not just intent. I'll move to make sure that the protections for genuine employee equity and early stage founders is clearly defined in the legislation and built on existing frameworks like the early stage innovation company rules. There were a number of startups through the inquiry process that urged the government to rather focus there and ensure that that framework is working and not leave it to a vague test and future instrument. I also move a series of further amendments drawn straight from the evidence provided to the Senate. The government has said that it will pull back some of the broad ministerial powers in this bill. That is a good thing, but when no longer needed is not good enough. The definition of a new residential dwelling and the core settings that decide who is taxed and how belong in primary legislation, where Parliament can see them, can scrutinise them, and then can vote on them. Every property peak has asked for this certainty, and my amendment puts it beyond doubt. I also move an amendment to protect grandfathered concessions that the government has announced where ownership passes through death or divorce, so that families are not penalised by events outside of their control, if that is the rules that we're going by. On testamentary trusts, I welcome the government's announcement that the minimum tax will be scrapped, but I'd note that this change is to come in separate legislation later in the year. It is a promise, not yet law. My amendment would put the exemption beyond doubt now in this legislation. To bring in income averaging, so again built up over many years, is not taxed as if all landed in a single year and pushed someone into a high tax bracket than they ever really earned, is another amendment that I'll be moving. We're moving an amendment to put a low income threshold, so a young rent vestor, a student or a part-time worker does not end up paying a higher effective rate than someone far wealthier. A 30% minimum tax makes no sense for someone whose actual income sits well below that. Pensioners are rightly protected under this bill. Low-income workers should also not be left behind. On housing, I'm calling for the things that matter most to the Australians watching this debate. Ensuring the benefits to the budget from these reforms are reinvested back into new social and affordable homes. ACOS reminded us that this country already spends more on property investor tax breaks than on social housing homelessness services and rent assistance combined. We have a chance to change that, and we should take that chance as a Senate. Finally, on small business, this is an important move to make the instant asset write-off permanent. I think this should have been done well before now, but I certainly welcome that. I'll be moving to increase the thresholds for small businesses qualifying for the small business CGT exemption to all 4 types of exemption. The government has said that it will do this for one, which really doesn't make sense and I think adds complexity. As Cosbo rightly points out, these thresholds haven't moved in almost 2 decades. So this is the opportunity to actually update them for 2026 and into the future. The amendments I put forward are not opposing reform. I support reform. They are about finishing the job properly, backing the people who build things with rules they can actually rely on, giving certainty to the people who invest, and making sure the revenue we raise reaches the Australians who need a home. And I urge the Senate to support these amendments. And again, thank the crossbench for pushing many of the things that have been in this bill, from changes to CGT and negative gearing on property, to things like making the instant asset write-off permanent. And I'd note we've actually had some votes on that in the past, and the major parties have not been willing to support them. So I think this is a really important step forward.
Senator Hume.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak on the Treasury Laws Amendment, Tax Reform No. 1 Bill 2026 and the related Income Tax Amendment Bill. Today's debate is just the next part of a long tale of disgrace and dishonesty that the Labor government has perpetrated on the Australian people. That this Senate should be reduced to a rubber stamp on a lie, told to the Australian public by the Labor Party, that makes a mockery of our commitment to transparency as a place to protect Australians from government overreach. So shame on those senators who are complicit in this betrayal. For every Greens voter who believed that they voted for a Greens senator because they would keep their commitment to honesty and integrity in politics, well, they lied to you. They lied to you. It's a disgrace because the Senate has not been given adequate time to scrutinise what the government has described as being the most significant tax reform package in more than a quarter of a century. This parliament has been asked to consider legislation that will affect millions of Australians, kill investment, smash housing markets, wipe out small businesses, start-ups and family savings, and make Australians carry billions of dollars in additional tax. Yet, Labor and the Greens have treated parliamentary scrutiny as an inconvenience rather than an obligation, rather than the job that we are all here to do. Despite the scale and significance of these reforms, Labor allowed only a matter of days for proper examination, and that scrutiny is fundamentally important because we know that Labor barely know what it is that they're doing. There have been more excuses about these changes than we've had days to hear from the public. First, these changes were supposed to be about intergenerational equity, but they dropped that when it was pointed out that their changes actually keep benefits for the last generation and shut the door to the next. So then it was about creating houses and making housing cheaper. But then that lasted only hours because their own budget papers said that the changes would mean fewer houses and higher rents. Their own budget papers. Then they changed their minds again and said that the changes were about making sure that income from employment was taxed the same as income derived from an investment. But they dropped that idea when it was pointed out that most investments are made using wages that have already been taxed. But the last one really took the cake. It really took the cake. When the Prime Minister said, actually, what this budget was all about was about combating populism in politics. Oh, give me a break. Give me a break. I think that's when we knew that staffers inside the PMO and the Treasurer's office needed to come up with any excuse that couldn't be fact-checked. And let's be very clear, Labor's own bureaucrats don't know what it is that they're doing. First, the Treasury Secretary got her figures wrong in a public defence of the changes, just got her figures wrong. Whoops. Then, during the excuse of a public inquiry, Treasury bureaucrats couldn't tell senators how much revenue would be raised from the capital gains tax changes and how much revenue would be raised from negative gearing changes. I mean, they know, but they couldn't tell you. Officials confirmed that the measures had been costed separately, but Labor chose not to publish them separately. Why is that? If Labor can't explain the numbers behind their own tax increases, well, why should the Senate be expected to just wave them through? But worse still, less than 24 hours before the committee was due to report, the Prime Minister and the Treasurer announced significant carve-outs and amendments to the legislation. Now let that sink in. Labor announced substantial changes to its own tax package after the committee hearings had concluded, after witnesses had given evidence, and with no opportunity for the Senate, for Treasury officials or for affected stakeholders to properly test those changes. Extraordinary. The amendments were released after officials had avoided questioning on them and after the committee had finished taking evidence. Their own senators were sent out blindly to back in a package while their Prime Minister and Treasurer abandoned them to defend it. For Labor, this has never been about anything other than the politics. It is a disgraceful saga that's masquerading as a tax policy. This is not transparency. This is not consultation. It demonstrates a remarkable contempt for the Senate and also for the Australian public. It reveals exactly what Labor thinks of Australians. It thinks that Australians are too stupid to notice that they're being robbed, and they are being robbed. If Labor genuinely believed that these reforms were sound, it would have subjected them to proper consultation, proper modelling, proper scrutiny. Instead, it's rushed them through Parliament and is now asking senators to vote first and then ask questions later. But the process is not the only problem here. The policy itself is so deeply, deeply flawed. At its heart, this debate is not simply about tax. It is about trust. It's about whether Australians can believe a single word that this Prime Minister says ever again. These bills represent one of the greatest breaches of faith with the Australian people that we've seen since Paul Keating's LAW law broken promises in 1993. Before the election, the Prime Minister repeatedly promised that Australians and Labor, promised Australians that Labor would not increase taxes on housing, would not increase taxes on investments, would not increase taxes on family savings. That's what Labor promised. Those promises were made over and over again. For the 50th time, the Prime Minister said. A government was elected on a platform of no new taxes. And now that same government is introducing billions of dollars of new taxes on housing, on investments, on entrepreneurship and on family savings. Now that is a tax on every Australian's aspiration, on every Australian's ambition, on every Australian's future, and Labor are inflicting it on you. No Australian voted for this because they weren't given the chance. Let's be very clear. Australians have experienced the largest fall in living standards in decades, in a generation, under this Labor government. And Labor's response to that has been to manage our economic decline by making struggling Australians pay for it. They can't manage money. Labor can't manage money. They've never been able to manage money, and when Labor can't manage money, they come after yours. Labor's budget locks in $50 billion of higher taxes. I know that Labor think this is funny. They're actually laughing. Labor are laughing. They're laughing at the fraud that they have imposed on the Australian public. They are laughing at you because they have managed to pull the wool over your eyes. They lied to you before the election. They're lying to you now.
Senator O'Neill.
The Prime Minister said that these changes are all about intergenerational equity, but that could not be further from the truth. Instead, Labor is pulling the ladder up behind them, making it harder for young Australians to get ahead. First, through more than $1 trillion of debt that they will spend decades paying off, and second, through higher taxes on the very investments that people rely on to build wealth, to get ahead. Why is building wealth such a dirty word for Labor? Why is it? It's the politics of envy writ large. Young Australians are already facing higher housing costs, higher rents and lower living standards than the generations that came before them. Many have accepted now that the pathway to home ownership is no longer as straightforward as it once was. So they save, so they invest, they buy shares, they put money into ETFs and to other assets to build that deposit, to bring forward their own dream of building a home. But now, instead of backing that ambition, Labor are taxing it. Labor are taxing it. Remarkably, the budget's own papers acknowledge that these tax changes will result in around 35,000 fewer homes. Fewer homes, not more homes, fewer homes, because of these tax changes. 35,000 fewer homes at a time when Australia needs more housing supply, not less housing supply. At a time when Labor is already projected to miss its own housing targets by hundreds of thousands of homes. You cannot solve a housing crisis by reducing the supply of housing. But that's what Labor have intentionally done. When you tax something, you get less of it. It's basic economics. Less investment means fewer homes. Fewer homes mean higher rents. Higher rents mean young Australians will pay the price. Again, the government's own budget papers concede this point. Research from independent economists suggests that rents could rise up to $160 a week in Melbourne and around 160 weeks in Sydney and around $130 a week in Melbourne. Young Australians are already struggling with cost of living crisis pressures that Labor have inflicted upon them, and they will now face higher rents while simultaneously being told that somehow this is being done in the name of fairness. There's nothing fair about paying more rent because the government has driven investors out of the market. There's nothing fair about making it harder to save for a home. And there's certainly nothing fair about reducing housing supply during a housing crisis, consciously, intentionally reducing housing supply. But the evidence presented to the committee doesn't support that claim. What we do know is that young Australians are increasingly investing in shares and ETFs and other assets to build that deposit. They're taking responsibility of their future, they're saving, they're investing, and now Labor wants a bigger slice of that action. A generation already paying record rents is now being asked to pay higher taxes on the investments that they rely on to save that home. Now, that is not intergenerational fairness. It is intergenerational fraud. The same story applies to small businesses. Small businesses aren't a lobby group. They're not a business association. They're not a spreadsheet. They're families, they're livelihoods, they're years of sacrifice and risk and hard work and sleepless nights. Businesses have already warned that Australia ranks so poorly on tax competitiveness and business investment is already at 30-year lows. Now they're saying that they're already delaying investment decisions because of the uncertainty that's been created by these changes. And what's Labor's response when the criticism became impossible to ignore? Last-minute changes, announced after the Senate inquiry had finished, but the so-called small business carve-out is a con. It's a con. More small businesses will get nothing from it while still being caught up with Labor's broad tax grab. It simply created another layer of complexity and another layer of uncertainty. And even worse, Labor now wants Canberra bureaucrats to decide which businesses are sufficiently innovative to qualify for that special treatment. Now, that's really making them a partner in your small business. The Coalition believes that Australians who work hard, save, invest and take risks should be rewarded, not punished, rewarded. These bills reflect a fundamentally different philosophy and the result is so predictable. These bills would less investment, less housing, less entrepreneurship, less opportunity. They increase complexity, they impose substantial compliance costs, they weaken confidence in Australia's tax system. It's been rushed, inadequately scrutinised and developed without transparency expected of major tax reform. The Coalition supports genuine tax reform, lower taxes, simpler taxes, fairer taxes, measures that encourage Australians to work, to save, to invest and to build. That's why we support the Working Australia tax offset. It's why we support the $1,000 standard deduction. But we cannot support the schedules that increase taxes, that reduce housing supply, that discourage investment and that break explicit promises made to the Australian people before the election. and the Coalition will continue to fight these toxic taxes. We will continue to stand up for renters, for first-home buyers, for small businesses, for investors and for self-starters. And for those reasons, the Coalition opposes Schedules 1 and 2 of these bills and urges the Senate to reject them. Every senator who votes for these bills will be voting for higher taxes, not lower taxes. If you vote for these bills, you are voting for higher taxes. Be very clear on that. Fewer homes, you're voting for fewer homes. You're voting for higher rents. And you're voting for fewer opportunities for young Australians, and shame on you for doing that. You will be voting to make it harder for the next generation to do what previous generations took for granted: buy a home, build a business, save and build a better life. You're voting against that. The Coalition will not be part of that. We will never be part of that. We will oppose these toxic taxes, and we will continue fighting for an Australia where hard work, where saving, where investment, where risk-taking are rewarded and not punished. Because Australians did not vote for these taxes. They didn't get the chance to vote for these taxes because they were lied to. They were told that these taxes were not going to go ahead. And you have backflipped on that. You have backflipped on that.
Senator Hume, resume your seat. Minister.
I'd ask that Senator Hume withdraw that remark.
I withdraw.
Thank you, Senator Hume.
Told a profound mistruth to the Australian public over and over and over again, and they can never be trusted ever again. Whatever they say before the next election, you can take it with a grain of salt. My word is my bond, the Prime Minister said. My word is my bond. Well, his word is worthless. The Coalition will have nothing to do with this, and neither should the Senate.
Thank you, Senator Hume. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. And, you know, what a breathless performance we've just witnessed there. The exhaustion that must be felt by the end of it. It's so rich to come in here and have a representative from a party that opposed every good intention of this government to bring a tax cut and just went on with that load of baloney that is a total misrepresentation about what is really going on in the set of bills and the amendments that are before this committee, this Parliament this evening. I find it really hard to hear a contribution like that and not want to laugh at how incorrect, how misconceived, how determined to mislead the Australian people that sort of a contribution is. Full of alarm, full of fear, full of hyperbole, full of exaggerated drama. So let's just cut to the chase and get some real facts on the table, because working people, ordinary working Australians, they're over the outrage factory. They've had enough. They're exhausted by the constant whinging and whining of the Liberal National Party One Nation Union out there about how terrible our country is. I believe in Australia. I believe in Australian workers. I believe in Australian small business. I believe in Australian big business. I believe in innovation. I believe in superannuation, which that party over there would never, ever have allowed even to become a thing in this country, because they will stand up here and they will pretend over and over and over again that they're actually good money managers. But we know the truth. They are absolutely not. Labor believes in all Australians and the contribution every single one of you make to our nation. We want you to earn more and keep more of what you earn. And that's why we're bringing in tax cuts. And if I can go to that last contribution, there was actually like 2 lines that were truthful in what we heard, and that was the Liberal National Party will support, now get the bit that they're supporting, the real bit that's really going to happen, the working Australian tax offset. We're calling it the WATO. It's a new thing, up to $250 a year for every single worker. It's a tax cut. You'd never know that if you were listening to that last hyperbolic rant of mistruths. So If you're a working Australian, the legislation we're talking about is going to give you up to $250 a year off, every worker. And that's 13 million Australians who get the benefit of that. It's not just a few. 13 million. It's a pretty solid representation of those who are working. Plus, for those who have reasonably simple financial affairs, the whole concept of keeping things, deductibility, etc., having an accountant to do your tax return for you, there are many Australians who don't engage in that at all. They just show up at work, give a good day's effort, get a fair and decent wage under the conditions that Labor is making sure are there for them, and then they just pay their tax. They do that year in, year out, without a big whinge, without a big demand for a special consideration, without a big push that costs millions of dollars in the media to get special considerations. They don't have that luxury. They just show up and work and pay their fair share of taxes, and they're great Australian citizens. Well, we're going to make it a lot easier for those ordinary working people to get $1,000 as an instant tax deduction. And that's a good thing. I will note that, in that blast of negativity from Senator Hume, she actually did in one of those sentences say, we will support the $1,000 instant tax deduction. You had to listen really carefully to hear it, because the way she's tried to construct it, you'd think there was absolutely nothing in this for Australia. But there is, for 13 million Australians, a tax cut. That is what this legislation is going to deliver. And like much of the legislation in this place, it's not always clear to ordinary people what we're doing. So what we're talking about is called the Treasury Laws Amendment Tax Reform Number 1 Bill of 2026. And it's a bill for workers. It's a bill for first home buyers. It's a bill for future generations. It's absolutely about helping Australians get ahead. And it's absolutely and unashamedly about making the tax system fairer and better aligned with the reality of where tax from work should stand compared to tax from assets. This tax package is also about ensuring that small businesses can continue to aspire and grow, and that every worker is going to be supported, and that investments are made for future generations. I'm very keen to acknowledge the great work of my colleague here in the Senate, Senator Darmanin, who chairs the Economics Committee so ably, and our colleague also from this side, Senator Charlotte Walker, the youngest senator in this place, arriving in the Senate at just age 21. She's got some pretty good insights into what young people need and want. And like young people who are paying attention across the country, they're cheering on the Labor government, helping them get into housing, helping them save for their future. And I met a whole lot of young working Australians today who were moving around the halls of this parliament from the SDA union. And those workers were here celebrating an achievement that this government made possible on the back of a fantastic campaign from the union and all its delegates about adult age, adult wage. Now, the changes that are coming in for those young people mean that they're going to be earning more money. They're taking on responsibilities. They're paying adult fees for everything else. Now they're going to get an adult wage, and that's starting later in the year, and it's going to be coming in more and more over the next couple of years. Those young people are proud to stand here in the parliament to talk to Labor politicians, to acknowledge that their wages are going up and to say it's fantastic that they're going to get these tax cuts. These tax cuts. I think it's really, really important to get those facts on the record in the midst of all this incredible fear and alarm. Now, one of the comments made by those opposite was that this is some sort of a rushed process. But consultation has been happening before the budget, after the budget and continues right through the whole process with this government, continually consulting with different parts of the sectors right across the country. Workers, small business, large business. We make sure that those consultations go on. And when we hear good ideas, we are responsive to those good ideas in the national interest, not just for self-interest. And that's why the amendments that are going to be made come from that concern about making sure that we deliver legislation that is going to be enabling of the majority of Australians. We want to help more people earn more and keep more of what they earn. So, just to go through a couple of the amendments that the government is going to move because we are listening to the Australian people. We're listening to advocates who come to the government in good faith, who want to do their bit to help this country be better. So we will extend the eligibility of the 50% active asset reduction to more businesses by increasing the turnover threshold from $2 million to $10 million. Now, that actual concession brings the eligibility in line with a turnover threshold for the instant asset write-off. So it's very efficient and it's something that's understood by small business. They spoke, they gave their advice, the government has listened. This is a change that's a response to that. It's good to listen to other people who have expertise. It's good to make a change when you can do something that's already good, but you can do it better. We have also taken on board the issue that was raised about tax deductibility for gifts and donations. So we will ensure deductible gift and donations reduce capital gains that are subject to the minimum tax to maintain the tax incentives in relation to charitable giving. And I know and I acknowledge the contribution to fleshing that problem out in our public hearing, and it was a public hearing, one held here in Canberra, one in Sydney. Senator Smith was a very good advocate for that sector. I acknowledge that contribution. And, you know, despite the fear and alarm and the craziness of the contribution before mine, the reality is the government listened to advocates for the sector, and we made that change. The other thing that we heard when we were taking evidence under the leadership of our very good chair, Senator Darmanin, was some concern about a list of income support payments. People wanted to know exactly how it would affect them if they were on an income support payment. And so in response to that, even though it was always our intention to make sure that people were protected, that's a suggestion. So we'll provide a list of income support payments that qualify for an exemption from the minimum tax on capital gains. It seems a reasonable ask, and of course it's a sound amendment, which I support 100% and doesn't substantively change this bill in any negative way, but only improves it. We're also going to deal with the issue of a calculation method for the Working Australians tax offset and put that into legislation so people can see it. It's in there, it's legislated, it's clear. That's a response to information that we received while we were taking on the inquiry. And we will also remove ministerial powers that are no longer needed to give effect to the government's policy intent. Now, these are things that sensible governments have always done with legislation. That's why you go out, you get the information, you get the experts in, you have to sort of discern between what's the chaff and what's the wheat. You know, people who are in there who are just pumping the brakes really hard for their own personal gain. Give me my money, let me keep my money, I don't want to pay my fair share of tax. I've never had to pay a fair share of tax by comparison to the people working at Coles. Don't expect me to start paying now. Vested interests like that were there. They were saying, leave it exactly as it is. You know, the way I earn my money from capital is much, much, much better and so much more important than the people who earn their money from their labour and their hard work. Well, that's not the kind of Australia that I grew up in. It's not the kind of Australia we think of ourselves. This is a society where if you work hard, you should be able to benefit in the same way as any other Australian, and you should also be expecting that you pay your fair share of tax. You don't get a special discount because you didn't earn it in a job. You earned it through the money that you already have. That's not the Australian way. So this is simply a rebalancing of what has got completely out of kilter in the years since the changes were made to the capital gains tax. One of the important things I think that we will be putting into this bill is an amendment to remove ministerial discretion in relation to a couple of aspects of the bill with legislation that's going to be introduced later in the year. And that will deal with a couple of things that people might have heard about, like what is a new build? What's the definition of a new build? Because that's going to be very, very important for young people. You know, I stand here as, a part of the boomer generation. And of course, like many people in my situation, I appreciate the fact that the government has decided to grandfather plans that my husband and I have made for our provision for our retirement. But to have people in the media deliberately misrepresent that capital gains discount has been taken away is absolutely wrong. So if you're a young person and you've seen your parents make wealth from investing in property, you can still invest in property, buy a new property, knock down an old one, put in duplexes, put that on the market, keep growing your wealth that way. You'll be able to get a capital gains discount and you'll be able to negatively gear. So remember, there are still so many opportunities for you as young creative Australians to grow your wealth and also to earn more and keep more of what you earn.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Your time has expired. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. The 2026 Chalmers-Albanese budget was a victory of ideology over decency. The fundamental ideology of this Labor government is one which ignores wealth creation in favour of wealth redistribution and division, otherwise known as buying votes with other people's money. This is a deliberate strategy of division, or more accurately, a strategy of divide and conquer. Implicit in this strategy is a simple maxim. It doesn't matter how much hate you get from those whose votes you don't need. It's callous policy, cynical, dishonest, and in the end, self-defeating, as every communist government in history has found out the hard way. When you take people's stuff, they stop creating new stuff, and the nation descends into poverty, time after time after time. Despite the lesson of history, here we are, with the Treasury Laws Amendment Tax Reform No. 1 Bill 2026, which rakes in $1.38 billion in additional taxation in the first full year, 2027-28. This is the tax grab. This is before the $350 million backdown announced last week. How badly does this government need that money to take the electoral criticism they've received over a measure which is 0.2% of budget revenue? This bill takes from those who have created wealth to buy votes from those who have not yet created wealth, our young. And yet, according to the Productivity Commission and updated JB Weir financial modelling, an estimated $3.5 trillion to $5.4 trillion in assets will pass from baby boomers to younger generations through to 2050. And the speed of the transfer is increasing. Inheritances have more than doubled since 2002. Wealth passing between generations has risen from roughly $120 billion per year to an expected $500 billion per year in 2045. This government is trying to buy votes amongst young people with money they would have received anyway. That's the fatal flaw in this bill, the lie, the deceit. It's these trillions in dollars inheritance that has become the grand prize of this communist Labor government's theft. Labor wants to steal more of everyone's money, including from the young, and lock the young out of building assets for later in life. Lock you out. Labor's intergenerational equity and intergenerational wealth transfer lies will in fact really create intergenerational poverty. A veritable goldmine of money from taxing everyone for Labor and its bureaucrats to use to bankroll Labor's social engineering and to buy votes with their target demographics, which, for the record, are ABC journalists, university academics, immigrants from any country as long as it's not a Christian country, and union bosses, although only the militant kind. Not only will our young people receive less in the long run, they will receive less in the short term, owing to changes in the capital gains tax. Previously, any capital gain was discounted 50% and then taxed as part of your normal income. This meant young people just starting out did not pay a lot of tax, especially those trading while at uni or TAFE. Not anymore. Now the full value of the profit will be taxed, and at a minimum rate of 30%. Not your marginal rate, 30%. Even worse, small value trades and assets like trading cards or parts of a Bitcoin over $500 are now treated the same for compliance purposes as large stock portfolios. Do you have a $500 Pokemon card? Congratulations. Here's the compliance you will need to meet, including valuations and notifications. For a Pokemon card, you evil capitalist you, off to the re-education camp you go. There will be none of this trying to get ahead under this Labor government. The deceit of this government to pretend this bill is about intergenerational wealth, when the real impact will be to make it harder for our young people to get ahead. That's why the budget has been called the worst in living memory. Not only were the key measures toxic, the justification for taking those measures was a lie. It doesn't add wealth and opportunity for young people, it takes it away. And everyone except rusted-on Labor diehards saw straight through it. Our young have seen through it, and baby boomers are furious. They didn't work their whole lives to create wealth just so the government can come along and take a massive chunk to fund social engineering. One Nation's response to these measures is simple. Don't do it. Let Australians create their own wealth and use that wealth to benefit their children. For many Australians, the bank of mum and dad is in play to help young people get their own home. Assistance from parents has risen from 15% of new mortgages in the 1980s to 40% of new mortgages today. I know when I mention family that a lot of our constituents will be thinking, I don't have a family since my parents got divorced, or my parents lost their house in the divorce. What do you have to pass on? I acknowledge those who are in that position. Your feelings and concerns are real. One Nation understands that, which is why our low start mortgage will allow your personal superannuation account to provide a large share of your home deposit. This will allow you to get into your own home once you have a job, a work history and proven capacity to repay. When it comes to the broader policy environment, including taxation and regulation, the response to Senator Hanson's amazing speech at the Get Up Press Club in Canberra last week carries a warning. Our opponents will spin One Nation's policies and words so far, so tightly, that Pauline Hanson could knit a sweater with them. Our policies do take a moment of serious thought to grasp. On one hand, One Nation policy does contain measures which need to be funded through some level of taxation. We will support and defend Medicare, the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme, age pensions, the National Disability Insurance Scheme for those who are actually disabled, along with unemployment benefits for those looking for work and sickness benefits for those who legitimately can't work, amongst other measures. These are what makes Australia a civilised society. On the other hand, our campaign for smaller government is based on an overarching principle of allowing Australians to keep more of their own money and providing an economic environment that encourages people to get ahead through their own hard work and endeavour. This is not an absolutist argument, it's one of degree, a balance between a government of decency and a government of waste. The Chalmers-Albanese government has crossed over the line out of decency into waste and hypocrisy and deceit. And as a result, One Nation ranks are swelling. Labor obviously feel that entrepreneurs are not your demographic. You show that repeatedly. Interestingly, a large number of small business people coming into One Nation are saying the same thing about the Liberals. ALP, Labor, arrogance has been on display in the development of these proposals. No open consultation occurred, no white papers. The measures were drawn up behind closed doors and then dumped on the public, vomited onto the public. The committee stage for this bill was a farce engineered to manipulate a favourable report. Deceit. Yet again, deceit. This Labor government has made a mockery of the committee system across legislation, referrals and Senate estimates, to the point where a review is needed to find a way to stop this abuse from ever happening again. The government has been forced to remove some of the worst elements of their tax code. Great. Now remove the rest. The Treasury Laws Amendment, Tax Reform No. 1, Bill 2026, includes a provision to limit negative gearing to new properties only. Negative gearing allows someone on a wage or salary to buy a second or more property and claim the net cost of that property against their tax, and report any net profit is considered as taxable income. It's taxed. Many Australians have used this method to get ahead. It's most common in retirement, with couples purchasing their retirement home near retirement and then renting it out to help pay it off until they're ready to move in. Then they rent out their family home to fund their retirement. It's true that this is a concession which tends to be used at higher income levels. Here are the facts. The top 20% of wage and salary earners own 40% of investment properties and claim 60% of the tax deductions. Before this bill, there was no limit to the number of homes that a person could negatively gear, other than the ability of their income to cover the cost. One Nation believes, and their policy has shown before today and right now, large property portfolios are not something that should be set against a salary. It's a business, and the person should have a corporate structure which is appropriate for that business. One Nation will limit negative gearing to 2 properties. This is enough for Australians to invest in real estate and lift themselves up without misusing the tax system. The Treasury Laws Amendment, Tax Reform No. 1, Bill 2026, though, cancels negative gearing on existing homes entirely, and it allows unlimited negative gearing on new builds. So that older couple I mentioned before buying their retirement home and renting it out to help pay for it, they can't negatively gear. Yet a high-income earner can buy up a whole new block of flats and negatively gear that. Where's the justice? How is that fair? How does that advance intergenerational equity? It doesn't. It drives intergenerational poverty. There are 2 other measures in this bill. One Nation will support the $5 a week tax cut. $250 a year is nothing towards offsetting the rising cost of living, although it's money better off in workers' pockets than the government's. It'll be eaten up before it even gets into play in 27. As a reminder, One Nation policy will put a lot more into the pockets of everyday Australians. We will index the tax thresholds to ensure nobody is forced into a higher tax bracket because they got a pay rise to make up for inflation. That's the stealth tax. I've tried it twice to amend Treasury bills, once under Liberals, once under Labor. Both times, both parties said they love the idea, but not now. And One Nation will leave Schedule 4 in the bill, which is the $1,000 no documentation required for tax-deductible expenses. I'm concerned people who are entitled to more than $1,000 will lazily tick that box to save time, although opposing what is a benefit for the many on the basis of what it could do for the few is the wrong decision. One Nation is moving an amendment to remove Schedule 1, capital gains tax, and Schedule 2, negative gearing, from the bill. If that amendment fails, we will oppose this bill. The Labor Party have taken to using a deceitful trick to make it look like One Nation opposed pay rises for workers. That is false. Instead, this is to add a measure to a bill which they know One Nation will not support. In this case, it's the capital gains tax and negative gearing changes hurting the young and the old. The young and the old. It's called a poison pill. It's not their idea. The parties of globalisation around the world are using it to frame Conservative parties as hating workers when the reverse is true. Tricks destroy trust, kill truth. Prime Minister Albanese gives so much material himself for the Fire the Liar campaign across the nation. Poison pills allow their fake, independent websites like They Vote For You to lie and say One Nation voted against tax cuts, for instance, when in fact the Albanese government wrapped the tax cuts in legislation that could not be supported. It had to be opposed. And Labor refuses to put the measures separately. Had they put the measures separately, we would have supported the tax cut, minuscule though it is. Another Labor lie is its claim this bill is tax reform. It's not. Instead, it increases tax complexity, leading to increased fees for accountants, lawyers, valuers, for preparing tax returns for which the people pay. Taxpayers pay even more in doing their return. This is not reform. It's a rip-off for which you pay, the people of Australia pay, including the young. Anyone interested in honest political discussion should treat the Open Australia Foundation and their propaganda arm, They Vote For You, with utter contempt. Their subscribers apparently do, because their most recent report admits a $50,000 loss, not working. Perhaps try impartiality next time and honesty. Nor is it having any effect. The growth of One Nation is proof the public are breaking what had been a lifelong allegiance to the tired old parties. Yes, you too. And abundance, and instead embracing One Nation policies that will restore wealth and abundance for all Australians. Labor's dirty tricks and the lies will not stop One Nation from voting in the best interests of everyday Australians. We want to make Australia a land again of abundance and opportunity for the old and the young.
Thank you, Senator. Senator MacDonald, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, I rise to speak on Labor's toxic taxes, which the Coalition will fight tooth and nail. If they become law under Labor, a Coalition government will repeal them. The CGT changes, the negative gearing changes, and the death tax hidden in the trust rules. When the government taxes something, you get less of it. Less housing, less saving, less investment, less small business. We will back aspiration and reward hard work by scrapping these taxes. Last week, in the highly rushed and poorly executed Senate Economics inquiry into this toxic legislation, it was clear the Albanese government's proposed capital gains tax changes would devastate Australia's mineral exploration sector, and those opposite will not do a thing about it. The Association of Mining and Exploration Companies told the committee the changes would directly target the retail investors who provide the lifeblood of junior exploration companies. When the peak body, representing more than 550 mining and exploration companies, warns that Labor's tax changes will starve junior explorers of capital, the government should be paying attention. But they're not. Australia's mineral exploration industry is our pipeline for future mines, future jobs and future economic growth, and also energy sovereignty. AMEC told the committee that around 75% of Australia's economic mineral discoveries are made by small and mid-tier explorers, yet most rely heavily on mum and dad investors willing to back high-risk projects. AMEC warned that if these investors walk away because of Labor's tax changes, exploration activity will fall, discoveries will decline, and mining projects may never be developed. We know that new mines don't develop overnight. They definitely won't appear overnight and provide jobs under Labor's safeguard mechanism carbon tax or the overreach of the EPBC legislation. And now they definitely won't be incentivised by these tax changes. Discovery to production for a mine can take up to 16 years. If exploration investment dries up now, Australia will be paying the price for years to come. These are the future jobs of our children today. We know that self-starters are what built this great nation. The resources sector is what built this great country. But what's even more concerning to me is this CGT problem is compounded by Labor's decision to abolish the highly successful Junior Minerals Exploration Incentive in 2025. Labor has already removed one of the few Commonwealth programs supporting exploration and is now proposing tax changes on top of that. So there is now nothing that will further encourage that incredibly important investment. The Coalition introduced the Junior Minerals Exploration Incentive in 2017 to encourage investment in greenfields mineral exploration by allowing exploration companies to pass tax credits onto Australian investors. And it was hugely successful. The program delivered $105 million between 208 and 221, with the Coalition extending a further $100 million from 2022 to 2025. Now, despite strong industry support and its proven success in attracting investment into exploration, the Albanese government allowed the program to expire in 2025. The program, cut by Labor, unlocked more than $1.1 billion in capital and $400 million in exploration spending. That's a huge return, and it's a huge loss now that it's gone. We've already announced that a coalition government would reinstate the Junior Minerals Exploration Incentive Program with a $100 million commitment, including a $50 million dedicated specifically to oil and gas exploration. With what we've just experienced in the Middle East, it's clear we need to pump the gas and get our resources sector unlocked so that we're never reliant on geopolitics again. Only the Coalition backs Australia's resources industry because we understand it underpins national prosperity and our energy and manufacturing sector. At a time when Australia needs more critical minerals, more resource investment and greater sovereign capability, Labor is making it even harder to discover the mines of the future. AMIC also told the inquiry last week the government's critical minerals strategy says the world needs 50 new lithium mines, 60 new nickel mines and 17 new cobalt mines to meet carbon emissions goals by 2050. It therefore seems counterintuitive to make exploring for these minerals fundamentally harder in Australia. But that is what the proposed CGT reforms do. The proposed reforms seem to undermine the government's own agenda." End quote. Doesn't that say it all? And this means there's no Commonwealth support to junior minerals explorers and a new tax and obstructive legislation. That may explain why in the recent budget papers there is a forecast, in the government's own budget papers, a forecast of 0% growth rate in the mining industry by 27-28. And the International Energy Agency report shows a 30% reduction in mining investment in Australia at a time when that investment is increasing in Asia, in other countries that understand the importance of the critical minerals sector. That's disgraceful. This is another decision sending the wrong signal to investors at a time when Australia should be strengthening its global competitiveness in resources and critical minerals. Labor talks endlessly about critical minerals and future industries, but when it comes to backing the companies actually searching for these resources, they're missing in action. This is yet another example of Labor making Australia a harder place to invest. Mining investors say the tax payable on successful exploration investments would almost double, destroying the risk-reward balance that underpins junior exploration. Junior explorers already face enormous risks trying to raise capital to search for the next generation of Australian mines. Without exploration, there are no new mines, no new regional jobs, and no future pipeline of critical minerals and resource projects. Now, Labor wants to punish the mums and dads who back these projects. Labor simply does not understand that if you stop exploration today, you destroy mining tomorrow. Our message to those targeted by this budget is simple. We're going to back you to be its future. You work, you risk, you should get ahead. But no one voted for these new taxes. The Prime Minister promised, in his own words, more than 50 times before the last election that he would not introduce them. In an act of complete bad faith and disregard for the Australian people, he turned around and broke every single one of those commitments. The Coalition opposes Schedule 1 and 2 and supports Schedule 3 and 4 and calls on the government to immediately pass laws to end bracket creep and implement a tax-back guarantee by indexing the personal income tax brackets to inflation, starting with the first two tax brackets in 2028-29 and the remaining tax brackets from 2031 to 32. And the Coalition notes that this will deliver lower income taxes permanently to all Australians and ensure that income tax cannot rise without the passage of new laws. The Senate inquiry was a farce. It was performance controlled by the government to ensure only a few of the many submissions could be uploaded and scrutinised. Only a few of the many interested organisations, companies and parties could appear to give evidence. The government restricted the number of days available to hear on this important issue. The government restricted the resources available to the Senate committee to allow it to properly do its job. And the government reduced the technology to make available for live streaming of proceedings, something that is core to our democracy. This government is willfully and devastatingly changing Australia. It's making investment in the businesses that pays the bills in Australia impossible. Labor is making us poorer. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Now, Senator Brown, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to support the Treasury Laws Amendment Tax Reform No. 1 Bill 2026 and the Income Tax Rates Amendment Tax Reform No. 1 Bill 2026. As a Labor Senator for Tasmania, I judge reform by a simple test. Does it make life fairer for working people in my home state? These bills do, Acting Deputy President. They help people keep more of what they earn and give more Australians a fair chance to own a home. Leaving everything as it would be the easiest political choice, but the current system is not working for too many Australians, especially younger Australians. Doing nothing could pass the problem on to the next generation. The first major part of these bills is the new Working Australians tax offset. From 2027 to 2028 income year, eligible workers will receive a permanent tax offset of up to $250. Nationally, 13.3 million workers are expected to benefit. In Tasmania, around 270,000 workers are expected to benefit. That includes nurses, teachers, aged care workers and apprentices. The bill also delivers, Acting Deputy President, the $1,000 standard reduction for work-related expenses from 2026 to 2027 income year. Eligible workers can choose a standard deduction of up to $1,000 instead of claiming each expense separately. workers with expenses above $1,000 can still claim their actual costs. Around 6.2 million Australians are expected to benefit, with an average tax saving of $205. The Australian Taxation Office estimates the change will reduce paperwork and compliance costs by $380 million each year. Around 140,000 Tasmanian workers are expected to benefit. For a worker managing rent, groceries, power bills and fuel, $205 matter. These bills are also about housing. We need more homes, including social and affordable housing, but tax settings are also shaped where money is invested and who has the strongest hand when a home is sold. In Tasmania, I hear from young people who are working, saving and making sacrifices, but still feel ownership is moving further away. It may be a young worker trying to buy in Glenorchy, or a couple saving while renting in Hobart, or a family trying to stay close to work and relatives in Kingston. They're asking for a fair chance, Acting Deputy President. Schedule 2 changes negative gearing for future residential property investments. For residential properties purchased after 7:30 on the 12th of May 2026, negative gearing will only be available for new builds from the 1st of July 2027. Existing investments are protected. People who own a residential investment property or who have entered into a contract before that time can continue to use the current arrangements. Investors can also continue to negatively gear new homes. That directs the tax benefit towards investment that adds to the housing supply while respecting decisions people have already made. The government expects these reforms to help an additional 75,000 Australians buy a home over the next decade. Schedule 1 reforms capital gains tax from the 1st of July 2027. The current flat 50% discount will be replaced with a system that adjusts the purchase cost of an asset for inflation, alongside a 30% minimum tax on net capital gains. In simple terms, tax will be paid on the real gain rather than the part caused by inflation. The changes only apply going forward. Gains built up before the 1st of July 2027 will remain under the existing discount. The family home remains exempt from capital gains tax. These bills do not create an inheritance tax. The 4 existing small business capital gains tax concessions will remain, and following consultation that the government has undertaken, the government has announced it will increase the turnover threshold for the existing 50% active asset reduction from $2 million to $10 million. This will make the concession available to all 2.7 million active small businesses and 98% of all active businesses. That is important in Tasmania, where small businesses are the heart of our towns and regional communities. The government is also consulting on new concessions for eligible innovative startups to be included in later legislation. People receiving payments, including age pension and job seeker, will be exempt from the 30% minimum tax in a year when they receive an eligible payment. Deductible gifts and donations will also reduce the capital gains subject to minimum tax. Investors who buy new builds will continue to be able to choose between existing 50% discount and the new arrangement. The discount for eligible affordable housing will remain. These details are important because we have seen a campaign of fear and misinformation from those who do not want the system to change. That includes the Liberal Party, the National Party and One Nation. They say they care about first home buyers, but they oppose reforms that will help 75,000 more Australians buy a home. They offer anger, but they do not offer answers. We've heard claims about death tax, a tax on the family home, and the end of small business. None of that is true. The family home remains exempt. There is no inheritance tax. Existing investment properties are protected. Small business concessions remain and are being expanded. Parliament should not protect the status quo simply because reform is difficult. Fear campaigns are easy. Reform is harder. Labor is prepared to do the hard work because leaving the system as it is would leave another generation locked out of home ownership. We are cutting taxes for workers, making tax time simpler, supporting new housing and improving the fairness of the tax system. For Tasmania, this means support for hundreds of thousands of workers, backing young Tasmanians, saving for their first home, protecting existing investments and supporting small businesses, pensioners and affordable housing. Most of all, it means taking responsibility for the future. Every generation should have the chance to build a secure life, earn a fair wage and own a home, with rules that do not only favour those who already have wealth. These bills will not solve every housing or tax challenge, but they are an important step towards a fairer system that rewards work, supports new housing and gives the next generation a better chance. That is good for Tasmania, good for working Australians and good for the country. I commend the bills to the Senate.
Thank you, Senator. Now, Senator Bell, you have the call.
Thank you. So I rise to oppose the Treasury Laws Amendment Tax Reform Bill. And if anyone's looking for a reason for the rise of One Nation in the polls, a reason why everyday Australians went and donated almost $5 million to Pauline Hanson's Fire the Lie campaign, look no further than this bill and the chaotic process we have before us today. What we're dealing with is legislation that has been rushed. The government admits they botched it, and we are still waiting to see what amendments are coming before the Senate as the government desperately tries to fix legislation they know is bad, is broken. And I was listening to Senator Brown say, well, this isn't about death taxes. Well, then, if that's the case, why are you rushing to remove that part of the bill? Why have you flagged you'll be taking the death taxes out of the bill? Because you know you got it wrong. What we are watching is damage control. Damage control dressed up as a housing policy. Damage control dressed up as backflips is what we want. Backflips and damage control. Labor now is trying to explain why their capital gains tax changes go well beyond what they initially flagged with the public, well beyond housing. Labor's come back talking about exemptions and changes within weeks of supporting them in the lower house. Let's be clear, the Prime Minister and the Treasurer, they supported this bill that Labor is now admitting is broken, is bad. A big broken tax grab. The fact that we are going to have to sit here and deal with a bunch of government amendments is an admission of guilt. It is an admission that government did not understand the consequences of their own legislation as they rammed it through the lower house and as they presented it to the Senate. And it is an admission that One Nation was right to flag this from the start. And One Nation stands with mums and dads and tradies and small business owners who right now are worried that the Labor Party is going to be reaching into their pockets, grabbing their hard-earned taxes and wasting their money. And the outcry we've seen from the people is a public repudiation of the Labor government's bad budget, and it is a public rejection of the politics of broken promises. And we can watch, because the Labor Party You can sneer at One Nation voters, and you can sneer at Pauline Hanson, and you can sneer at the 70,000 plus Australians who chipped in $60 to the One Nation's Fire the Liar campaign because they are sick and tired of broken promises from a desperate and chaotic Labor government. But it won't work, because Australians know that Labor is desperately rewriting and patching up a bill that is nothing more than a giant tax grab, a bill that they claimed was ready, that the Prime Minister has already voted for, the Treasurer has already voted for, and one that we know is not ready to pass, one we know is broken. You know, and older Australians, they've been given an opportunity in the past to work hard, save, buy homes, invest, take risk, and build security for their families. Now young people are watching as Labor turns around and tells the next generation that they can't have access to the same benefits. You know, they can't have access to asset growth or property growth or long-term investments. You know, what we're seeing is a bill that will replace a system that is known with a much more complicated one. And for many Australians, the result will be simple. It will be that they have to pay much more tax. And as I said, this is Labor reaching into the pockets of Australians who have worked hard, saved and invested so they could stand on their own 2 feet. And now a person who's saved, invested, and they have taken risks, they are facing more taxes because Labor has decided that private wealth creation is a problem that they need to manage in Canberra, with a bill that punishes aspiration and will make Australia poorer. This bill hits the very pathway many young Australians are now using because home ownership, which has been driven out of reach because of Labor's mass migration obsession, it targets elements that young people have used: shares, EFTs, startups, equity and long-term investing. The number of young Australians who are exposed to the consequences of these changes is growing sharply, and it is much larger than Labor would like you to think. So what is the answer from this government? You know, and then this is another thing. This is another reason why the Fire the Liar campaign was so successful, because you see that the Labor government talks about, well, this is actually a tax cut. Well, it is not a tax cut. You know, they're talking about an offset which will be chewed up by inflation while they do nothing to address the problems of bracket creep. And I can flag that One Nation has no problem with supporting the tax cut element of this legislation. And it's so clear to the Australian people what you are trying to do. It is so clear to everyone what you will say, that anyone who opposes this terrible tax grab, you are going to stand up and you're just going to attack them on the lines that, you know, some fantasy you've envisioned that somehow this is an attack on, a tax cut. But that's just not going to work this time, because the people of Australia are awake to your record of broken promises and deception. You know, Labor says it's giving every dollar back, which is exactly the problem. Labor is taking money out of private hands, sending it through Canberra, clipping the ticket and writing the rules and expecting Australians to be grateful when they hand some of it back. You're raising taxes on the one hand, handing a little back. The balance doesn't add up, and you're telling Australians to be thankful, and frankly, it is insulting. One Nation believes Australians should keep more of what they earned in the first place. That's what we believe will help a teacher who can't afford a home near the school where she teaches. You know, that is what will help a nurse who's doing extra shifts and getting smashed by the rents that are rising, the grocery prices that are soaring, and the power bills that are growing under Labor. You know, that's what will help police officers who are working nights and weekends while wondering how his children will ever be able to afford to buy a home. One Nation is for working Australians. We're for the tradies, truckies, cleaners, carers, retail workers, nurses, teachers, police officers, and small business employees doing everything right and yet falling further and further behind under this Labor government. And we are for the Australians who have been, more and more Australians have been forced into a category of working poor. And as Senator Hanson said at her National Press Club address, there are many, many thousands of Australians with a job who cannot support a household. They are trying to pay their rent, feed their kids, keep the lights on, and they can't. And now, as we see, too many of them are ending up at the salvos, at food banks and at charities, asking for help in a country that should be rewarding work and not punishing it. This Labor government has failed them. Under this government, the promise was that life would be cheaper. But that promise, like so many others, has evaporated. This government promised that power bills would come down. Well, Australians are still waiting. $275 cheaper from when you first promised it, it never came. And again, this is why the Fire the Liar campaign has cut through, because people are awake to the broken promises. You promised to stand up for workers, and yet you're making it harder for workers to build capital, buy assets, invest retirements. You're making it harder for them to stand on their own 2 feet. The battlers, small business owners, entrepreneurial young Australians trying to build wealth outside of the family home will be worse off. That is what accountants, lawyers, experts have warned about this bill. It will make the country worse off. This is the government who promised that life would be cheaper and easier, and all they have delivered is higher interest rates and pain as Australian families are drowning in repayments and bills they cannot afford. This Labor government claimed to care about housing while running population growth far, far ahead of housing supply, who consistently make projections of immigration and yet blow straight past them, time and time again. And you are now asking this Parliament to believe that this bill that we're about to pass, it beggars belief that here we are again, and it's so clear what will occur, because we are facing another guillotine. No doubt you'll shut down debate. You'll rush this through again. Whatever amendments will come at the last minute. It is truly disgraceful, and Australians are not as gullible as you seem to think they are. You truly have stuffed this up. This is one of the worst budgets of all time. One Nation believes Australians should be able to build something. We believe that things can be better. The process that we are watching here, the failed process alone should shame this government. Truly, some of if we're talking about who's going to benefit from this bill, it's going to be it's going to be accountants. It's going to be managers of finance. It's the people who are really licking their lips at these are the people who are going to be paid to help Australians try to understand what's going on. At the absurd scenarios that we are looking at as a result of this budget, beggar belief. And to look and read that you've now got people who are desperately rushing out to try and get Pokemon cards costed, because this Labor government did not think through the consequences of this budget. That is such an absurdity. The chaos and uncertainty you have caused with this, it cannot be overstated. And we will not support it. We will not vote for this bill, which was going to be riddled with rushed amendments, hidden behind deceptive language. One Nation instead supports Australians keeping more of what they earned. We believe in protecting genuine small business owners, founders, investors from being caught up in these rules. And we believe that the real housing policy deals with supply approvals and comes off the back of sustainable migration, an end to Labor's mass migration. We should not be punishing aspiration and attacking the pathways that everyday Australians can use to build independence and wealth. One Nation will oppose this legislation because Australians deserve better than a big tax grab, a failed budget from a government that cannot manage this economy, cannot keep its promises, and every time they feel they're caught short, they're reaching into the taxpayers' pockets and taking their money because they have run out of ideas of their own. Driving up inflation, driving up the pain that families are feeling. This truly is a disgrace, and One Nation will not be supporting this legislation.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Nampijinpa Price, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Mark my words, this legislation will be remembered for what it absolutely failed to do. It failed to create the opportunities Australians need to get ahead. Opportunity for the small business owner. Opportunity for the apprentice. Opportunity for parents trying to build a better future for their children. Because governments should ultimately be judged by the opportunities they create, not for themselves, but for the people they serve. The opportunity to start a business, the opportunity to learn a trade, the opportunity to buy a home, the opportunity to raise a family, and the opportunity for the next generation to do better than the last. That is the test this legislation should be measured against. And by that test, it simply fails. 5 budgets, we're now 5 budgets deep. 5 budgets into the Albanese government. Australians are asking a very simple question. Are we better off? Australians are working harder and getting less in return. Home ownership feels further out of reach. The cost of living continues to bite. Yet instead of addressing those challenges, Labor has decided the answer is more tax. These changes are being presented as reform. But reform should make it easier for Australians to get ahead. It shouldn't make it harder. For generations, there was an understanding in this country. If you worked hard, if you saved your money, if you invested wisely, if you started a business, if you took responsibility for your family, you could get ahead. That was the Australian promise. Not a guarantee of success, but a guarantee that effort mattered. A guarantee that responsibility would be rewarded. Today, more and more Australians feel that promise slipping away. They are not asking for guarantees. They are asking for a fair chance, a fair go. Australians are doing their part. They are working hard. They are taking responsibility and wondering whether the government is doing its part too. As Shadow Minister for Small Business, I spend a great deal of time listening to business owners. The people who open the doors from before sunrise. The people who invest their savings and their future into building something. The people who employ Australians and keep local communities alive. And what I hear repeatedly is the same concern. For small businesses already facing rising costs, higher energy prices and workforce shortages, Labor's approach creates one more obstacle. It makes business owners think twice. Twice before investing, twice before expanding, twice before taking on an apprentice, twice before creating opportunity. Because small businesses create opportunity with every dollar they invest. Every apprentice starts with a business owner willing to take a chance on somebody's future. Sadly, though, many businesses tell me they are simply keeping their head above water. And the consequences are already visible. More than 45,000 businesses have entered insolvency since Labor came to office. It's an utter shame. Construction businesses continue to record the highest number of failures. These are the very businesses Australia needs to build more homes. At a time when Australians are struggling through a housing crisis of Labor's doing, the businesses we need most are under the greatest pressure. And the pressure does not stop there. Next month, Australians will pay another 32 cents a litre at the fuel bowser under the Albanese government. And fuel is not just another cost. Fuel moves our freight, fuel grows our crops, fuel powers our machinery, fuel gets Australians to work. Fuel keeps businesses operating and goods moving across this country. When fuel costs rise, everything costs more. You cannot build a stronger economy by making everything that powers it more expensive. Small businesses feel it. Farmers feel it. Families are feeling it. And Australians will pay more as a result. Now, Australians are being asked to trust Labor again when it says these tax changes will somehow improve the economy. But economic success is measured by whether Australians can get ahead, whether they can build a business, whether they can own a home, whether they can build a future for their family. And uncertainty does not only affect investment, it affects training. Governments talk about skills, housing and productivity. But none of those things appear by magic. Somebody has to train the next generation. Somebody has to teach young Australians skills they will carry for life. Builders, mechanics, manufacturers and contractors do that every single day. Every apprenticeship begins with an employer willing to invest in somebody else's future. Yet at the very moment Australia needs more skilled workers, Labor has cut $266 million from apprenticeship incentives. At the same time, it found another $35 million for skills advice and bureaucracy. It's a familiar story. Australians are entitled to ask a very simple question. Does this government value apprentices or bureaucracy more? You cannot build homes, strengthen industry, or improve productivity without skilled workers. And you cannot create skilled workers without employers willing to train them. Every apprenticeship represents independence, a career, a future. When governments make it harder for businesses to train apprentices, they are not simply reducing workforce numbers, they are reducing opportunity. That contradiction sits at the heart of this very legislation, because at its core, this debate is not really about tax. It is about whether Australia rewards responsibility or punishes it. Whether we encourage aspiration or make it harder. Whether we create opportunity or put it further out of reach. And I acknowledge my own Northern Territory within this debate, because in the Territory, investment is not an abstract concept. It is how businesses start. It is how communities grow. It is how jobs are created. It is how families build their future. And in the Northern Territory, those investors are not faceless corporations. They are almost always your mums and dads. They are police officers, firefighters, nurses, teachers, public servants, tradespeople, small business owners, the people who coach the local footy team, the people who volunteer in their communities and back the place that they call home. They are not asking for special treatment. They are asking not to be punished for doing the right thing. In Australia, we should reward aspiration, not penalise it. They are Australians who have worked hard, saved hard and invested so that they can look after themselves in retirement and help the next generation to get ahead. In a territory where 99% of businesses are small businesses, when small businesses succeed, our communities succeed. When small businesses thrive, our communities thrive. When small businesses take on apprentices, opportunity is created. That should be encouraged, not discouraged. People willing to work hard, take risks, build things, fix things, make things, and take responsibility. The small business owner, the apprentice, the parent saving for their children's future, the Territorian backing their community. These are the people who create opportunity. And that is the standard this legislation should be judged against. Every apprentice creates opportunity. Every business creates opportunity. Every home built creates opportunity. Every investment in a local community creates opportunity. Australia does not need more barriers to those opportunities. It needs more Australians willing to invest, hire, train and take risks. Prosperity is not created by government. It is created by Australians who build, hire, invest and take responsibility. This legislation will be remembered for what it failed to do. It failed to create more opportunity for Australians to do exactly that. And that is what Australians and small business owners have been telling us and trying to tell this government. And that is why the Coalition opposes it.
Thanks, Senator. Senator Walker, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise today in support of the tax reform bill, and I want to start with a pretty simple observation. For years, Australians have been told that housing affordability is too hard, too complicated, too politically sensitive, too difficult to tackle. Every government acknowledged that there was a problem. Every politician gave speeches about it. Every expert wrote reports about it. And yet, for young Australians, the dream of home ownership kept drifting away further. House prices climbed, deposits grew larger, rents increased. More and more people found themselves wondering whether they would ever be able to buy a home of their own. This government has decided that simply talking about the problem is no longer enough. We are prepared to act. because housing is not just another economic issue. It is one of the defining issues facing this generation of Australians. It affects whether people can move out of home, whether they can start a family, whether they can build financial security, whether they can put down roots in the communities they love. And if we're serious about making housing more affordable, we have to be willing to have serious conversations about the policies that shape our housing market. That is exactly what this legislation does. There has been a lot of chirping about this bill, a lot of outrage and scare campaigns, a lot of social media posts claiming this is the end of civilisation as we know it. But when you strip away all the noise, this package does three very simple things. It cuts taxes for workers, it makes tax time easier, and it helps more Australians buy their first home. That is what this legislation is about. This is a tax package that is pro-worker, pro-aspiration and pro-investment. It delivers tax investment for more than 13 million Australian workers. It introduces the Working Australians tax offset, providing a permanent annual tax offset of up to $250 for working Australians. These aren't a temporary measure or a one-off payment, but a permanent tax cut. It introduces a $1,000 instant tax deduction, so Australians can claim up to $1,000 in work-related deductions without having to spend hours collecting receipts and navigating complicated paperwork. Because, let's be real, nobody enjoys tax time. Nobody wakes up excited about searching through old emails, trying to find receipts from 8 months ago. Nobody wants to spend their weekend trying to remember whether they bought something in September or October. Australians want a tax system that works for them, a tax system that is simpler, easier and fairer. These reforms will reduce compliance costs by around $540 million every year. That's less paperwork, less frustration, less time dealing with bureaucracy, and more time focusing on work, family and everyday life. Combined with the tax cuts already announced by this government, the average working Australian will be up to $2,800 better off each year by 2028. This is real cost of living relief. At a time when Australians are doing it tough, what some people have called small measures really matter. But this legislation is also about something bigger. It's about intergenerational fairness. It's about recognising that young Australians deserve the same opportunities previous generations enjoyed. Because if you're in your 20s or your 30s today, the housing market looks very different to the one your parents entered. Young Australians have done everything they've been told to do. They've worked hard, studied, built careers, they've saved up as much as they can. Many have moved back in home with their parents to save for a deposit. Many have delayed major life decisions because housing costs have become so overwhelming. Yet every weekend, when they turn up to inspections and auctions, competing not only with other first home buyers, but often with investors who already own property, this doesn't feel fair, and this government isn't afraid to say that. The reality is that housing policy can not only work for the people who already own assets, it must also work for people trying to build a future. That's why these reforms are so important. Treasury estimates these changes will help around 75,000 Australians achieve home ownership. 75,000 people who will have a better chance of buying their first home. 75,000 people who will have a better chance of building security for themselves and their families. This is a significant outcome, and it's one that should be welcomed by everyone in this chamber. But what have we seen from the opposition? The Liberals, the Nationals and One Nation have lined up to oppose these reforms. They are blocking tax cuts for working Australians. They are blocking measures to make tax time easier, and they are blocking reforms that will help more young Australians buy a home. They offer outrage. they offer scare campaigns, but they don't offer solutions. Let's talk specifically about negative gearing, because if you listen to some of the commentary surrounding this debate, you would think that this government was abolishing negative gearing altogether. We aren't. Australians will still be able to negatively gear residential property. The difference is that from 1 July 2027, those arrangements will be focused on new housing supply. If people want to use negative gearing, they can still do it by investing in new homes. Homes that increase supply, homes that help address Australia's housing shortage, homes that contribute to the construction of the housing stock our country desperately needs. That seems like common sense to me, and importantly, existing investments are completely protected. If somebody already owns an investment property, nothing changes. Their arrangements remain exactly the same. This reform is targeted, sensible, and measured. And despite all of the noise, the overwhelming majority of Australians will never be affected. Only around 1% of tax filers begin negatively gearing a property in any given year. 1%. Yet somehow we are expected to believe that modest reforms affecting a small proportion of taxpayers represent some kind of national emergency. The facts simply do not support that argument. The same applies to our capital gains tax reforms. The current system provides a flat 50% discount regardless of inflation. This government is replacing that arrangement with a fairer approach that focuses on real gains, actual gains, not inflationary gains, real gains. And once again, there has been a lot of misinformation about these changes. Treasury estimates that under these reforms, the average tax rate on gross capital gains will increase from 19.3% to 21.4% over the medium term. Not 47%, not the figures being thrown around in memes, a modest increase that creates a fairer system. And who benefits most from capital gains? Treasury's analysis shows that more than half of all capital gains are realised by the highest lifetime income earners. More than half. Meanwhile, ordinary Australians pay tax on every cheque they earn. Workers cannot negotiate a 50% discount on their wages. Teachers cannot claim a 50% discount on their salary. Nurses cannot claim a 50% discount on their income. Tradespeople cannot claim a 50% discount on their pay packet. So it is entirely reasonable to ask whether the tax system should better balance the interests of workers and investors. That is what these reforms seek to achieve. They reduce distortions that have encouraged investments in established housing. They encourage investment in new housing supply. And they help fund tax relief for more than 13 million Australian workers, which is a fair trade-off. This debate ultimately comes down to a simple question. Who are we building Australia's future for? Are we building it for those who already have the most assets? Or are we building it for the next generation of Australians who are trying to get ahead? This government has made its choice. We are backing workers, we are backing aspiration, we are backing home ownership, and we are backing young Australians. Because every generation deserves the opportunity to own a home. Every generation deserves the opportunity to build wealth through their own hard work. And every generation deserves a government willing to take difficult decisions in the national interest. This legislation delivers tax relief for workers. It makes tax time simpler, it supports home ownership, and it helps create a fairer Australia. For those reasons, I proudly support this bill and commend it to the Senate.
Thank you, Senator. Now, Senator Hanson.
Yeah, look, I've got to reply to this because it's just absolutely ridiculous that this is for the young ones. It's not. It's ripping the guts out of the young ones. Just to make the comment, this capital gains tax can only be, or negative gearing, on new homes. What you're doing is you're forcing young ones to move away from areas that they've actually grown up in, away from their parents, away from that support, that if you want a negative gear house that you may want to move into in future, it might be way out somewhere, away from family. You're not giving them a choice, an opportunity to buy a house where they want to buy the house. That is not helping their young ones at all. So this is just ridiculous. Also businesses, to actually tax them at 30%. Then from next year, they're going to actually have to get valuations done in the property, more cost to everyone, and then it's got to be indexed. This is more compliance that you're putting on, red tape onto everyone again, that you reckon you're helping everyone. You're not helping anyone at all with this tax. This budget that you handed down is going to destroy aspiration. It's going to destroy for the young ones to actually invest in shares, whatever they may want to do, and to buy their own homes.
Senator. It being 8 p.m, I now propose that the Senate now adjourn. And Senator Polly, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise and stand alongside retail workers, pharmacy workers, warehouse workers across our country who deserve a pay rise and they deserve to have a safe working environment. The Shop Distributors and Allied Employees Association, or better known as the SDA, continue to highlight the urgent need for wage justice and stronger protection for the frontline workers who keep our communities running. Today, I heard firsthand why it's so important to improve the pay for our young people and why that is so important to them. The SDA ran for a number of years now the adult age equals adult wage. They won this because they campaigned hard. And they won it because they were listening to their members, young people, as we as a government has. And today I heard firsthand from a number of these young people. And their view is just because you're 20 doesn't mean you don't have the same responsibilities or do the same job as someone older than you. So if you do the job, you should get the pay. When their employer pays this additional salary, then they know that they're going to be able to afford to pay their rent. They're going to have enough money to actually be able to save. And for many of them, they can reduce the amount of jobs that they have to make ends meet and perhaps give themselves a social life as well. We heard from a young woman who works 80 hours a week just to make ends meet, and she believes that the increase in her salary will mean that she won't have to work 80 hours a week and that she'll be able to save some money, but also hoping to have a balance in her social life as well as continuing to work to save that money to buy herself a home in the future. Another young man explained what it meant to him when he moved out of home and how much he didn't actually realise, which I think all of us when we left home haven't really appreciated what our parents had done for us and how expensive it is to live independently. And that this extra money, won with this long campaign, will enable him to actually meet his commitments, but also to be able to save some money. We heard from another young lady who spoke about having multiple jobs and that she had, after many years, been able to save some money with a lot of sacrifice to buy her very first home. And a lot of this has been brought about because of the campaign that the union has run, but also the actions that have been taken by this Labor government to support our workers, to ensure that they keep more of their money that they earn, to ensure that young people have that opportunity to be able to save, pay their commitments, get an education without working 80 hours a week. And we had a young man from Tasmania, first time to Canberra, who spoke about being the main breadwinner, who actually contributes to his household and how that money has enabled him to be able to contribute more to his family. Now, what we say on this side is that people need to have fair wages for the work that they do. They need to have a safe environment, unlike those opposite, who in every opportunity will vote against these measures. Now, these young people also spoke about the importance of superannuation, but also they're now campaigning to ensure that those under 18 are able at 16, 15, 17, whatever their age, you shouldn't have to work 30 hours a week minimum to be able to attract superannuation. Now, this entitlement would mean if it was an extra $7 an hour for getting the same wage as adults when you're doing the same job would equate to $7 extra an hour, and also it would mean when you retire some $85,000 difference. Now that is significant. These young people see this. These are the stories that we've heard. These are the stories that are told to unions. But these are the same stories that One Nation and the Liberals will not hear. They do not support. So in every opportunity, when they say that they're friends of the workers, they vote against tax cuts. They vote against the cost of living measures. They vote against equality in pay. And we saw just last week that One Nation is saying very proudly that if women aren't at work because they're on maternity leave, they should not be paid. That is woeful after decades of women campaigning for this.
Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, President. 137. It's quite an interesting number. It's a prime number, the 33rd prime number to be exact. And it's a number that's been the subject of much intrigue over many, many decades. In physics, 137 is known as the fine structure constant, which dictates the strength of the electromagnetic force. The physicist Richard Feynman famously called this one of the greatest mysteries of physics. Now, I'm not going to talk too much about physics in this place tonight because I was much more of an arts and social sciences kind of student. But I think it's an important reminder that 137 is a very special number. But the reason why it's particularly special is because 137 is the number of Medicare urgent care clinics that Labor promised to deliver and that have now opened around the country. That's 137 clinics from Perth right across to Canberra, up to the north and right across our wonderful country that you can walk in and get the healthcare you need with nothing but your Medicare card. And if I was allowed, President, to have props in here, I would of course hold up my Medicare card, but I can't do that in this place. So all you need is your Medicare card to walk into one of our 137 Medicare urgent care clinics and access healthcare. These clinics are so important to Australians, and I was particularly reminded of this when a couple of months ago I took my son there for one of the many ear infections, flus, eye infections that kids get at childcare these days. And I could see just the variety of things that were being treated by the wonderful doctors and nurses at my local Medicare urgent care clinic in Belia. One lovely man told me that he had been bitten by a wombat at the wildlife park where he worked in Perth, and so had headed to the urgent care clinic on his way home to get it checked out. I thought that was possibly one of the more interesting things that they see at those clinics. I spoke to a woman who had recently had surgery and was worried about an infection, and so had called into the clinic to get it checked out. It really is a wonderful place. I think that people don't have to worry about ringing up, making an appointment with their GP and paying, in many cases, to see their GP. Why these clinics matter so much? That stress of thinking I've got a medical issue, it's urgent, but it's not an emergency. They don't want to head to an ER and spend potentially a long period of time waiting. They don't want to add extra stress to local hospitals. And so we know that particularly for families with young children, these are really important services. 1 in 4 visits to Medicare urgent care clinics, in fact, are for patients under the age of 15. I know that there are many parents today holding a sticky toddler in the waiting rooms of those Medicare urgent care clinics right across the country, like I have done many, many times. A particularly interesting fact that I learnt today is that there are more Medicare urgent care clinics in Australia than there are Mecca stores. One of the biggest retailers, most successful retailers around the country, and very popular with, I think, my generation of women. But we've opened more free Medicare urgent care clinics than there are Mecca stores. It makes me so proud of the work that our government is doing. It's another Labor legacy, just like Medicare. It's a logical next step in that legacy, and it's something that, as a Labor senator, I am extremely proud of. Labor built Medicare, and we will always protect it, and we will always protect these 137 Medicare urgent care clinics by making them a permanent part of our healthcare system, so that people of all generations and generations to come can rely on the care that they need. This is, of course, on top of our record investment in bulk billing, so more people can see the GP for free, our plan for cheaper medicines, our record investment in women's health, endo and pelvic pain clinics right across the country, and cheaper contraceptive
Thank
pills.
you, Senator Whittaker. Senator McLaughlin.
Thank you, President. Earlier this month I had the good fortune of being invited by Adi Reddy Yara, one of the founders of the Adelaide Telangana Association, to join them and their celebration of their state formation day. Telangana is the most recently created state within India. It occurred on the 2nd of June 2014. So it's not only a celebration of them gaining franchise, but also to acknowledge the hard work everyone in that community, in that state, did to achieve self-determination within the Indian Federation. Importantly, in the evening, there was the launch of the autobiography of Dr. Prem Dwivedi's life story. He started with humble beginnings in India to scale the heights of academic achievement in South Australia. It was a great privilege to meet him. His book is titled The Unlikely Indian Migrant, From a Village Boy to a Scientist in Australia Against All Odds. What struck me in the book when I was reading it was his description of the creation of the Sanatan Cultural Organisation of South Australia, which came out of the Indian community assisting each other during COVID. And he writes a beautiful paragraph which I'd like to share with you, Senators. SCOSA became a reminder that the culture and faith are not relics preserved only in memory, but living forces that continue to shape identity, foster belonging, and build bridges across communities. Through its celebrations, SCOSA showed how traditions carried from distinct homelands could enrich the social fabric of Australia while helping migrants feel connected, valued, and at home. In many ways, SCOSA's mission extended beyond cultural preservation. It became a quiet yet powerful example of multicultural integration where diversity was not merely tolerated, but embraced as a shared strength that united people and connected them to the wider society wherever they lived. And can I leave Senators with that wonderful paragraph as a timely reminder to us all in the current debates that what really makes Australia great is all its people, no matter how they found themselves coming to these shores.
Thank you, Senator McLaughlin. So the Senate stands adjourned, and we will meet again tomorrow at 12 noon. Good night, Senators.